Well, good morning, everyone. We're going to jump right into it as we have quite a heavy agenda today. Thank you for joining us. We'll call the May meeting of the Board of Regents here in Great Falls to order. Thank you so much for joining us. Jasmine, would you help by starting with roll call?
Yes. Chair Buchanan.
I'm present. Thank you.
Regent Bow.
Present.
Regent Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Southworth.
Here.
Regent Folkford.
Here.
Regent Hoyer. Present. Regent Mortensen.
Here.
Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Governor Gianforte.
He told us he wouldn't be here. His advisor would not be with us today. Excused is the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
And Superintendent Hedlund. We have a quorum present. Back to you, Chair Buchanan.
Jasmine, thank you. And Superintendent Hedlund, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're glad to have you at the table. First of all, big congratulations in order to campus communities, students, faculty, staff, including one of our own student regents who just celebrated the culmination of an educational chapter. Congrats to everyone. What an exciting opportunity we just experienced over the last few weeks through commencement to celebrate the commitment and the successes that this state is bringing, not only our students and families, but our economy and our culture. Really, really proud of what's going on. Knowing that thousands of students across the state have succeeded, boy, does it validate the work of the folks in the room today. So a big thank you to those that provide the leadership on campus and across the system for getting us to these incredible points of celebration. Dean Erdman, thank you so much for having us. Enjoyed the reception last night. We're more than excited to be with you today and excited in a bit to hear some of the updates about Great Falls College and the great thing that's going on here. Your campus report is encouraging. It was fun last night to be able to share with your community the excitement about enrollment gains, enrollment sustainment, and success stories. We're really grateful that you're hosting us. Thank you. Having had the pleasure of sitting at this table, now going on 11 years over the period of almost 20 years, boy, the investments that have been made into our two-year campuses are paying off. The state recognizes them as much more than the VOTEX that they once were. Now huge community sources of congregation for community members, facilitating educational opportunities for students of all demographics. And we're just so proud of what's happening there and encouraged that we're on the right path. So again, to you and your colleagues, Dean Erdman at the two-year campuses across the system, great opportunity for us today to convene in a center of excellence that we're experiencing here in Great Falls. So thank you for that. In 1994, the MUS was reorganized and the colleges of technologies became affiliated with the flagships as we know. The goals of those to acquire technological competencies through a curriculum validated on a regular basis by business and industry, which we saw again last night through our business and community members joining us. And then instruction and community service be designed to meet present and emerging occupational needs of the local communities, state, region, and nation. And as we've seen from leaders across the country, across the nation, across the globe, these skills that we're putting in a timely fashion, in a quality fashion, are meeting those workforce needs at a faster pace than we've ever been able to do in the past. And we feel that robust workforce development, the expansion and strengthening of industry partnerships, and the contribution to the state's economic diversity are the front burner of what we're doing at these two-year colleges and campuses. So thank you again to all of your colleagues, Dean Erdman, as we celebrate today by convening on this fantastic campus. Busy agenda today. I want to thank everyone. We're going to work hard to keep us on pace. A lot to cover in one day. So again, thanks to everyone for being here and attentive. Wonderful breakfast this morning. Stephanie, thank you for leading your leadership through Moose Far, and exciting to invite Amy Pearson today to join us at the table, a faculty leader here at Great Falls College. Just thankful for your leadership. The conversation this morning was around advising, and I want to thank everyone for the ownership over the successes and at the same time the recognition of those opportunities in front of us. One thing that I observe anecdotally on this campus, and as I look at other campuses where you see students succeeding, the responsibility of advising is not solely on advisors and not solely on faculty, but where it's most successful, you can see every member of the campus communities taking some ownership and engaging with students and helping direct them, encourage them, celebrate their successes, and be competent and skilled in identifying where extra support is needed. So very robust conversation this morning. I felt tasked as a member of that conversation to walk away with how do we integrate some of these success stories, not only at local campuses, but as a system. How do we continue to elevate these topics and push us to get better at meeting those students where they're at? So with that, again, Amy, looking forward to your participation today. Thank you so much for joining us. A couple of quick welcomes. Dr. Sean Chandler, the president of A'ane Nakota College. Sean, thank you so much for joining us today. We're really glad to have you and excited for your participation. Our tribal college partnerships are vital to the success of higher education in the state of Montana, and just really welcome you at the table and throughout the day. Any contributions you're willing to contribute, we're excited about that participation. Thank you for joining us. In a moment, Dean Erdman will present Great Falls College River Otter Welcome, followed by our Commissioner Christian on behalf of the system report, which will include federal updates, local and state updates as we're wrapping up or in the middle. And then I'd say paddle with the current at the federal level, take some of the momentum we came out of the state level. Excited to hear some of the reports from that. Again, Superintendent Hedlund, thank you so much for joining us. Looking forward to your comments and just thank you for the clear expression of interest and collaboration that we're feeling with you taking over OPI. We're so excited about that leadership. Budget and Administration Audit Committee, big meeting for us. We will be reviewing what came out of the legislative process, what that means to our proposed biennial budget, 2027 biennial budget. A big discussion there. I want to thank members of the Budget Committee for the time that you've put into that. You'll also see we'll be formalizing a couple of hires and contracts for some new leadership across the system, which I know we're all very excited about. At lunch, we'll be meeting with students, which is always a highlight and a reminder. It would be neat for us to meet this next year's generation of leaders from across the student communities. Thank you for making the trip and committing portions of your summer to that job, students. We're looking forward to having lunch with you. After lunch, Regent Bow will lead us through the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. Got a lot on that agenda as well, as a reminder that we're going to keep ourselves cooking today. And then finally, we will wrap up with a two-year committee report on sprint degrees, transfers, and the Education Design Lab. As always, we'll accept public comment and wrap up with a few annual items, including election of officers, finalization of action items on each of these committee items. So brace yourselves, buckle up, grab some extra coffee and water. I know Dean Erdman and her team have been very hospitable in making these available to us to keep us going throughout a very busy day. With that, so excited to introduce my friend Stephanie Dean Erdman. Thank you for welcoming us to campus. And with that, we'll pass the microphone to you for an update on how we're doing here in the River Otter City. Thanks, Dean Erdman.
Chair Buchanan, Regents, Commissioner Christian, what an honor it is to host the May 2025 Board of Regents here at Great Falls College, home of the River Otter. I love having the opportunity to showcase our beautiful campus, to connect you with the amazing Great Falls community, and now the chance to tell you about the various successes we've had over the last 2 years. Now, before I begin sharing our success stories, please see your Otter Pride 2024 that's in front of you, and within this brief, you will see statistics like these. Great Falls College has over 20 degrees and certificate programs. We boast a 14-to-1 faculty-to-student ratio, averaging about 13 in our class sizes, and we offer 8 workforce training programs. We also have over 550 dual enrollment students each semester, 260 graduates annually conferring over 310 degrees, close to 1,700 total students, and 18 clubs and organizations on our campus. Also included is information about new programs, support student centers, and student and alumni highlights. But today I want to talk to you about success. Success we've had here at Great Falls College. We've had student, faculty, and professional successes. We've also had program, campus, and community successes. And finally, we've had graduate triumphs. So let's start with our students. This is Heath Foy. He was a Great Falls Public School transformational student studying ballet in Russia. and completing his work online. Once he graduated, he returned to Great Falls to live with his family. He enrolled at Great Falls College 2 years ago and completed his associate's degree this spring. Heath was this year's student body president, last year's commencement speaker, a founding member of the Great Falls Rotaract organization, a board member for the PTK Honor Society, and Heath is transferring to the University of Montana next fall with all sorts of exciting plans. This student, Calvin Gahn, is a non-traditional student who grew up on the Fort Belknap Reservation. He chose Great Falls College to become a licensed addictions counselor. And having been to a larger university previously, Calvin liked our smaller class size, the tutoring services that were available, the lower costs of attending, and the campus resources that we have, like our care office, our student advisors, and our pantry. He said at first he was worried about it being a non-trad student and the learning curve of the technologies and computer usage, but our IT staff helped and things went smoothly for him. I love that he chose us after he saw 2 young men who were friends of his graduate from our college and giving him the courage then to enroll in higher education. Now, some of our faculty successes. Over 40 full-time faculty who teach 15 credits a semester, serve on campus committees, share advice with students, maintain industry connections, and conduct research. Sometimes they get to play, like this photo when we played Family Feud after our successful Year 3 site visit from the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. More often, though, they get to continue their own educational pursuits. So this is Carrie Dolan. Carrie's a full-time business and accounting instructor at Great Falls College. She's also the faculty chair. Carrie is ABD and well on her way to earning her EdD in educational leadership with a focus on higher education with an anticipated graduation date of spring 2026. This is Dr. Jessica Boyer. She is also a full-time business instructor at Great Falls College. She earned her PhD in organizational leadership last spring of 2024. Here's Julie Derby. She's a fabulous nursing instructor who earned her master's in nursing education spring of 2024. And Dr. Adrienne Lewis finished her doctoral degree in midwifery last spring. She opened her own practice here in Great Falls and continues to work and teach with us here at Great Falls College 3/4 time. And Dr. Brad Bouchard is finishing his PhD in physical therapy with an anticipated graduation spring of 26. So while many of our faculty complete their terminal degrees, yet continue to learn and add intellectual capacity to our campus and to the Montana University system. Doctors Tony Sawhill and Becky Tyler, Great Falls College math faculty, were MUS Faculty Learning Community recipients. They shared information on embedding chatbots and other AI assistants in courses to enhance student learning. They were then accepted to present the same information at a virtual conference last December on AI in education. While our full-time faculty members pursue advanced educational opportunities, our professional and classified staff are also learning and growing through various professional development activities. Carmen Roberts and Dr. Eleazar Ortega presented at the Western Association of College and University Business Officers, WACUBO, in Hawaii earlier this month. The presentation focused on how business and finance leaders can keep students at the center of their decision-making processes and drive fair and improved outcomes across our campuses. Their session also introduced the NACUBO Success Center Hub, a resource that offers free toolkits to higher education to support practical refinements and strategic initiatives. And this is Kayla McKinley. Kayla started at Great Falls College as a student taking her health science prereqs and started a work-study position in the bookstore. She earned her associate's degree in science as well as her physical therapy assistant degree. And as a student in the bookstore, she discovered that she loved numbers. Kayla moved from her work-study position to a permanent entry-level account professor, and she's now an accounting associate in the Great Falls College Business and Finance Department after earning her associate's degree in accounting. She's a true grow-your-own story here at Great Falls College. All right, here's a few program successes. Our dental hygiene program director worked closely with our friends at Gallatin College to expand the only dental hygiene program in Montana to Bozeman. Beginning fall of 2025, we will start our first 5-student Bozeman cohort who will take the didactic portion of their classes in a synchronous online format and the lab portion at the site on the MSU Bozeman campus. We plan to assess the new format after the first year to determine if we can offer the opportunity to more students in Bozeman in future years. And 3 years ago, Great Falls College launched the Substance Abuse and Addictions Counseling Program. The program started with 12 students in fall of 2022, jumping to 36 students in 23, and we have 44 students currently enrolled in the program. In fall of 25, we will add the Addictions Counseling Licensure Program, which is a CAS that prepares current licensed counselors to also obtain and be licensed addiction counselors. At Great Falls College, we've also had awesome success launching non-credit training programs as well. Last November, we began a partnership with the Goldman Sachs Foundation to become the Western hub for the 10,000 small businesses in rural America. We recruited and secured 31 Montana business owners to engage in this all-expenses-paid 12-week program, and the scholars participate in 12 weeks of learning with week-long modules on various business topics like finance, leadership, marketing, human resources, and process improvement. Plus, they all receive one-on-one coaching as well. At the end of the program, the scholars will have developed a growth plan to help expand their businesses and grow business in rural America. Our 10,000 Small Businesses team is currently recruiting for our Wyoming student cohort that will begin this fall. We've partnered with Central Wyoming College to host the training, and our dynamic team will continue to teach and coach the Wyoming scholars. If you know any Wyoming business owners who could benefit from the program, please get them in touch with us. All right, let's move on to campus successes then. The last time we hosted the Board of Regents, we embraced our new mascot, the river otter, and today our mascot has a name, Mo, which is a shout out to the mighty Mo in our backyard. Mo, along with the Lumina Foundation and our national marketing experts, Noetic Consultants, really helped Great Falls College to develop our brand identity based on being warm, friendly, and supportive environment. Our brand identity isn't just our logo and a cute otter named Mo. It's how we treat others, it's the facility that we provide, and it's the digital presence that we have. For example, we are very mindful and inclusive of our approach to updating our physical spaces to meet the needs of our students. This included the development of a master facility plan where employees had the opportunity to engage in focus groups and share their opinions that resulted in a narrowed color palette, locating services in closer proximity to each other and to our students, and modernizing our spaces. This is a great example. A student focus group helped to design the new Native and Indigenous Cultural Center. The space reflects the desire to have a welcoming, homey atmosphere to study, hang out, cook, visit, or smudge. Another example is in the Military Family Center. The same process was used for designing the space. However, the students were more interested in a quiet place to study and maybe warm up a slice of pizza than gathering space. The library was updated with new furnishings. The tutoring center, which is free to all Great Falls College students, moved into the library space, as did our accessibility office. We were also able to update some student life spaces, including the Office of Student Engagement. And we updated a few of our classrooms as multi-purpose spaces with access to different technologies, soft seating, and group meeting space. If you haven't noticed, new wayfinding interior signs were designed and hung, providing the opportunity to name our building wings after the famous rivers that are around us. Each wing is called either the Sun, the Marias, the Teton, the Missouri, or the Roe. In addition, we have branded our virtual space with a totally revised website and engaging social media platforms. Noetic consultants engaged in numerous focus groups to really identify the persona of Great Falls College and helped us capture our brand in our advertising and marketing strategies. Through numerous interviews and questionnaire responses, the marketing firm noted 3 key takeaways. At Great Falls College, 1, we support the student experience. We're a supportive student experience. 2, affordability and value. And 3, our connection with our community. It was also suggested that we enhance our digital presence to elevate our visual identity and promote these 3 key takeaways. They said that Mow the River Otter should be used as a differentiator and be infused in all of our marketing communications to lead this identity. So branding and embracing the brand really helped us with the ultimate campus success, 7 consecutive semesters of increased enrollments, with the total number of Great Falls College students near the 2018 enrollment numbers. Yay. So not only have we had campus successes, but we've also enjoyed lots of community success as well. So I just want to talk about this billboard. This billboard was donated by Cat Graphics after our dental hygiene program director spoke at a Rotary meeting. She was there to literally beg people to use our services that we provide at the dental clinic. Every semester, our students need to see a certain number of patients in the clinic, and we couldn't get the message out loud enough. This billboard donation really helped. I didn't hear any complaints about not having patients this last year. We are engaging with the community in other ways as well, such as hosting events like the Great Falls College Night at the ball game, the Voyagers, which is the semi-pro baseball team here in town, and we sponsor a race car at the Electric City Speedway. This is race car number 66. The driver is Dan Harvey, who's a graduate of Great Falls College. And of course, we are still very involved with the Worlds of Work. This is a community-wide initiative that brings 2,000 8th and 10th graders to our campus to explore career interests in an engaging and very hands-on environment. We also like to share stories about our alumni, and there are lots of them in this area. But one of my favorites is Andy Farron. Andy Farron is a graduate of Great Falls College and the owner of a family business in town, Farron's Furniture. And not only is he the owner of Farron's Furniture with his brother, but he has started 5 other businesses in Great Falls. When he was asked what stood out for him while he was a student at Great Falls College, Andy said, the one-on-one attention provided if you took it, and number 2, that the professors really cared. All right, as part of the Lumina Foundation brand identity framework, we created several celebrity videos, and Jamie Ford, a New York Times author and a Great Falls resident, agreed to participate. The video was created and promoted in the summer of '24, and it was great to get this email from Jamie, who, as a result of promoting our new mascot, was now being recognized around town. Could we cue the video? Next slide.
Oh, hey, I'm Jamie Ford, New York Times bestselling author and zealous celebrity endorser of Great Falls College. I'm also a fair weather mountaineer. I'm a husband and father. Their words, not mine. I'm an Iron Chef wannabe and a retired mediocre pickup basketball player. But I've never been a river otter like my friends at Great Falls College. It's simple. Great Falls College, home of the river otters.
Thank you. So today I've shared with you some of the successes, people, campus, and community that we've had at Great Falls College these past couple of years. I appreciate your attentiveness, and if you have any questions or comments, I'd be happy to respond.
Dean Erdman, thank you so much. We so enjoy it. I do have to share an anecdote. Last night in the well-attended community member forum, Regent Mortensen and I felt like there was a long line of community members that wanted to come and specifically point out to the leadership you provided in creating those community connections. And through your team and the use of Mo, it's clearly working. So please help me in thanking Dean Erdman for having us here today for the meeting. Thanks, Dean. Great stuff. Members should have received minutes from the last two meetings that we've had that both need to be approved today. Any additions, amendments, or changes suggested to those minutes from members of the board? Seeing none, we'll assume that those have been approved. Thank you. Commissioner Christian, please launch your report.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I appreciate the flexibility that Zoom brings sometimes, like it did at our earlier meetings this year. It's great to be back in person, seeing everyone face to face, having breakfast together with faculty. Those are very meaningful connections. It's good to be back together. Dean Erdman, thank you for your comments. Thanks for hosting us here. You and your team have been very welcoming, and we appreciate being here in Great Falls. I want to begin the report just echoing Chair Buchanan's congratulations to all of our students who recently earned their degrees across the MUS. Exciting time of year. Commencement ceremonies are fun. They're the culmination of such an incredible work effort. Easy for me to say. I was in Bozeman at MSU a couple weeks ago to attend their ceremony. Nothing quite like the brick full of people, standing room only, to congratulate and recognize those students. I'm just so proud of the work of our students across the system. It's never lost on me that graduates and their families entrust the MUS with their future, with their resources, their most precious resources, and I'm just so proud to be part of a system that consistently delivers on the promise of superior quality post-secondary education. So congratulations to the graduates and our campuses. It's just graduation, perfect time to recognize MSU or MUS faculty, staff, and administrators for sharing their talents, their mentorship, their knowledge with graduate students. All of these success stories, a number of which we just heard from Dr. Erdman, they're not possible without the individuals that make up our campuses and the time they dedicate. To the faculty members that were at breakfast, please share at your home campuses our appreciation to those personal connections that make the difference for students all across Montana. One of the pillars of our MUS strategic plan is to bolster and help diversify Montana's economy and its workforce. Having wrapped up the 69th legislative session, I know that our efforts in this area are key to why the governor and the legislature support the MUS. It's grateful to know that many of this spring's graduates will in fact be at work right here in Montana across our communities, well equipped from our institutions to do the job that the legislature and the governor are asking. So, speaking of the legislature, I don't know if you guys heard it's over. I certainly have. And we're prepared to talk a little bit today in the Budget Committee about the nuances of that in some detail that's necessary to make some further decisions on our own end, particularly about House Bill 2 and House Bill 5, where our budget was built and the infrastructure projects. Just to spoil my team's thunder, because I can, we're incredibly pleased with House Bill 2. It includes all of the executive budget's present law adjustments, as well as a number of other decision packages that were added in at the subcommittee level and ultimately supported by the full legislature. That's specifically around extending 1-2 free, our dual enrollment efforts with K-12. It not only extends those for us, but it also now includes community colleges and tribal colleges in state support. Funding for Montana 10, which we talked about some at breakfast. Truly remarkable investment in that program, and we're excited about that. Also, funding growth in graduate medical education and some precision ag investments, among others. And I just want to say to my team at OCHE, very, very pleased with OCHE's strong relationships with the legislature, particularly with the Section E subcommittee, with the Appropriations Committee, and with the governor's office, who helped build this budget and shepherd these requests through. And I just want to take a moment to thank them for their outstanding performance in this 25 session. It's really quite amazing how that team pulls together, and really every corner of the office that is touched there, that is tracking bills, reading bills, doing our best to understand bills. Sounds simple, but not a super easy task many times. How they affect us, preparing fiscal notes on hundreds of bills, testifying, and yes, in many cases, sort of down in the weeds, lobbying individual legislators to try to support as best we can the MUS initiatives. And we're doing so on hundreds and hundreds of bills. I think we tracked through the office over 400 bills directly that we thought may have some impact. So pretty monumental task. Well done by my team at OCHE. And of course, we'll continue to build during the interim on those foundational relationships as we prepare for the next biennium. And our obligation to demonstrate the programmatic innovation that we promised, the workforce development that we promised, and the enhanced student success through Montana 10 that results from these critical investments that the state has made. I think, as Regent Bow said this morning at breakfast, a well-deserved reminder to make good on the promises that we made in exchange for this record level of investment in the MUS. Got a lot to get through today, so we're going to dive into some of these bulleted items. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I would guess, like me, you're getting lots of questions about what's going on the federal front. What's that landscape look like? How will those decisions and changes affect higher education in particular, education more broadly? What about grant funding? What about research funding? Not easy questions to answer. We are tracking those. As many of you know, I participate in, and Montana does, as members of SHEO, which is the State Higher Education Executive Officers. 48 member states participate in that. We have the pleasure to have with us today via Zoom Dr. Tom Harnish, who is the Vice President for Government Relationships, to give us sort of their take. One of the things that SHEO does is work tirelessly on the Hill, trying to track day to day the changes that are coming and how they may affect us. So Tom has a number of slides, and then we'll try to answer whatever questions time will allow, knowing that we may not get to this perfect scenario where we've answered everyone's question, but try to get a sense of the landscape, a very dynamic, moving landscape right now. I think we have Tom ready to go. Tom, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you spending the time with us this morning.
Oh, well, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you all for the invitation. I wish I could be out there in person to join you today. but just a few things going on in D.C. I just wanted to give a quick federal update of what's going on. A lot of moving pieces right now in Washington, D.C. With the reconciliation package and the federal budget that the Trump administration has put forward, as well as a number of executive actions. So, lot to cover, and I'll just dive right into it. So, if we go to the next slide, the commissioner talked about SHIO. SHIO is we're the leading nonpartisan national association representing states in higher education. So blue states, red states, purple states. So we are really that state voice in American higher education. Of course, many of you are probably members of different associations. If you're faculty or AGB with board members and the like. But SHIO's voice is really the states in higher education. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. So the key observations that I would say with federal higher education policy is one, separating the signal from the noise. There's a lot, they say flood the zone. There's a lot going on right now. Some of it is more important than others. I've kind of front-loaded the reconciliation package in the House right now, just because that is so important to higher education, and that has the best chance of passing, and it would have the longest term effects on higher education. So if you have laws passed by Congress being, of course, the strongest, then you have regulations approved by the administration, and then at the weakest level, you have executive orders. So I really want to focus on Congress, but of course there's a lot going on out there that is affecting colleges and universities. Second is, I would just say, if you see something, say something. And there's a story this morning in Inside Higher Ed about how the reduction in force and the layoffs at the Department of Education are affecting financial aid. That's important to know. So if you're seeing things on your campuses as far as federal policy goes, be sure to share those with your associations as well as your congressional delegations, so they know how these decisions being made in Washington are ultimately affecting your campuses, but most importantly, your students. Third, I would say, is, of course, budget for uncertainty, because there's going to be, if this reconciliation bill passes in the form that's taken right now or some similar form, this could have very wide-ranging and sweeping, I would say, implications for states and state budgets. And then fourth, looking for opportunities to reimagine the federal role in higher education. The Trump administration has made a lot of changes to the Department of Education. They're proposing much more sweeping changes in their budget. So seeing this as an opportunity to say, hey, you know, how can we reformat these programs? How can we do things better? How can the federal government best partner with states and systems and institutions to advance student goals? So those are what I would say as far as key observations go. Key goals, what I've seen, if I could suss out what the Trump administration and the GOP Congresses, what their overarching goals are this year. One, of course, is sharply reducing the federal role in higher education. And we've seen that. I know the Secretary has talked about getting education back to the states. Higher education, they haven't talked about as much. Higher education is going to stay in the federal government, but they want to talk about potentially ways to move that over to different parts of the federal government, such as Department of Labor, Department of Treasury, depending on the program. But they do want to reduce the federal footprint in higher education. Second is more accountability for public funds and direct deference to market-based forces. And we'll see that in the reconciliation package with the risk-sharing proposal. Third is more scrutiny, and we've seen this through a number of congressional hearings, is the focus on DEI, transgender students, combating anti-Semitism on campus, as well as foreign gifts, contracts, scholars, and students. So both on Capitol Hill as well as with the Trump administration, those areas I think that they've really honed in on in the last few months. Refocusing on skilled trades. So the administration has said that they want to commit to 1 million new apprenticeships. So they really want to go in that direction. As well as, lastly, a returning to student loan repayment. And this is going to, I think it's going to capture a lot more headlines in the weeks and months ahead as as the federal government collects on those student loans. Many of those student loans haven't been paid in many years. Some people have moved. They might not even know they have a federal student loan. So the administration is really committed to making sure that people pay back their federal student loans. So with that, I want to focus on Congress, executive branch, and judicial branch, but the one I really want to focus on right now is Congress. So if we could just get right into that with the next slide. So the budget reconciliation process. So this is different than the annual budget that that Congress goes through with the hearings and the like. This is on a parallel track. It has different rules. So one is that it does not require 60 senators. So it only requires a majority vote in the House and 51 votes in the Senate. So this is a partisan process. So this will be involving the Republicans because the Republicans control both the House, the Senate, and the White House. Second is a focus on mandatory programs. So the annual process is more focused on discretionary programs, which are about 26% or so of the federal budget. This process is about the 60% or so that is that what we call mandatory programs that don't go through that annual process. So this is Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, student loans. Social Security is exempt from this process, but it's really focused on making changes to those programs. And then lastly, this process must have a budgetary impact. So you can't just change policy if it doesn't have effect on taxes and revenues. So this is the way that they can advance President Trump's agenda. And so if we go to the next slide, the centerpiece of his agenda is advancing the 2017 tax cuts with additional spending for border security and defense. The House majority has sent instructions to the various committees on costs versus savings. So some committees, such as the Ways and Means Committee, which oversees tax, they have instructions on borrowing. Well, they're going to look for savings in other committees. So the total, what we're looking at here is over $4 trillion in the tax and spending. And then they're going to try to find savings of upwards of $2 trillion over 10 years, of course, in the other committees. So that's kind of how it goes. And then the push and pull right now is really between the more moderate members and the more conservative members about how much savings that they're going to take in versus how much is that we're going to have to add to the deficit. So this process is ongoing in the House of Representatives, and then it will go over to the Senate. So if we go to the next slide, I really, for the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to focus on the Education and Workforce Committee. I don't want to forget about the other areas, though, particularly the Medicaid one. Medicaid is they're looking at to make deep cuts to Medicaid, upwards of $880 billion over 10 years. That is a state-federal cost share program, and that could leave states having to make very difficult decisions about removing people from Medicaid, reducing benefits, or diverting spending from other programs within the state budget. We've seen over the past 20 to 30 years that higher education is most vulnerable to cuts if the states have to increase Medicaid spending. Medicaid spending used to be around 10% of the federal budget or state budgets in the early 90s. These days, it's upwards to about 19%. Higher education, meanwhile, has gone from about 14% to less than 10%. So there's been a shift in state spending toward Medicaid and away from higher education. And I'll also say for Montana, according to a recent Kaiser Family Foundation study that they put out just a few days ago, Montana would be one of the top 3 states affected by changes to Medicaid. So something that I just think is really important. Oftentimes it's flying under the radar in our discussions of this with respect to all the higher education provisions in there. If we go to the next slide. So this is just a breakdown from the Committee for a Responsible Budget about what committees are going to increase the deficit versus decrease the deficit. So you can see the Education and Workforce Committee down there coming in at $351 billion in savings. So you may ask yourself, okay, well, where is this $350 billion in savings coming from? We'll go through it, but the nearly $300 billion of it is going to be coming from the student loan repayment programs, particularly retiring the Biden administration's SAVE program and consolidating the student loan repayment programs. But if we go to the next slide, I'll walk through some of the provisions that are in here. Student aid eligibility, so it tightens language on non-citizens and their access to federal student aid, as well as changes to need analysis. So we know that cost of attendance minus student aid index, and then that results in the amount of federal student aid you can get. This would change that to say the median cost of attendance for the same program of study nationally. So that would be a large change. They don't see it having a large effect on the deficit simply because the loan limits are currently lower than the median cost on a lot of these programs. But that would be a big change. It also would restore family farm and small business exemption in the FAFSA, something that Shia has fought for. I know when Senator Tester was on the Hill, he fought for this as well. So that is a provision that we welcome. Loan limits, it would make changes to undergraduate student loans. So right now, you have subsidized and unsubsidized undergraduate student loans. This would get rid of the subsidized undergraduate student loans so that interest would be accruing as they're in school. It also ends the Grad Plus program, so that affects graduate students. On loan caps, so the loan caps would now have hard caps on them. So if you're an undergraduate, the caps would be set at $50,000. If you're a graduate student, it would be at $100,000. Professional students are at $150,000. No student will be able to get more than $200,000 throughout their college career in federal student loans. And if we go to the next slide, Parent Plus loans, I know for years that they've wanted to put caps on that. So they put a cap on that of $50,000. And then I do want to get into loan repayment. So this is for loans after July 1 of 2026. They would just have 2 repayment programs. Right now they have many of them. This would just go to 2 programs, a standard repayment program and a repayment assistance program. We go to the next slide. And then there's different provisions in there about public service loan forgiveness, loan rehabilitation, economic hardships, and reduced forbearance, as well as student loan servicing. But the bulk of the savings is going to be coming from consolidating these student loan programs into 2 and retiring the Biden-era SAVE plan. The one I think that's gotten a lot of interest in higher education, and I do want to highlight it, is Pell. So with the Pell Grant program, the definition of a full-time student would now be 30 credits a year. Right now, it's 12 credits a semester and the like, but this would be 30 credits a year, and students would be ineligible if they are less than half-time. So that would be 7.5 credits per semester, 15 credits. They would not be eligible for student loans. So the American Council on Education ran the numbers. They say it's 700,000 students nationwide would be affected by this. Many students would have their Pell Grants reduced. There was an analysis the other day, about 20% of students are under that less than half time. So they would not be eligible for Pell Grants under this proposal. And then just to finish up here on the budget reconciliation side, they did add in workforce Pell. So this is for programs that are between 8 and 15 weeks, so very short-term programs that are related to the workforce. And then they do provide some additional funding to reduce the Pell Grant shortfall. So the Pell Grant, because more people are applying for Pell because of the FAFSA simplification, Pell is looking at a long-term shortfall over the next 10 years. So they do provide some funding to address that Pell Grant shortfall. And then on accountability, they do include a risk-sharing accountability program. So institutions would be on the hook for a share of their unpaid student loans. And then they would use some of that funding for campus-based aid programs for institutions that are higher performing. So that's something that has been talked about for over a decade, it's a more complicated formula for how they get at the risk-sharing program, but that is something that the GOP has been wanting to include for years. And then lastly, there would be regulatory relief, so 90-10 rule, so that applies to for-profit colleges. No more than 90% of their aid can come from from either veterans benefits or federal student aid. It would also end gainful employment, so that is pertains to career education programs, mostly in the for-profit college sector, and then ends the Biden-era borrower defense and closed school discharge. So those are just, that's a sweeping, if this was enacted, it would be the largest changes for higher education in a generation. It does still have to pass the House. They're close to getting it through the House, and it also has to pass the Senate. I know the Senate has some of their own ideas on risk sharing and the like, but this is something that I think is most important for the higher education community right now. If we go to the next slide, we'll now switch gears to the FY26 appropriations process, just because I know there's been a lot of concern about this. So we did pass a full year continuing resolution to get us funded through FY25. So that's through the remainder of this fiscal year. And then they kickstarted the process with what they call a skinny budget for FY26, just outlining some of their broad ideas from the Trump administration, things that they would like to see the federal budget have in it. So if we go to the next slide, it would eliminate a number of higher education programs. TRIO, Gear Up, Federal Work Study would be cut by 80%. SEOG would be gone. The FIPSI program, which funds innovative programs in higher education, that would be gone, as well as the Strengthening Institutions program. And if we go to the next slide, teacher quality partnerships, child care for parents and schools, the Office of Civil Rights. So this is just a budget blueprint. This has to go through the process. I know the secretary is right now, she is testifying on Capitol Hill about their budget. But this is something, again, that's going to have to require 60 votes. And as they say, the president proposes, the Congress disposes. So there's still a long way to go in that process. And if we just switch gears now to the executive branch, the reduction in force, as I mentioned earlier, they laid off about 40% of the staff at the Department of Education, including Federal Student Aid, Office of Civil Rights, Institute for Education Sciences, so that's the data arm. The DEI letter, that's gotten a lot of scrutiny. That's went out earlier this year, and that's been met with legal challenges. Monitoring of foreign gifts and contracts, that's going to be beefed up. Canceled grants, so they've canceled teacher training grants, Fulbright-Hays grants. Of course, this is just the Department of Education. There have been canceled grants all throughout the federal government. A return to repayment that I mentioned earlier. And then they're also pursuing regulatory changes to the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program and are working to combat anti-Semitism. If we go to the next slide, Outside of the Department of Education, we're seeing increased scrutiny of foreign student activities, as well as caps on indirect costs. So National Science Foundation, National Institutes of Health, NIH, as well as the U.S. Department of Energy. All of these have been challenged in court right now, so it looks like there have been some injunctions that will block this, at least temporarily, from going in place. But this is something that the administration is pursuing. So the indirect costs for those administrative costs associated with grants average around 27, 28%. It oftentimes doesn't cover the full cost of a grant. This would ratchet that down to a hard cap of 15%. So, and I believe they just added the Department of Defense too. So again, looking throughout the government as to cap those indirect costs. And then lastly, a travel ban is being developed right now. We've heard about that. We've seen in the New York Times some initial countries that would be on that, but that is still in draft mode and that is not formalized yet. And then just continuing on, executive orders. So there, of course, the DEI executive order. There was one on keeping men out of women's sports in the context of Title IX. One on information and the federal government getting comprehensive data from all state programs that receive federal funding. We've not seen any more information or guidance about that. And if we go to the next slide, the March 20th executive order was about closing the Department of Education. Again, that would require an act of Congress to do. And I've asked, again, the administration, would higher education be included in that? And they said that they have no plans to return higher education to the states. And then repealing unlawful regulations. So we have not received any guidance on that. And if we go to the next slide, I do want to focus in on the foreign gifts and contracts. So they want to increase transparency on that, as well as streamline federal workforce programs. So those are just a few. There's been a lot of them. If we go to the next slide, I think there's a few more. Accreditation as well. So this would eliminate DEI and accreditation, as well as focused on student-focused accreditation principles, and I have them listed there. And they also put out new guidance as far as change, if institutions want to change it, accreditors, and trying to ease that process. So that went out at the beginning of the month. And then if we go to the final slide, judicial branch. So a lot of these actions, particularly the executive orders, are being challenged in court right now. So a lot more to be talked about on that front in the next few months. But on the research grants, indirect costs that I mentioned earlier, DEI, efforts to dissolve the Department of Education, the cuts to the data arm of the Department of Education, students that have been detained by ICE, all of these have been challenged in federal court. So we'll have to see how that all shakes out. And with that, I know I'm over time right now. I do put out a daily policy update if anyone's interested in subscribing to that. And I think I have my email and contact information, but I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thanks, Tom. As I mentioned, lots and lots going on. Obviously, we continue to track that. Tom continues to track it on a daily basis. They do, for SHIO members, which we are, as Tom mentioned, have a newsletter and other things that you can participate in, board members, if you wish to stay kind of connected on this front. It changes often. A little bit challenging on the brain cells to follow, but we'll find the end at some point, and we'll get guidance on many of these. And as I said in our March meeting, I still think there's opportunity there. Played right, worked with our, and if we work with our delegation to make sure things that we need are protected in Montana, I think there's opportunity. We don't have a ton of time. We're sort of over budgeted, but happy to have Tom take questions if anybody has anything for now, or He can also take questions on email and every other venue available. Mr. Chair?
Any questions for Tom?
Regent Bow.
Tom, I think Regent Bow here. Just a question regarding interactions, as you see with other states, right? Because you see presumably a majority of the 50 states, and how interactions between the university systems and the legislative delegation in DC can be most useful, and how you can guide us on timing of making calls to those participants, to those legislators.
Right, a great question. I would say for the reconciliation package, now is the time. If you were to make those calls, of course the Senate has to go through it, but I would say just telling the story of your institution and how those changes on the ground level, whether it be on Pell Grants or other facets of the reconciliation bill. These are our students. This is what the student makeup is in our university. These are the numbers. We've crunched the numbers, and this is how it would affect our students. So I think really telling the story from that perspective, I think, and also sharing with your associations all of that information, I think that is just invaluable. So I just encourage folks to get active right now, because if this bill passes, it will have sweeping effects for higher education for the years ahead.
Regent Bell, the other thing I would add to that is I have asked your staff at the Commissioner's office to sort of put together a Montana version of how we see those things affected. Likely there will be changes. We know that. We won't end up with everything that we currently have. Fine. I think trying to prioritize how those best fit, where does Pell stack up against, or how do these things compare? I think we'll have that list available to all of you very soon, and we can provide that to Tom and his insight, but also make those calls on our end as well.
Okay. And I guess maybe it seems that one of the areas we're most at risk at is on the Medicaid side. But as our legislature, doesn't meet again for another 2 years, how does that factor into any of our decision making? I guess would just be an item to add to the list.
Yeah, it's probably beyond me a long ways to guess on that. I mean, certainly that was the talk at the end of the session, is what might happen. I think states that meet every year already considering would there have to be a special session or something to deal with changes to Medicaid that would affect the rest of the budget at large. So I think that's in the hands of the governor and legislative powers that be. But if there would be significant changes, they may have to come back together to deal with those changes.
Thank you.
Okay. Tom, thanks again for spending time with us. Very much appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Okay. We have Deputy Commissioner Hollenbaugh somewhere in the world. There he is. Give us a few highlights. We'll also have some time during the Budget Committee to talk about these more specifically. You've been through a number of them. We'll move very quickly here, but Deputy Commissioner Hollenbaugh.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Real quickly on the legislative session front, the session is now being finished. Our state budget is decidedly more stable than what we're seeing at the federal level. So as not to have too much of a foray into what Deputy Commissioner Trevor and Teal will be doing later on in their detailed reports, let me just give you a little status update on the big policy bills that we have. House Bill 2 and House Bill 5, that is House Bill 2 is the budget, House Bill 5 is the LRBP program bills. They remain in the legislative process still. They have not transmitted to the governor for any signature or consideration, but House Bill 10, the Long Range Information Technology Bill, and House Bill 13, the State Employee Pay Plan, have transmitted to the governor, and he has signed both bills, and they are now law. So those two of those four very important policy bills for us are through the process and signed, and we're just waiting. No worries about House Bill 2 or House Bill 5. Since they passed relatively late in the legislative session, they just get mired up in all of the processing of the bills towards the end of the session, and they'll just work their way through the system in the next couple of days. We should see those pop out and get down to the governor's desk. Mr. Commissioner, you did reference some interim committees that are coming up. No sooner than the legislature leaves do they start their interim committee process. There will be 3 interim committees that we will be dealing with directly. They are the Finance Committee, the Education Interim Committee, and the School Funding Interim Commission. The Finance Committee has already had their organizational meeting that will be chaired by Senator Kastmeyer with the Vice Chair of Representative Paul Tuss. That's where we'll be discussing all of the follow-ups on the appropriations and everything received through House Bill 2. The Education Committee will handle some policy issues. And of course, the School Funding Interim Commission is a decennial study of school funding. The Regents do have a statutory seat on that commission, and as they move forward with their organizational efforts, they'll be doing some contact with us so we can make sure we have our representation on that commission. But finally, I guess, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, if I might take a moment here to just offer a few thank yous to folks for the session. First, to my colleagues, the other 2 lobbyists for the Montana University System, Tracy Ellig and Dave Kuntz. I could not have done the session without their help and their ability to help with some traffic control and making sure we coordinated all of the testimony for all of the various committees that were requesting us to appear. Thank you very much to both Tracy and Dave for all of your support and counseling through the session. And I really would have to say a special thanks to our very own director, Leanne Kurtz, for not only keeping us all organized through the daily meetings and bill tracking with that new wonderful bill tracking system, and also with those delightful Friday afternoon updates that kept us all abreast of what was going on in session. So thank you very much for all of your assistance there. And finally, I think most importantly, Mr. Chairman, to the students who really showed up in force this legislative session. Now, President Cruzado, President Bodnar, I know we've all heard you talk very passionately about how we support our students and how we educate our sons and daughters, and how we celebrate not those students who we keep out, but we celebrate those students who have chosen to come to the Montana University System to receive their education and to further their future themselves and their education. But the student governments and their 3 lobbyists, they are Emmett Jeske, who represented the Montana Associated Students, Hope Morrison from the Associated Students of the University of Montana, and Isabel Watson from the Associated Students of Montana State University. Not only did they enjoy their own successes in the legislative session, the surrounding housing and the environment issues, and even defense of the student regent position, but they stood side by side with us through House Bill 2, House Bill 5, and most importantly, House Bill 13. And their full-throated support of the faculty and staff and those that support them through the efforts that they made with House Bill 13 is truly a testament to them recognizing what the university system provides for them, and they stood up and really rose to the challenge and made a difference this legislative session. So I'd really like to thank them. And while Hope and Izzy were unable to be with us today, I know Emmett Jeske is here. And Emmett, if I could ask you to come forward, we do have a small gift as a token of appreciation of your efforts in lobbying this legislative session. So Emmett. We also have a letter from the commissioner. So if you stick around after the break, we'll get a picture during the break. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, that's my update for you. And if you have any questions, I'll be willing to take them at this time.
Thank you. The only other 2 that get added to that list, of course, you, Deputy Commissioner, we remain bewildered at. Other people have done this job. The enthusiasm that you bring to it still confuses some of us kind of old schoolers a little bit, but you did it. You did fantastic, keeping us all organized on track. Thank you very much for that. And your sidekick, Leanne Kurtz, who provided the weekly updates and helped track all these bills. Thanks to both of you as well. Any thoughts, questions, follow-ups on this? Okay. Mr. Chair, we have the Regents Award of Excellence. It seems fitting that we would hand it back to the chair of the board to present those, if you would.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I'd invite Kat Crowley and Sherry Johannes to the podium to be recognized. Fellow Regents, we have a valued tradition in our system anchored in Board of Regents Policy 780 of recognizing up to 2 campus staff members every spring with the Regents Award of Excellence. Employees' efforts that go above and beyond normal job expectations are a hallmark of this award. With significant input and nominations from staff Senate members from across the system, and upon the enthusiastic recommendation of Commissioner Christian, we've identified 2 highly qualified award recipients who embody the kind of excellence on campus that warrants this high level of recognition. I'm pleased to present the 2025 Regents Award of Excellence to Dr. Sherry Johannes, Executive Director of the Office of Academic Success and Director of the Registrar's Office at MSU Billings, and to Kat Crowley, Program Manager for ASUM Bare Necessities. Join me in a quick ovation recognizing them. Sherry stands out as an indispensable leader whose impact reaches every corner of MSU Billings. In addition to her regular position duties, she wears many hats, including mentor, innovative leader, and trusted advocate. At MSUB, Sherry is considered by her peers to be the glue that holds the processes together and the engine that drives campus success. Sherry's leadership in launching MSUB's dual enrollment partnership with a local charter school, expanded educational access for high school students, and forged stronger ties between local schools and their college, directly benefiting the wider community. Sherry's role in managing MSUB's response to complex federal reporting requirements and in leading a successful provost search further demonstrates her ability to navigate high-stakes cross-campus projects with excellence. Beyond these achievements, Sherry fosters a collaborative, inclusive culture, mentoring staff, supporting colleagues, and championing professional development. Her work routinely exceeds expectations, epitomizing the university's missions and values through fairness, open communication, and a commitment to continuous improvement. On behalf of the Board of Regents, congratulations, Sherry. Well done and well deserved. Our next award recipient, Kat Crowley, has earned this recognition for demonstrating outstanding leadership and commitment in supporting those with basic needs and food insecurity on campus and across Montana. Kat's leadership in organizing a statewide food drive that raised over 1.3 million pounds of food and dollars to fight hunger is especially significant, given the recent increase in food insecurity and cuts to federal food assistance programs impacting Montana food banks. This initiative not only provided direct relief to students and staff facing hardships, but also united diverse groups, students, staff, and community members for a common cause, showcasing Kat's exceptional ability to mobilize and inspire others. In addition, Kat's advocacy on shared governance elevates staff voices and promotes a compassionate and inclusive campus community. Kat's work has made a measurable impact, reducing food insecurity and fostering a supportive campus environment, making her a truly deserving recipient of this recognition. Kat, on behalf of the Board of Regents, congratulations to you. You are truly making a difference. As we take a moment to recognize this impact, we'll ask Kat and Sherry to share a few comments, and then members of the board at the completion of those comments, if we join these 2 ladies up in front here, get a picture with us as they receive their awards. Kat, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry. It is Cowley, C-O-W-L-E-Y.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you all. I'm very grateful to be here today and to be honored as one of the recipients of the Regents Award for Excellence. For so many reasons, it's been an incredibly difficult year to work in housing and food justice, especially on college campuses. And we know, based on the report we just heard, a lot harder years are coming. So I'm excited to be in partnership with you all to address those issues. While food drives, short-term emergency funding, and coordinated case management can address student need in the short term, and make no mistake, I'm incredibly proud to be doing this work. I come from a long legacy of social workers in my family, and I'm proud to have joined their ranks. We have so much more to do, and we likely have to get more creative in the coming years to address the root causes of student basic needs and security. Again, based on that previous report, which that timing could not have been better. I'm excited for the opportunity to continue collaborating with the folks in this room and across Montana to take the next steps to ensure that student bellies are full and that stable housing is available to all students and their families. In particular, I'm dedicated to providing support to marginalized communities and peoples in Montana, including queer, trans, and two-spirit individuals, Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And I hope each and every one of you holding power in this room are ready to do that work with me. Thank you so much.
Short girl. Thank you, Regent Buchanan, and thank you also for joining us at the recent MSU Billings commencement. I always appreciate your support. Commissioner Christian, members of the board, Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education staff, Montana University System Staff Association, campus leaders, colleagues, students, and guests, and my MSUB family. I am honored and humbled to be recognized for serving Montana's higher education community. I consider myself extremely fortunate every day to work with people who are invested in the future of our students, campuses, communities, and this great state. I landed on a college campus of the Montana University System at 18, and I've never left. I'm inspired daily by fellow staff, faculty, administrators, and students and the work that we do. I appreciate the grace I have been given when I show that love through direct communication, authenticity, and passion. What did you call it this morning, Ange? The Sherry test? I am truly here because of the dedication, loyalty, longevity, passion, and grit of my team and my trusted colleagues at MSU Billings and around the state. Their hard work and daily service to everyone on campus, and most especially our students, has afforded me many opportunities over the years. My success is due to their efforts. This honor is their honor. In addition to my passion for education, I have deep roots in agriculture. I am the proud spouse of a Montana rancher and a parent of two fifth-generation Montana cowboys. I believe deeply in the FFA, Future Farmers of America organization, and its intracurricular nature. As such, I lean into FFA for some parting thoughts, as each meeting they have is closed with these words. As we mingle with others, let us be diligent in labor, just in our dealings, courteous to everyone, and above all, honest and fair in the game of life. Thank you again.
Congratulations.
Thank you, and congratulations to both. We now have a presentation from Director Lemon on the enrollment report.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'll be brief. I know we need to get back on schedule. So the good news is all of this information is available at mus.edu and our data and enrollment tabs there. So I don't need to belabor the points too in depth today. I do think there's some excellent news, though. I think looking at the two main enrollment reports we give throughout the year. First is in the fall. We look at the fall incoming class, obviously very closely. And then we've got the spring report, which is the fiscal year, and that is the culmination of a few semesters. That's For purposes of this report, we've got summer 2024, fall 2024, and then the most current, but not finalized, spring enrollment here for 2025. And this is the full-time equivalency, looking at an overall picture for the Montana University system. And we've got some good increases here. Overall, we're up 2.2% as a system, which you can see on the chart here over the run rate we've got on the screen to see that dip in COVID and actually decline before that to start to come back up, and these trends continue to increase. We're incredibly encouraged by that at 35,257 FTE for the system in the fiscal year 25. The resident picture, obviously something we're laser focused on as well. Encouraged to see these gains. We talked a lot about in fall, and I've got a slide just to show, I think, where we are focused and where it is important to continue to keep that focus on the resident population, but also some great increases from non-resident students and other areas were actually up everywhere but WUI. And so to see that continue to progress in the right direction, again, encouraging news for us as a system. And then by campus, so I won't belabor this and get into every single campus individually. The one point I do want to make is that to see virtually every campus up in fiscal year 24 to 25 or flat, relatively flat, is something that we obviously are keeping an eye on, but we're really excited to demonstrate that growth and frankly the bounce back as we continue to advocate for post-secondary education here in the state of Montana. So all this is available, but campus by campus, it's really good to see the breakout. Strong gains in 2-year as well. So if we add up our 2-year enrollments and 4-year enrollments, something that we haven't seen in many years back to back. So just taking a quick snapshot back to fall and why this is important. So we know every year we've got students that don't persist. We don't retain every single student from semester to semester, and the best part about the work we get to do is seeing graduation, but those students do leave the system and the total counts. And so the fall semester is incredibly important for us, and this is where we need to continue to focus as we transition into fall for the next incoming class to show up in the Montana University system. And as we reported back in November, some great gains there to see the largest class coming in the Montana University system for freshmen. Retention rates look well poised to show some good gains there too. So we're excited to see the freshman population matriculate through the system, and hopefully these students will get to graduation as well. How do we sort of monitor the incoming class? And I've only got one slide here on applications. I've talked about this quite a bit. If the board remembers, we are transitioning toward the central application being the only place for Montanans to apply. That'll be July 1 this year. We're getting ready for our 6th cycle of the central application here in the state of Montana, which I don't know where the time's going, but it's working incredibly well. We're excited to show this application growth gain. That top line is the incoming class for fall 25 through Apply Montana or the central application here for the state. So you can see these jumps in adoption rate, but you can also see the application growth as the single greatest leading indicator for us to look at fall enrollment and that semester as we monitor that overall. So just want to show the incremental growth we've had in the application front, and I can certainly come back in September and give more in-depth finalized application numbers to the board. Some not great news, but great news, I guess, in the same couple slides I'll have here. And that's the total high school graduation for the nation. And looking at Montana, we are expected to actually grow our high school graduate population. This is certainly a critical area for us to look at and focus. You hear so much about the enrollment cliff and what's going on here, but if you look at all the way out to 2036, we're going to be up and then a little bit down and then back up again. And then we're going to see a substantial drop-off in our high school population in Montana, but also nationally. So I wanted to show from a national perspective, we're going to grow over a 10-year run rate. Montana is going to be up 8% in high school graduates. You can see where other states are going to have a really difficult time looking at more students, less students to actually have come to their state. At the bottom graph, you can see a 6% national decline in 10 years for high school graduates coming through from a national perspective. This is important for us, I've said in other meetings too, because we need to focus certainly on our resident population here in Montana. But if I'm a red state and I'm a VP for enrollment in another state, I'm likely going to look to go to a state that's up or has more high school graduates as well. Montana's not immune to that. And so if you can see an opportunity for us to pay more attention to being that destination for Montana residents to stay in our state, it's going to become increasingly difficult to sort of fend off other states from coming in and trying to recruit our high school graduates to leave the state and go elsewhere. So I wanted to paint this picture. Overall, it's great for Montana that we're poised to have more high school graduates overall, but there's a national decline that's going to continue to get worse over the next 10 years, down as much as 6%. So I wanted to paint that as well. Lastly, just looking at the value proposition in post-secondary education. I put the slide up. We've talked about it a couple times. I'll continue to do it, and it is really that return on investment for our students to look at degree attained and what that means from an earnings perspective, but also from recession-proofing one with a higher degree attainment there. And you can see the two charts. The difference is clear. This is 2023 in the numbers that suggest how much more a student can earn when they graduate with a credential. This is a national outlook at this. And then, how immune are you to a recession? And a lot of the young folks we have on our campuses today, they don't remember 2008, right? But a lot of people in this room do. And even before that, what does that mean when there's less jobs out there and times get economically more challenging in our state, but also nationally? You're a lot less likely to be unemployed in those times too. And so we just continue to hammer this home with the amount of marketing and communication we do across the state to the value of the post-secondary education and certainly the Montana University system. So wanted to close with that. And Mr. Commissioner, I'm happy to stand for any questions if you have them.
Thank you for that. I find some encouragement in those. I think the other thing that we talked about a lot, going back to a few years, and that's sort of the genesis for Montana 10, for the portal, for the Common App, the rest is and we need to do a better job capturing more students. And I think that task still remains in front of us. We're making some headway, but there's lots and lots of ground to be made there. Figuring out how we can attract more of that 40% that stops out after high school into some post-secondary education, credentials or well beyond, it doesn't matter. They're all incredibly helpful, and you can see from that last chart, some college no degrees, even more and more and more, and we just need to find a way to attract a larger cohort into the organization for the benefit of the state, workforce needs, but also for those individuals. Any questions for Director Lemon? Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Mr. Chair, the campus reports are posted. Encourage everyone to read those. We have a few introductions and one acknowledgement. Sometimes the acknowledgements need more than just a passing note within my comments, so call on Jane Karras, if she would, to add a special thanks.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Commissioner Christian, on behalf of the community colleges, I want to first thank Commissioner Christian, since the community colleges, although we're not MUS campuses, we do, as you all know, are closely aligned and work together. And during this legislative session, there were a number of issues with the community college funding formula. And although it was arbitrarily changed, unfortunately, and decreased some of our funding, it was not without a lot of effort. And I want to especially acknowledge Shauna Lyons from the Commissioner's Office for her knowledge, her communication skills, her political acumen, her relationship with legislators, and all that she was able to do to help at any time work with the community colleges to help the legislators better understand the community college funding formula. So thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Shauna, for all that you did to help us and to help try to help those legislators understand some of the challenges that we're facing, and for your holistic view in trying to explain a very complicated formula and its unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thanks, President Karras, and thanks, Shauna, for all you've done during the session. We have a couple introductions. I think, President Cruzado, do you have one? I've got a maybe, maybe not.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Commissioner, members of the board, I'm very happy to announce that Dr. Deborah Haynes has been appointed Dean of the Graduate School at Montana State University. Dean Haynes comes to us with a very vast trajectory at Montana State University. She has been a faculty member in the College of Education, Health and Human Development, where she served also as department head in Health and Human Relationships, Health and Human Performance, I'm sorry. And then we have been using her many talents extensively. When Dr. Miley Gonzalez died, when he was Dean of International Programs, Dr. Haynes actually interrupted her plans, her sabbatical plans, and she came to help us. Little did we know that just a few months later we would have a pandemic in our hands. And so she deftly handled that situation with the help of the wonderful people of the MSU Office of International Programs. Also, Deb was very intimately involved during the last 7-year accreditation review process. She wrote a substantive part of that report, and in large measure, thanks to that, we had a very successful visit. And so, given her passion for students, her deep understanding of graduate programs, the deep needs of international students, we thought that Deb is the right person for these challenging times that we're living. So we welcome Dr. Haynes to her new role.
Thank you, President, and welcome, Dr. Haynes. I believe Chancellor Kegel has an introduction.
I do, thank you. Commissioner Christian and Regents, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Lindsay Brandt Bennett, Vice Chancellor of Enrollment Management at MSU Northern. In this role, Dr. Bryant oversees recruiting, financial aid, accessibility services, Perkins, student support services, Veterans Upward Bound, and the Sawney River Institute, as well as the Sponsored Programs Office. Dr. Bryant Bennett has held several roles over the past 10 years at MSU Northern, including Dean of Learning Excellence in Sponsored Programs and Director of the Office of Teaching and Learning. In these roles, she oversaw the shift from virtual instruction during COVID-19, Northern's transition to the Canvas Learning Management System, and the development of sponsored programs. She has a strong foundation in institutional data and has served as the leader of MSU Northern's Institutional Assessment Committee. Originally from Havre, Montana, Dr. Bryant holds an MA in Modern Languages and Literature from the University of Montana and a joint PhD in German Studies from Duke University and the University of North Carolina. Dr. Brandt, could you wave at the group?
Welcome, Dr. Brandt Bennett. Thank you. Thanks, Chancellor Kegel. Mr. Chair, I believe that completes our report.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thanks for everybody who contributed in sharing and preparing that report. Superintendent Hedlund, we've set aside for some comments from your office. Welcome and thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me. I am excited to be here and learn more about the otters. It was very nice to get to visit with the student representatives here and all of you last night and this morning. So I just want to start out by saying thank you so much to all of you for the warm welcoming and for the opportunity to collaborate and begin working together. This is a great time of year to reflect on the truly life-changing work that all of you do. I got to attend a graduation last weekend, and it was so incredible and such an honor to watch a student that I had taught in kindergarten, 3rd grade, and 5th grade. She had the luck of having me 3 times, and to watch her, walk that stage and get her double major in 3 years was pretty incredible accomplishment, and it was exciting to be invited by her family to participate in that great day. So thank you for all of that incredible work. I was also here last week with the Board of Public Ed, with some of you as well, and I'm excited to see Regent Hoyer here. She's incredible and doing great work in Great Falls as well. And another inspiring story was just visiting with some of the students at the high school, and one of the students was considering dropping out, and one of his friends had beaded a cap for him. And because of that cap that he had done the beading on, the student decided to, make the commitment to stay, and they created a pact. He said, "I'll come if you're going to be here." So I learned from the principal at the high school at Paris Gibson that their attendance has been phenomenal ever since, and they will be graduating together. So it was really nice to shake their hands and hear their story and get to visit with them. I want to just touch briefly on legislation as well. It was great to stand with you as partners. I was proud to do so. I appreciated the work of Joe Teal, Jackie Treaster, and all of you as we advocated for education, P20, as we advocated for funding for the ACT, and to make sure that educators have a strong voice as we build the relationships between industry and education. So thank you for your support and standing with me to ensure our funding continues. And we have many things still in the works, as all of you know. We were very thankful to have the STARS Act come into play. It's just one step in the future of recruitment and retention of teachers, making sure that we elevate and honor our profession and pay our educators that starting wage that they truly need. But it goes beyond that. We've heard from educators, and thank you to Dr. McLean and many of you and the college presidents for inviting me to join in those conversations with our future educators. We know that there's some burnout and that things have changed in the field and that the classroom landscape is different and that students truly need more in behavior management and practices and routines to put in place. School safety has changed and the mental health needs of our students have changed. So I'm excited to work together with all of you. I'm looking forward to the meetings that we have set up to talk about how we can transform those programs and truly prepare those teachers in partnership to meet the needs and give them what they need to be successful. So those conversations are happening, and we're really looking forward to that moving forward. One of the ways that we can make a big difference in this is by giving those students more hands-on opportunity and chance to learn from those master teachers. So expanding the apprenticeship programs and residency programs where we don't just student teach for a semester, but they have a full year to gain that experience and to participate in those meetings and interact with those students is one way that I believe we'll be able to turn the corner in that. We also advocated for additional funding for the Montana Advisory Council of Indian Education, which we're hopeful to receive. I truly believe that that is important work and that we need to utilize that council as we move forward and make sure that our Indian education standards and teaching of our tribal nations and culture is woven throughout our curriculum and education. We are excited about the direct enrollment opportunities that we're going to have with the ACT and our partnership going forward. Our teams have been working seamlessly between the OPI and the Commissioner's Office to put many of these things into place. So students will get that notification that they have an opportunity to attend our local colleges and universities, and they will have that hope and inspiration that they might not have known was an opportunity. So we are excited to partner with all of you on that. I also want to thank all of you for the work you've done to help take down the barriers and not just work with your local schools in your area, but across the state to provide opportunities to all students. Dr. Slinger, for example, offered up classes from Miles City Community College to Townsend, and we were able to have students take classes in egg business, for example, something that they were very passionate about and interested in, who may have, said to me that I might not even finish high school. I'm just going to go work on the family ranch or farm. And then they were able to take a course that they found interesting and said, now I have that credit. You know what? I might go get a 2-year degree, and I might be even more helpful to my family when I return from that. So these are truly opportunities that are opening doors and changing the future of our students. And I thank you for the partnership on those. I also wanted to mention, if you haven't had a chance to visit the Core Charter School here in Great Falls, it is an incredible program, and to see those high school students getting that teaching opportunity and experience alongside of our college educator prep students with master teachers is phenomenal. What is happening in those classrooms in the special education room, it was just a great day and really inspiring when I got to visit that program. And we are also working on the paraprofessional pathways together. So we have many para-educators that now have that opportunity to earn their education degree. I am excited about that opportunity as well as the mentoring programs that we have in place. And we have a great mentorship partnership set up with you guys to mentor all of our local teachers as well as our teachers that we have many teachers right now from the Philippines. So I appreciate the colleges stepping up and helping us mentor them and connect them to our communities. As far as a federal funding update goes, I just want to let you know that I will continue to advocate for Montana. I have been to DC on 2 occasions. I have made sure that I have a loud voice and shared what is important to Montana and how important our different funding streams are and what matter to us, how unique our landscape is, our rural nature, and our demographics. So I will continue to advocate for funding and what's important to our schools in Montana. We are a member at OPI with CCSSO. That's our organization. As you guys heard from yours earlier, Peter Zamora is our federal contact. And so we are in regular communication. Later this afternoon, I'll step out for a call with them as we receive our federal updates weekly as the state chiefs. And while I'm there, those are incredible opportunities. As you know how important it is for all of us to continue learning in our professional development. Those opportunities are great for us to learn what other states are doing and doing well, and also share out about what we have going on in Montana. So I'm excited to be a member of that organization and partner with them. We have recently, just last week, received our IDEA funds, our special education funds from the Department of Education, and we were level funded for special education. We also received our Title 1A funds. Usually we receive multiple title funding streams at once. As of now, we have received Title 1A individually, but it was also level funded. The funding formula did change, so more schools are eligible for title funding. However, the allocation remained the same, so we might just see an adjustment across the states in what schools receive, as more schools will be eligible under the new formula. As you talked about, some formula changes at the college level as well. With data modernization, I'm excited to take on this challenge. I know OPI had delayed some of the work in the past of making sure that we can share data. I know how powerful data and research are to our work. I know that we need to make data-driven decisions to truly transform our P20 education system. And I'm happy to be here as a willing partner. We have already made great gains and progress, so we will be able to truly take a look at some of the things that we've been talking about for many years. Like, what is that recipe for success for a student to be ready for college level math and not need remedial math? What can we do in middle school and high school to make sure we get there? So now that we're able to share our data, we'll be able to do some of these case studies that we've been talking about for many years. So I'm looking forward to that work and thank all of you for that. Dr. McLean has participated in our Board of Public Ed meetings and just been great in listening and helping further our work in our math and ELA standards that have been recently updated. And I appreciate the open lines of communication about accreditation. We will continue to work with you on accrediting the universities in partnership. And I want to mention a couple of staff members as well. Ron Whitmer has been my deputy superintendent, and he was great to step up and support me in that weird time of year for school leaders in the middle of the school year. And so I was thankful for him to come out of retirement. He does truly want to be retired. However, he's very passionate about his work in supporting the sport of rodeo in Montana and wanting to be with his grandchildren. So he will be leaving, and I will be introducing a new deputy superintendent soon. And I'm honored to have Dylan Clapmeyer here with me today and joining the team. We are very excited about the relationship we have had with you guys for many years and will continue. So thankful to have him on board, and truly believe this is an opportunity for us to turn the corner, continue to build on our relationship, and increase support to schools, students, and families of Montana. Thank you for your time today.
Superintendent Hedlund, thank you so much. I know that I speak for our board. We share in the optimism and enthusiasm about where we're headed working together, and thank you. And looking at Dylan. Dylan, we're excited to keep you in the fold. I was a little tongue-tied this morning when we were looking for the governor's rep. I assumed you were here representing him, but thank you for transitioning this relationship and your skills to join Superintendent Hedlund and the good work in front of you. Thank you very much. Any questions for Superintendent Hedlund? Okay, excellent. Thanks again, Susie, for joining us. We'd penciled in a break, but in deferring to Chairman Dombrowski from the Budget Committee, we'll encourage you to take a break at your own timing while we move right into a very heavy budget discussion today. And I do want to draw just a tad of attention and gratitude towards Regent Dombrowski for your work. The quick turnaround time from what we found in the legislative process to where we are to deliberate our biennial budget is not lost on us. The work has been immense, and we're excited to dive in. And I yield to your leadership, Chairman Dombrowski. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I nod my head at you, but really the work is standing right there in Tyler Trevor and his staff. And so I just want to acknowledge, actually, not only Deputy Commissioner Trevor, but Commissioner Christian as well in the legislative session. And actually, President Bodner last night at dinner put it so well, so succinctly, that really without the foundational work of the two of you throughout the years, we really wouldn't have found us to be in the really wonderful space that we're in. We are grateful for it, and we take it very seriously in terms of your commitment and then our commitment to make sure that we achieve the goals that are set forth. So rather than sort of go back and forth, I am just going to turn it right over to Deputy Commissioner Trevor and just to lead us through, because it doesn't make any sense for me to say yes, no, when in fact it would be more efficient if you did it. But I will remind you that the budget and all that work that you've done is extremely important, so do not rush. And I would encourage the Regents to ask questions if you need to, because this is the basis for our next 2 years, and it does reflect excellent leadership and work. And I really want to make sure we have the time or spend the time that's necessary. So, with that, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for that advice. I need to be reminded of that, not just when I present this, but pretty much in everything else I do. So I will take that to heart, and don't hesitate to interrupt and ask questions along the way, particularly when we get to the action item A, the big item in front of us today. But before we do that, I would mention that we do have a consent agenda here. It is populated by what we deem as kind of operational facilities items that don't really raise to the level of a full-blown action item, but are needed to be passed in order to just continue our operations. And I guess I would pause to see if any one of the board members has a question or would like to pull any of these items.
Move for the consent agenda to be approved. Okay,
So be it. I'll just move along down to the action items. And action item A. Action item A is the 27 biennial budget recommendations. I'll briefly open the item here just kind of to set the table for us. Ange, if you can blow those up. Yeah, thank you. So this is a request of the Board of Regents to essentially do 4 things combined into one, which make up the budget drivers under which our campuses will create their operating budgets that we'll review in September. And the approval there is a proposal for a tuition increase, proposals to increase fees, the allocation of state appropriations, and then finally the distribution of performance funding. And I'll talk more here in a minute about why is this packaged into one decision package here and not separate. But just as a brief preview, we have per credit hour increases across the campuses. And again, I'll touch on these in more detail when we get to the tuition portion, ranging between $4 and $18 per credit. We have fees, and I'll discuss those different types of fees, but our mandatory fees, which are spelled out in board policy, are proposed to increase at somewhere either 3% or less in the aggregate. And then we'll also address other fees, designated fees for courses, room and board, et cetera. We'll allocate state appropriations, and really in 2 funding streams that come from the legislature, one out of House Bill 2 and one out of House Bill 13. House Bill 2 is our present law adjustments, otherwise known as our inflationary cost adjustments, and there's about $31 million to be distributed across the biennium, and $27 million from House Bill 13 for a pay plan, and we'll talk about how those allocations are made here as we move along. And then, as usual, we connect this to performance funding and our $15 million set aside for performance allocations. So, but before we dive into the 4 categories, to me, the most important, I don't know if I say most important, but kind of the glue that sticks this all together is the concept and this chart that we've seen, I've put up here many, many times, is the need to connect the state appropriation with decisions made about tuition and fees, all the while taking into consideration sort of the state of financial aid and where we're at. And those will help in, just as a broad concept to align those decisions. The question, I guess, then is that would begs to be answered is, so how do we collectively make those decisions? And I offer here a set of key budget metrics that we should consider as we move through these items. And I'm not going to read that list there, as I'm going to walk through those real briefly here. Enrollment first, and Director Lemon did a great job, and actually more up to date than what I'm providing here. Two primary points here. We're seeing continued enrollment growth in the university system, and we have since COVID. Something that is not to be forgotten is not just increasing that freshman class, but improvements in retention rates, and we've witnessed those as well. And that's sort of the key metric and one of the highest values of not just the board, but across all of our campuses, as student success at the heart of everything that we do. So it's encouraging to see those. It's also a key component of performance funding. As we approve operating budgets every September, this is a chart that we often take a look at. It's really just a comparison to how fast are tuition and fee rates in the MUS growing, how fast are our expenditures growing, in comparison to just some broad benchmarks of inflation and household income. And so you can see by this chart, for the past 10 years, the rate of growth of both MUS expenditures and tuition and fees are slightly below inflation and well below household income. Another look at those, just in terms of a compounded annual growth rate, you see the same effect. I included financial aid for first-time freshmen on here, which I'm going to talk about here more in depth. Which leads us to net tuition and fees. Net tuition and fees are the charges that we present, kind of like a sticker price on a car. And we bounce that up against our first-time, full-time resident students as they come in, and subtract out the amount of financial aid they receive to get down to net. What are you actually paying? And then take a look at this over almost a 20-year period of time, split up by different types of campuses in the system, and not controlling for inflation in this. You can just eyeball the trend here that we see is that the actual amount that students are paying has gone down over 20 years. And I'll have more detail on that as we move forward in actual numbers. One of our key metrics that we've used since I started in this system quite a while ago is a comparison of our tuition fees in terms of what percent of our tuition and fees of the median household income in Montana. And this metric, and I'll show you how it changed over time here in a minute, has kind of been a pillar for the Board of Regents to identify affordability for Montana residents. And you can see we are below the WICHE average, and I'm sensitive to the fact I'm going to say the word WICHE in here a lot today, but that's the Western Interstate Compact. And there's states, 15 of them in the West, that we use to compare ourselves to, and we're slightly below that WICHE peer average. And we can take a look at where our tuition and fees fall in relationship to the averages by two-year campuses, our four-year campuses, our special focus campus at Montana Tech, and then our flagship campuses. And as you can see, we are below at the flagships by quite some level. Montana Tech's kind of a wild card. They have a smaller set of peers in the special focus on STEM. And so I say that right now because I don't draw a lot of the comparisons going forward for Montana Tech where I do on the other campuses, but I'm not doing it intentionally. Just know that they are well below any campus that looks like them across the West. Four-year campuses below, and 2 years a little closer to the average, and we'll talk more about that. Let's take a look at, just for a quick glance here at our research doctoral campuses, UM and MSU by state. And you can see we are, in terms of resident tuition charge, the lowest state besides Wyoming. And Wyoming has kind of a different model going on in that state, but has traditionally been the lowest. And all this kind of wraps up together. I did it sort of in speed mode there. You take state appropriation and your tuition revenue and then divide it by the total number of students that you have. This chart has long been presented to the Board of Regents. We have been in dead last before. We have moved up slowly over a 25-year period of time, but continue to remain on the far end of the tail. And then another key metric is just kind of the scale. Where are we at in terms of the state supporting the university system and students, tuition revenue supporting the university system. And as you can see, we're kind of in the middle of the states there. We're headed towards 50%. There's been times when we've been closer to 38%. So this is incrementally moved over the last 20 years. A lot of that has to do with healthy state infusion into our budgets, some of that through tuition freeze agreements. So just to quickly sum up what we have ahead of us, we'll talk about the state appropriation allocation, both the pay plan and present law, tuition rates, and I would just kind of pause on there for a second. This is just kind of, I guess, my view of the world here is that we relatively low rates in comparison, capacity, availability of financial aid. We'll talk more about that and how it relates to affordability. Alignment. Our resident tuition rates drive what we charge students who are under the Western Undergraduate Exchange Program and determine the level that they pay. And also we take a look at where that balance is student versus state, tuition versus state appropriations. As a system, we can kind of get clouded over by some of the larger campuses and the numbers, but if you go underneath and take a look at campus by campus, we have 7 out of the 8 campuses, which are our budget centers, that have quite a bit higher on the state side. Almost half of those are 70% state funded. So then, the last thing is fees and performance funding. Madam Chair, I'll pause there for a second just to see if there's any questions.
Deputy Commissioner Trevor, when we looked at the actual dollar amounts of the 2-year tuition, we looked like we were at the Western state average, but the net cost chart showed it was at 0.
Madam Chair, Regent Bell, that's right. That's right. If you factor in for first-time, full-time resident students, so that's obviously a small subset of all the students attending, we have dipped even into the negatives for net price or net tuition at our 2-year campuses. There's 2 things to consider there. There's more to affordability than just tuition and fees. Obviously, room and board and books and supplies come in. And you can fill your financial aid bucket up to cover all of that, and the average of students ends up being somewhere negative at times for just tuition. But that's not uncommon throughout the nation. that, and this is actually a growing trend in the availability of financial aid. I think it often goes unnoticed because you don't focus a lot on actual net price. We see a lot on the total cost, the amount of loans, but the actual dollar amount, I guess that emphasizes the need for considering financial aid when we make these decisions.
So, but again, I mean, just to understand that properly, a new first-time student to a 2-year in Montana pays 0 tuition net.
Madam Chair, Regent Bow, yes, on average.
On average. Mm-hmm. After financial aid. After aid. And Dean Erdman, are you somewhere near? Does that feel like that here? Is that what you tell your first-time new students?
I wouldn't actually have the answer to that. However, we do monitor our student loans. A lot of our students don't even participate in the student loan programs, and most of them, about half, pay out of pocket.
Mm-hmm. But that may be related to whether they're a traditional new student versus whether they're coming in a different category. So maybe that category isn't as big a percentage of the student body as I'm suspecting.
Madam Chair, Regent Bell, that it could absolutely be the case, and we can parse out those other categories: first-time, part-time students, returning students, non-traditional students, and those groups of people, those groups of students all have different socioeconomic needs. But
they don't traditionally have the same opportunities that financial aid is,
Sure.
Coming out of high school.
But I do think this does relate back to the Resident Student Access Initiative, the portal, and communication to students about the opportunities that are in Montana. We have a very affordable system, and when you put in financial aid, the average amount received, we have an incredibly affordable system.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner.
Okay, Angie, I'd back up one there for me. Yeah, back to where I can click on another link. Okay, I'm going to move into tuition. Maybe pick up the pace here a little bit, even though I was advised not to. I'm kidding. All right, the tuition proposal summed up in one slide here for both residents and non-residents, undergraduates and graduates. The increases are come before you as per credit hour increases ranging between 4 and 18. Those ranges are grouped by the mission parameters of our campuses. We have the flagship campuses at increasing at $18 per credit, or $432 annually. Montana Tech, our STEM-focused campus, at $15 and $360. Our other 4-year regional campuses, $12, and our 2-year campuses at $4. And I'm going to show you some slides as to give you some logic about why would this be differentiated. And I guess the overarching notion here is that we have a 4-tiered system here, and we have access through the 2-year campuses, and we have higher costs associated with our research doctoral campuses. So just tuition now, this doesn't look much different than when you just say just tuition and fees, but as you can see, we're below the average there, and you'll notice that the 2-year campuses are now further below the averages. I do have this portion of, and the vote associated with these 4 is focused on the MUS campuses, but you'll see I have the community colleges presented here. We have items immediately following this related to tuition increases that come before the board for all 3 community colleges. We move a little bit further away from the average with the 2-year campuses, all of our campuses, because fees haven't been bled in here yet, but we'll talk and I'll show you the effects of that here in a second. Non-resident rates are a little bit different story. This is I guess if you had the funding streams for the current unrestricted would be the state appropriation, resident tuition revenue, and then non-resident tuition revenue. It kind of lives in a sector on its own. We use discounts in order to attract students off of much larger tuition rates. And as you can see at our flagship campuses, we are above the WICHE average, and we're close to the WICHE average for all 3 of our 4 regional campuses. And at 2-year, which have a much smaller non-resident population, we have some varying differences there. Going to our flagship campuses, comparing by state for resident rates, again, kind of where you'd expect us to be. I like looking at these longitudinal charts and kind of seeing where we're at here, the red being the average, the yellow being our MSU and U of M, and just how consistent that has been over time. Our 4-year campuses, identical kind of picture that they have in comparison to their peers. 2-year campuses, again, we end up on the lower side. And then I'd go to what I mentioned was one of the key metrics that we've looked at over time, and taken a look at what % of household income does our tuition and fees make up, and at using doctoral campus comparisons of the 15 states, Western states. In 2006, we were darn near the highest in terms of the %, and over almost a 20-year period of time there, we've worked our way to the other side and are below the average. Same picture, relatively the same picture for our 4-year campuses. And 2-year has had it came to us, I theorize here that when the VOTEX came in, there was rates. They maybe weren't as connected to a 3-tier system associated with access on the front end, so we've worked to hold down our increases in 2-year. We've definitely moved the dial. We're at the average, but as all other states and have the same kind of 2-year access mission, they're relatively low rates there as well. And then going back to net price, so just more in terms of kind of the data here. And this is looking at the average between MSU and U of M students for first-time, full-time resident students, and then subtracting out the amount of financial aid they receive. So if we just went column by column here, interesting differences from 2006 through 2024. In 2006, only 67% of the students were receiving financial aid. And this doesn't include loans. This is scholarships and grants. And today, we're at 93%. The average aid received has gone up by about $4,200. Tuition fees over that time have increased by about $3,000. And if you do the math on that, the nominal increase over that time is $1,000. You control for inflation, and you can absolutely make the statement that it's $2,300 cheaper now to attend MSU or U of M than it was 20 years ago.
Deputy Commissioner.
Yep.
Just that last slide. So, and the % receiving aid, does that include, does that include what we would call discounting at the Regents, and they would call a scholarship? And question number 1. Question number 2, was that as prevalent in 2005, 2006? So is this an accurate,
Madam Chair, Regent Bowe, given the fact we're just looking at first-time, full-time resident students, no non-residents in here, discounting for resident students happens on a less frequent basis by far. But what does happen are Regents mandatory waivers associated with that. So we have the 2 big hitters there are the American Indian waiver and the MUS Honors Scholarship waiver, both of which were around at the same level at that time. So that's an apples to apples there. This would be, the advent of the STEM scholarship. Montana 10 is new. An increase in Pell over that time. The eligibility criteria for Pell changed quite a bit during the Great Recession and again in COVID. So those are some contributing factors.
So it may be considered to be primarily an increase from the federal side more than our side and the state side.
Madam Chair, Regent Bowe, yeah, I would say yes. A lot of this is driven by an increase in Pell, but at the same time, we're starting to make a dent related to Montana 10, the STEM scholarship. We also have programs at both MSU and U of M, and I'm not going to get the names right, but we have the Grizzly Promise, I got that one right, I think, and the Hilleman Scholarship, which are focused on resident students as well.
Thank you.
So then finally, just the big picture. Where do our tuition and fees at our four-year institutions fall? So this is all of our four-year campuses. And across the nation, but I don't know, we're the fifth lowest, it looks like. When you just look at MSU and U of M, we're the third lowest. The blue portion is the in-state, the orange is out-of-state. You see our charges for non-residents being higher as reflected in those peer comparisons I showed earlier. Okay, Ange, I'll back up and get me to the next one. Oh, I should mention, but I won't open, we have detailed tuition and fee tables associated with each campus. These are what the campuses use to upload into the information systems and actually enact these tuition and fee charges. So we present the summary, the high-level summary to you, but there is granular detail at each one of the campuses associated with this, and we keep it on here as board-approved detail. So with that said, I'm going to get us into the fees and the kind of the high-level discussion of that. First start with mandatory fees, and then we'll work through some of the discretionary fees with Ruin Board, course fees, and program fees. I would mention on our mandatory fees, didn't do anything. Our mandatory fees are prescribed in board policy. We have kind of a normalization of those into categories, about 10 different categories. Mandatory fees are charged to all students regardless of whether you're using the service or not. Transportation fees, for instance, the help pay for the transportation bus system. I don't ride the bus. Well, that's part of the fee. You pay it. Everybody does it. Key to this, just as a reminder, that 2 years ago, we made a pretty big move to adjust our online fees, which were only applicable to online students, and move those fees to a mandatory fee. So now all students are paying that fee, and it's part of our technology fee now. And the reason we did that is that this, basically the infrastructure and backbone of online, it comes through our course management system. And as it turns out, almost all courses are utilizing that tool. You'll remember our Seamless System initiative from the last legislative session, which implemented a single instance of the, obviously the identical course management tool for all campuses in the system. This has opened up course sharing and transferability and just understanding of taking courses at multiple campuses. But what it's also done is it's jumped our mandatory fees, because when you bled that in on top of kind of inflationary cost adjustments to mandatory fees, we're going to see an increase. I'm going to point that out as we go. So we have these different categories of mandatory fees, and you know, from equipment to our student support fees and student union fees. The charge to the campuses was any increase you have in the aggregate of all of those fees, those 10, 11 fees there, can't come in higher than 3%. And this is just basically the table here showing you no campus came in higher than 3%. So just for simplicity's sakes, we take the tuition that we charge, we add it to our mandatory fees, and that's the sticker price that parents and students see. So similar tables, but now just focused on fees. At our doctoral flagship campuses, we have been, and for the last 20 years, slightly higher than the average. You see a little bit of more of an uptick there over the last 2 years. That's the effect of the online fee. Same thing with our four-year campuses. It's a little more pronounced there. I think campus, for instance, like Montana State University Billings, who has a very healthy online student population, had a greater effect on the change for them, and with smaller numbers here, you're seeing a jump. And the same as at our two-year campuses. This is something we're ultra aware of. We're continually bringing this forward to the Regents and comparing to our peers of where we're at, and kind of understanding some of the reasons as to why we're higher than other states. So moving on from mandatory fees, the next category that is a large category is, and also prescribed in board policy, are what we call program fees. And program fees by board policy can be attached to professional, occupational, high demand programs that are in need of market adjustments in order to remain competitive with other states, other programs throughout our own state. And so, I mean, think of like the physical therapy program, the law school, and each campus over time has, these programs have been developed and approved. A little bit different mixture between each campus. Small increases here, you know, if you just go through the percents, one that stands out for you there, obviously the law school looks like a giant increase, but that's actually just a conversion from per credit charges, what they had done in the past, to a semester fee. So nothing changing there, just probably a easier mode of administering that. And I think we had another one of those on the MSU campus. But there's been times where we've made big moves in this category. I remember the physical therapy program and in relationship to the surrounding states and its peers being at a lower rate, and we made those adjustments here. There's basically nothing happening in anywhere close to that magnitude this go around. So course fees, and again, those detailed tables by campus are going to be populated with a lot of different course fees. So course fees are charged when you have a lab, consumable products that are going to be used, art classes, field trips, anything that's outside of the ordinary, which has a direct expense where we're looking for the student to participate in covering those costs. They range widely throughout the system. We compile those and have essentially a running database of all of those different course fees and their changes. And then another, I guess, if you want to call it a fee, a designated charge to run the operations of room and board on our campuses. Comes before you. Those rates are increasing across our campuses, are proposed to increase between 3% and 5%. I start off here with an apples to apples look at where we're at. If you take double occupancy rooms with 19 plus meals, the reason that 19 is there, that's what where I get my average from the College Board, but it's basically the full package. You know, you got the full week's worth of food, and you got a double occupancy room. And where do we sit relative to the average? And as you can see, our flagship campuses, close to the average. Our smaller four-year campuses are well below that average. So then I walk you through here the changes from FY25 to 26, the actual amounts by campus, what that shows you in terms of a percent increase in each one of the years. And then I don't have the full time series on here, but taking a look at how much we've increased over the last 10 years and then giving you a compounded annual growth rate. And when you take a look at that growth rate annually, you see we're clicking along at somewhere less than the inflation. And then finally, now we're able to take tuition and fees, add it to room and board, and what you have is the bulk of the cost of attendance. That's the full cost that it's going to be for, I like to go back to the first-time, full-time resident student here. And then just as for sakes of getting through the slides more quickly, I'm only providing inflationary adjusted amounts here, but really just as a big picture view of how has the cost of attendance changed over time. And what you're seeing here is that it hasn't changed much. And then comparing that nationally by 2-year and 4-year campuses, the first half of this chart shows you everything that's included. There's a federal definition for the cost of attendance. I'm kind of taking the simplistic route here by just taking tuition and fees and room and board. But you can see the different attributes of there. The second half, the lower part, I'm just peeling off tuition and fees, room and board for 2-year campuses nationally and 2-year campuses in our system. We're about $2,000 lower. And I do the same for our 4-year campuses. We're about $3,000 lower. All right, Ange, I'll back up again. All right, we're halfway there. That's a joke. That's a joke. We're going to be about 99% of the way there. You're getting tired of my mundane, slow talking here. I know it. Okay, allocation of state appropriations. I talked about that being split into 2 categories. Roughly $27 million across the biennium for the pay plan, and then, I don't know, $31 million for present law. We also end up factoring in performance funding, which is the next item, but since we already know what it's going to be for this coming year, we subtract out any amounts for performance funding, and voila, the campuses have their combined state appropriation and now their tuition information to move forward and create their operating budgets. These are the type of slides I can't stand putting up on the screen. Just a wildly hard to figure out spreadsheet. But I do it because I don't know any other way to do it, I guess. So what happens when we get this lump? And I guess it's worth talking about the lump because we weren't always a lump-funded system. Go back prior to 1995, it was individual campuses as line items in the budget. In 1995 or about then, one of the bigger decisions that helped make us a system is the allocation of lump sum funding to the university system and the Board of Regents' discretion to allocate those funds to campuses. So over that period of time, we get this lump, and different interests have been plugged into it. I guess I'll start with, we identify its primary components that come out of House Bill 2. We got our base, and on top of our base, we add present law and some other things associated with like legislative audit and graduate medical education. But not all of that gets allocated to the campuses, and I guess that's what I'm explaining here, is that this is a fairly complex process here by legislative line item decisions into Program 9, which is the funding vehicle for the campuses. We subtract those out. We then add in, most importantly here, House Bill 13 pay plan funding. And so House Bill 13 and House Bill 2 come together and work as campus base going forward. And the next time we see this 2 years from now, the base we'll be comparing to in FY27 will be the combination of House Bill 2 and House Bill 13. So we're doing all this math. We have a thing called Regents Priority to fuel system initiatives. This has been a long-standing kind of priority of the Board of Regents, and it's been to fuel things like Montana 10. We also then handle our performance funding residual, and the amounts that didn't get allocated to campuses get put into a pot, basically, of unallocated funds. So rather than take you into the third depths of detail on a spreadsheet, I thought I'd only take you into one depth of detail on the spreadsheet. It's clearly too much to digest up on a screen, but this is for, I guess, the individual that wants to look it up on their own computer, but we're taking and showing you what the FY25 base was, and then we run metrics across the system. We apply performance funding. We then run metrics, kind of key metrics like state support per resident student, state percent share, total revenue per student, and keep an eye on those as kind of our gauge as we then allocate the funds across the system. And so present law allocated based upon resident student FTE averages over the last 3 years. If a campus had 30% of the resident students, they get 30% of present law. Allocate pay plan based upon actual individual FTE. Go right into the campus, we do the math, and I should say we, A lot of this is Shauna, Director Lyons, and she deserves a ton of credit for handling all this detail. I'm the guy that gets to sit up here and talk about it, but the work is done on her desk, let me tell you. So that's the tail of the tape. Back me up one more, Ange. And I'm going to spare us the just grimy details of performance funding, because every other year we go through this presentation that sort of walks through the different metrics by each campus. But just know this, every campus has the same two metrics. It's retention and completion. And then we have metrics associated with each type of campus. The flagship campuses, for instance, take a look at research expenditures and graduate completions. And the smaller four-year campuses might have an association to graduate education, might have another metric related to dual enrollment, depending upon the campus. And our two-year campuses, the same way. Dual enrollment's in there, completion of gateway classes are in there. So it makes it's generalized on the core and weighted for those first two core metrics, but then campuses also have their own detail. And then across all of those metrics, we also do a special metric for underrepresented groups, American Indians, Pell recipients, veterans, and non-traditional students. This all wraps up into a complicated formula that Joe Teal made. And I try to explain over the last 10 years, but I'm going to save the details on that. I can show you what it comes out looking like in the results. You can go down this column on the far right here of unallocated amounts and see that we got a couple campuses that got dinged here this go around, but it wasn't nearly as large as some years. So, Ange, back me up one more. Madam Chair, I guess I would ask if there are any questions from any of the board members. I'd be happy to entertain those.
Again, thank you. Thank you for your cadence, but also thank you for the detail and really the level of thought that's gone into these, really these four areas in the proposals in front of us. Different from other meetings, we will be voting on these this afternoon, so I want to make sure that we remind the regents of that, and if there's any questions or clarifications.
Chair Dombrowski, Deputy Commissioner, thank you for an excellent presentation, and thanks, Shauna, for, I can say 5 years on the board, and I understand almost half of what you say now on this part of the budget, so I appreciate that. But the simple way to look about this is, I mean, Montana and the Regents, we've always prided ourselves on, basically a freeze on resident in-state tuition for many years. And what we're saying now basically is that, those tough decisions 18 years ago have made us look really, really affordable. And we've saved millions of dollars and gained more access for kids for the past 18 years. But now we have a little catch up to do, to really bring things back into balance. One of the things that maybe would be addressed later, maybe you could address now is, so who are the winners out of this? Like, if we do proceed with $400, plus of tuition, who's asking for that? Who are the winners? Who are the champions of that request?
Madam Chair, Regent Bao, I don't know if I would identify any single winner or any single campus or entity. I think I look at it more like a stronger diversification of revenue coming to the campus in those three categories we talked about: state appropriations, resident students, and also mindful of the fact that financial aid is at a high water mark, and then non-resident students. So the winners, I guess, if you really want to say, it's the campuses that are more reliant upon the resident student. Trends in the system tend to get kind of smoothed over when we look at all the campuses.
Yeah, Deputy Commissioner, thank you. And I didn't mean it in the sense of a relative winner and loser. I meant it in the sense of what programs won't exist next year if we don't approve this? What will campuses offer to their students if we say no to this?
Madam Chair, Regent Bell, I'm not going to be able to identify any one specific instance in that. Campus leaders would be more and better positioned than I to do that.
Can I weigh in? Madam Chair, Regent Bell, I guess a couple thoughts around both of your questions there. Starting with, I don't know for sure if I would categorize this as or call it a catch-up, because I don't know if we are catching up. I think we're trying desperately to keep up. I think there's been significant cost inflationary pressures since the pandemic that we have done what we can do to maintain affordability while dealing with those. 80-some% of our budget goes to employee costs, and those are real costs, and those are real people, as you heard this morning in several of our meetings, facing the challenges of living and working in Montana. And I think that part of maintaining affordability is also maintaining livability for that 86% of our budget that largely goes to people. So I think that we're trying to keep up. This won't make up for those earlier decisions, and frankly, I think they were the right decisions. I think being very affordable has served Montana well and served Montana students, and I think we continue on that track with all that we can do to maintain that high level of affordability while not allowing our quality expectations and program offerings around the system to decline. So I think the answer to your second question falls in the same bucket, which is most of our budget goes to people. So we will start having to reduce people, and that means programs, that means student services, that means longer lines, that means more importantly that some of what we heard about this morning, we already have 400 to 1 faculty to advising loads ahead of the national average. We will increase those burdens. And I think the impact to students will be felt much more significantly than the impact of the proposal, just in terms of their overall experience and the quality of education that we can afford to bring forward to them. So I think it's keeping up, but I think it's desperately important to keep up. Without it, we cannot continue status quo. And so each campus, and we could hear from every one of them, but you'll hear a same story that's much different at each campus as to what program will have to be reduced or where those impacts will be felt. But overall, it will affect that aspect of the budget, which will ultimately limit student services and limit program offerings at each campus in different ways. But that will be felt, and it's not a, with that percentage going to people, there's not space in the budget that we can reduce other things. I mean, we can't turn down the heat and save that kind of money. And I don't sound sarcastic. I don't mean it like that, but those are real costs that will have direct and dramatic impact on students.
Commissioner, thank you. So I think one way we can look at this, if I understand correctly, is, we've kind of found the break-even point for where if we don't proceed with some tuition, some increased revenues for the campuses, there'll be layoffs and cuts and beyond finding value cuts, there'll be actual cuts. And then so I think the corollary to that is that moving forward, then we should expect that all other things being equal, we may be at a point where tuition and inflation, costs move together. If we look out for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years, like that we might have found that balance at least with a 5-year time horizon. Is that an appropriate way to think about it?
Madam Chair, Regent Bow, spot on both of those. There will be cuts, and I think that's exactly what we need to do. We need to find that equilibrium to index probably isn't the right word, but look like that to where we're keeping up with the cost pressures that we're seeing at our institutions.
Thank you.
Deputy Commissioner. With regard to the non-resident tuition, I guess I have a question. That looks like our high-margin business when you think of it as a business. Who sets those rates? Is that set at your office, or how is that determined?
Madam Chair, Regent Folkford, yes, and that's those same increases that we talked about there applied to both resident and non-resident. And yes, we've increased those over time, separate from or resident rates traditionally in the past.
I was just wondering if you ever modeled out what would happen to enrollment if we offered a very attractive non-resident rate, because it looks like we're fairly even when we look at the national numbers.
Madam Chair, Regent Folkford, there's a debate over that, and the sticker price and the appeal to students, and then in combination with the level of discounting that's done. There was an era prior to 2015 when discounting was not essentially allowed in the system, and we've changed that, and it's dramatically changed our approach and our pricing for students.
Well, I think that's helpful for us as Regents to defend, the resident rate, because it's significantly lower, obviously. And so if we're having these challenges on the street out there in Montana, I think that's probably one of the tools that we can use, that, we are protecting our in-state students.
Madam Chair, Regent Folkford, that's a great point. And in fact, in September, when we approve operating budgets, as part of board policy, we measure and ensure that the amount per student that is coming in of a non-resident is higher than the amount that resident students, that we're receiving from resident students. In other words, that there's always a subsidy that is provided from the amount that we charge and receive from non-resident students that helps ensure that the cost for resident students remains low.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My other question, I guess, has to do with the allocation of those state dollars. Because as a regent, and I don't know if the other regents are questioned about this on the streets of Montana, but I get challenged once in a while about the allocation of those state dollars across all of the campuses.
Mm-hmm.
So transparency in the formula that you utilize for that purpose is important to us, and you've explained it here today a little bit. Is that the same formula that's been used for a long period of time now, or does that evolve over time?
Madam Chair, Regent Folkford, it's actually described in board policy and has been used since 2017. Prior to 2017, we did more of a cut the pie in half and give it to each one of the presidents, and then they allocated independently to each one of the smaller campuses. And moving before that, probably 2006 and earlier, we had a cost of education model that was complicated and shared and run with legislative services, and so we have changed over time. We've been awfully consistent since 2017 in our application of this, given the appropriation we received from the legislature. One of those years was a cut year, and so we applied those cuts equally across. Other years, we have made adjustments at certain campuses based upon our metrics, and we continue to evaluate and do that.
Go ahead.
Chair Dombrowski, Deputy Commissioner, to the first question from Regent Folkford, how are we measuring the market's reaction to non-resident pricing? Are we hitting a peak where we're deterring, or do we see a gap? How do we measure that? What are we finding at the moment?
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, that is a complex process that occurs in enrollment management systems, primarily at MSU and U of M. And the markets and the changes in those, we hire consultants. We also have recruiting teams, and then for me, it always comes down to that longitudinal data and looking at the changes over time and using the information you've gained from that to help predict what's going to happen this year. But as in real time, that's a lot harder to do, like from day to day right now. But if looking back, we still see a healthy non-resident market, though, as Director Lemon mentioned, the competition for those non-resident students continues to grow. So it's a balancing act that I don't have a magic bullet answer to give you, but That's kind of the description of the process.
It must be favorable. We're still seeing growing numbers, so we haven't reached that point of deterrence yet with the math market. Thank you.
Excellent questions. Really appreciate that ahead of the vote. I would just one more time say that, you know, these proposals are for our consideration. We'll vote on them today. I believe that, and I'm speaking for myself, I believe that we really are at that sweet spot where there is an opportunity for us to invest and to ask for further investments so we don't, I like Commissioner's words, keep up. I think those are key words, so appreciate that. And again, we're at a good time to keep up, and I think that's really what this reflects. So. All right, thank you. Any other questions on sort of, it's not that we can't come back to that, but I sort of consider action item A as really the bulk of what we're going to be considering, so. Okay.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, we could move on to items B and C are semi-related here. I'll say a couple words about them and then ask for representatives from MSU to speak to them. These are proposed increases to mandatory fees. But mandatory fees, we allow campuses to bring them on an individual basis that are outside of that 3% aggregate cap that we put on them. In cases that there's extraordinary circumstances and kind of the evidence for the Regents to consider are provided in these items. And I'm not positive it's either Vice President Least or Vice President Swinford on the first one here.
So, thank you. When the new wellness center was, the fees to construct that were being proposed and approved about 5 years ago, we held off on asking for increases in the programming fees to support the additional staff and the additional programming for the students. I'd also point out that with state pay plan increases over the years, we need to cover that staff 100% under this fee. The other thing I would mention here is that with the facility, we have equipment and machinery that is getting heavier use than it was in the past because of the popularity of the center. So we have to replace that more frequently. We've not reached that point yet, but we will. So we would use this fee in order to do that. And then the last thing I would mention, I think this fee is important to drive our persistence and time to degree because students who are using that facility are meeting friends, being part of the community, and staying engaged with campus and graduating at a faster rate. Entertain any questions?
Okay, seeing none, I guess we can head back to, I'm kind of looking for Ange to navigate me here, to the second request from MSU and Vice President Least.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This CatTrack shuttle support system from our Associated Students from Montana State University is just a portion of the cost. I believe last November when the board was in Bozeman, we took a little ride on our shuttle system over to the Innovation Campus. So this is a way for the students to get around campus, whether it be from parking or from one side of campus to the other. And they have signed a resolution basically as a student government to help support this. It's not the entire cost, but we certainly appreciate the support and will help students for many years to come. We're anxious to see it grow, and it has been growing. The shuttle system has done really well in the first year. So, take any questions if you have them.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next three items I'd ask Director Lyons to come up and address.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the next three items are related to requests for tuition and fee increases for our community colleges. The one thing that I would like to note is that all three of the community colleges have a local board of trustees that have already reviewed these tuition and fee requests and have approved them at their local board meetings recently. The other aspect with community colleges that's different than the MUS is that they have the opportunity to bring tuition and fee increases every year. You'll see that 2 of the community colleges are requesting a 1-year increase, so we'll likely see them again next year, where the MUS, we only bring tuition and fees every other year. The first request is for Dawson Community College. Overall increase for a resident undergraduate student, we would look at 5% on tuition and 3% for mandatory fees, for a total increase of 4.4% for a resident undergraduate student. Moving over to Miles Community College, they are proposing tuition and fee increases for the next 2 years. In the first year of the biennium, they're looking at a 2.9% tuition increase with a 7.8% mandatory fee increase for a total of 5.2% for a resident undergraduate student. That would be in FY26. In FY27, their increase would be 2.8% for tuition, 5.2% for mandatory fees, for a total increase for a resident undergraduate at 3.9%. And finally, for Flathead Valley Community College, they're bringing a 1-year tuition and fee proposal. Their request is for a 3% tuition increase in FY26 with a 0.3% request in mandatory fee increase, for a total of 2.3% for a resident undergraduate and student for FY26. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions on the community college tuition and fee requests.
Chair Buchanan.
Director Lyons, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. Director Lyons, refresh my memory, our governance role in this. Obviously, these proposals are locally generated, approved by their boards, and all 3 presidents are here. Thank you so much for joining us, but maybe remind us the authority that we're entertaining here today.
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, again, their local board gets to approve this, but because of the supervision and management authority over the community colleges, they bring that here as part of the overall MUS package for approval as well.
Statutory. Okay, Ange. Okay, item G, presidential hire, Montana State University per Board of Regents policy. The board approves the hiring attributes, aspects, and contract of presidents in our university system. Doesn't happen all very often, and we present those to you and request, obviously, your approval.
Any questions? No. Thank you.
We're going pretty fast now, Madam Chair.
Yeah, we are. I think that's okay.
The next item is a staff item that comes before the Board of Regents every time that a pay plan is passed. I think I swallowed one of those flies. And so, first and foremost, that's what this item does, is apply the 2% to the named individuals in board policy, which are the commissioner, the presidents, and chancellors, and a few the deputy commissioners at OCHI. That item, the remainder, the questions asked often, so we approve those. What about the other 9,600 employees in the Montana University system? They are an approval process that rolls up to the commissioner, and upon approval of a pay plan for these we go into the negotiation process with unions on campus, and ultimately apply those increases to all individuals in the university system. This focuses on the 11 individuals in those categories. We also have some other adjustments associated in there with pay, and we request your approval of this item.
Questions? Right, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go into shift gears here and call up Director Stevenson to talk to us about some of those facility items that are on the action agenda. Take it away, Dan.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tyler. Trevor. Madam Chair, members of the board, we have 9 facilities-related action items today. I'm going to go through each of those explain the authorization that's being requested, a brief discussion of scope, and then the funding mechanism that is being proposed. At the end of each of those, I will entertain questions and defer to the campuses when needed. The first is a result of the 69th session, and that is a request for authorization and approval to proceed with major maintenance repairs as authorized by that session in House Bill 5. I'd characterize this as a bill or as a request where we're going to take care of what we already have as far as our buildings and retire a lot of deferred maintenance. The legislative session has authorized $24.655 million worth of major repair projects. These are projects that are characterized as less than $2.5 million and expended on our existing facilities. These projects would be funded with state dollars pending the approval and signature of House Bill 5. So there is an attachment to this item that describes those 22 projects that comprise the $22.6 million. And if you have questions specific to those projects, I would be happy to entertain them. In all cases, they've been thoroughly vetted and previously explained in the LRBP process to the board. As a matter of information, two other types of projects are involved with House Bill 5. The first being the capital development projects, which total $65.93 million, which is comprised of 8 projects. And those projects will be brought before the Board of Regents individually for first planning and design authority, and then subsequently the construction authority on an individual basis. Secondly, authority-only projects totaling $140.1 million are also in House Bill 5. And again, those will be brought before the board on an individual basis. And we will talk about 2 of those in a later section here. Pause for questions on this item.
Just a reminder to emphasize, these are all known projects. There's no surprises between this list and the subsequent 2 lists, and I really appreciate the campuses at large working with you to create a list that we're familiar with.
Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing that. And yes, these are well planned out and methodical approaches on these projects. Okay, I'll move on to the next item, which is a request for authorization to spend up to $2.5 million to construct major maintenance repairs for the molecular bioscience building at Montana State University. This is a really good bread and butter project to improve the envelope of the molecular bioscience building. And this work would be funded using physical plant funds from maintenance and research accounts at MSU. Just for a point of information, a future scope of work will be brought forward for the molecular bioscience building related to HVAC and lab renovation projects, but that's pending research having the appropriate funding to do so. So I'll stand for questions on that. Great. The next item is a request for authorization to purchase the Nopper complex at 900 to 920 Technology Boulevard in Bozeman for Montana State University. The Nopper complex has been leased by MSU from the Advanced Technology Incorporated Tech Park, for those of you who may have been around for that period of time. And that building houses many of the really critical administrative functions for Montana State, including human resources, financial services, communications, so on and so forth. The lease commenced in 2017 and will expire in August of 2027. This property, if purchased this year, will be able to be purchased for $6.244 million, and that sale needs to be completed by August 31st of this year to do that. That is comparable to the fair market value of the facility, which is between $16 and $18.5 million. Purchasing the property has many benefits to MSU by making sure that we have significant cost savings over the life of the utilization of the facility, as well as securing it for the future of MSU's administrative services. The purchase would be funded using current unrestricted funds. There is a lease abstract and a couple other attachments for this item that if you'd like to discuss anything specifically related to that, I would ask Vice President Least to come up and help us with that. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Very practical question. What's the age of this building?
Vice President Least or AVP Howe, do you recall when it was built? I think I might have been in college when it was being built.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and yeah, Dan, you were probably in college. This is a 80s
Okay.
vintage building. We have been leasing it for some time. Again, this lease goes back to 2017. Again, when that lease was developed, I think we definitely worked with the commissioner's office to put this purchase option in there. At that time, we had no idea what real estate prices were going to do, and since then, it's significantly higher. So we need to exercise this and get ourselves some square footage at a very reasonable price. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Great. All right, our next item is a request for authorization to spend up to $2.5 million to repair the Atkinson Quadrangle student housing buildings, otherwise known as the quads, at Montana State University. This project is based on the evaluation and recommendation of licensed professionals and is really taking care of what we have type of authorization request to improve utility piping, foundations, fire escapes, and exterior components of the buildings. I should, from an informational perspective, a future item will be brought to improve the roofing systems for the quads as well, but that is not included in today's. The proposed work would be funded with auxiliary revenue accounts. I'll stand for questions on this one. Next is a request for authorization to spend up to $5.1 million to plan and design a very exciting project, that being the Gallatin College building for Montana State University. MSU received legislative funding in the 68th session of Montana legislative session, I should say, for the Gallatin College facility. The state of Montana has contributed $23.5 million towards the building, and MSU has successfully raised the remaining $22.5 million for the required $46 million building. This authorization request is only for planning and design of the building, and there are a variety of absolutely wonderful aspects to this project that I would ask, again, Vice President Least to come up to and discuss. But before I do that, I will skip those components and talk a little bit about the future authority request for construction will come before the board when this planning arrives at a point where we can arrive at a confident program and cost estimate for the project. The project is to be paid for with the mix of long-range building funds and funds that MSU has privately raised as well. Vice President Least, is there anything specific to the project you'd like to discuss?
Madam Chair, again, members of the board, yeah, I'm happy to answer any further questions about this. We've talked about this this project in anticipation for quite some time. This will obviously consolidate a lot of our students that are in leased spaces across the community and bring them onto our campus so they can utilize all of the good services and student support areas that we have on our main campus. We look forward to it. Super happy and appreciative to the legislature for funding their portion, and now that the fundraising is done, we'd like to move this forward for design. So happy to answer any questions.
Oh, sure.
Madam Chair, thank you. To echo your comments, congrats on the fundraising success for this project. I'm assuming this is approved today. What would be the anticipated turnaround time for planning and then being back in front of us?
Yeah, Regent Buchanan, thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. This is a state A&E controlled project, and my understanding there's some legislative priorities coming out of the most recent session, that a couple of projects that they need to work on first. So my understanding is we will be right behind those. So as quickly as we would like to start July 1, that may take a little bit longer, but I don't have an exact date for you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, just a follow-up on that. State A&E has been given the directive in the legislative session to focus on Department of Corrections and Montana State Hospital projects first. So that would be the maybe delay in starting this planning process.
I just have one more follow-up question. So the planning may be delayed. Is there a sense for once the planning is complete, I just, like, when would we see that building? I would never hold you to that, but.
When would we see the building complete?
Complete. In the best
now we're
case
getting
scenario.
into the realm of my my old boss
Yeah.
and the questions that she used to ask me. Yeah,
Well, we've talked about it for so long that I just want to put it out there. I mean, and it's all great, I understand. A couple years?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would expect the planning process on a building of this complexity to take in the range of a year. The actual construction of Gallatin College is probably going to be 2? All right, I'm just gonna, let's go with 2 years. So
that's fair.
It might be 3 years out before you see this building ready.
Thank you.
President Cruzado right now is saying, you can do better than that, ma'am. All right, any other questions on Gallatin College? The next item is a request for authorization to amend the ground lease for a campus hotel at Montana State University. And Vice President Least, I shouldn't have let you go all the way back to your seat, because I'm going to turn this one over to Vice President Least for his explanation.
Getting my exercise today, that's good. Madam Chair, members of the board. So yes, the campus hotel, which the ground lease was approved back in 2023, I believe. Of course, a lot has happened since then. The economics of the hotel, we've been working with the developer. They had originally targeted to have construction start date by July the 1st. And so they're still very excited about this project, but they're working through some of the economics. So this is a request because there was some language in that original ground lease talking about how much debt that they could apply versus investor equity, basically. And so they would like to increase that because the price of the project has increased. They've also done a little value engineering like we all do with most of our projects. They reduced a few keys in the room, but not significant. And so that's really what this is about, is just to make sure that that original ground lease that was put forth, a couple of these details needed to be changed, and we're seeking your authority to do that. Any questions?
Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Dombrowski. Mr. Lees, maybe just summarily just share with us, what are those changes? What does that mean to MSU?
Yeah, so the original one said that they would have a cap at 60% debt to this project. They would like to go to 70. There's also a philanthropic component. That 70 excludes the philanthropic component of the project. And then they also, again, we also, in our recent discussions with them, talked about the ground lease payments that they would to pay to the university for that land that's being consumed. So basically, since they're going to be there, constructing, et cetera, originally that start date wasn't going to be until 4 years after the opening of the hotel, which, they need to get out on their feet and get going, and that's fine. But we've asked them to start that a couple years earlier, at least, and they graciously agreed. They've been great partners, so we're making that change as well. You're welcome.
Helpful. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
All right. Okay. The next item, we'll switch to the other side of the hill, is a request for authorization to spend up to $8 million to construct an addition to the Bioresearch Building at the University of Montana, Missoula campus. This project was authorized, the BOR, the Regents, authorized U of M to expend $600,000 to plan for this project back in July of '23. That planning has been complete, and the scope of work consists of 2 floors that would be vertically added to the bioresearch facility. The first for the Skaggs Institute for Health Innovations, the second for the newly minted occupational therapy program at U of M. Bids were received and were extremely successful, essentially right on or very close to the design team's bids or estimates. And the request at this point is to expend the $8 million that the authority was provided in this last session. This is one of the authority-only projects that I said you'd see today. The other one is Nopper that we recently discussed. So that's part of House Bill 5. As soon as House Bill 5 is signed, we'll have all authorities in place. This project is funded with a mix of private grant funds and university funds. Yeah, I'll stand for questions on that one. All right. Moving on, we have another University of Montana request for authorization to expend up to $2.2 million to remodel the women's basketball locker room at the Adams Center. This project, again, is a follow-up to a Regents approval for $5.5 million in overall improvements to the locker rooms for student athletes within the Adams Center. That approval was back in November of '21. The agreement at that time was every subsequent project, every locker room project would be brought before the Regents for their consideration. This is the third phase of that multi-phase approach. And it's a really exciting one because this brings the women's locker room facilities into parity with that of other athletics in the Adams Center. Bids were received, again, very successfully, and the funding for this project will come from private funds. I should have stated also that this state authority was provided back in the 67th legislative session. I'll stand for questions on that. Great. Now we'll transition to Montana Tech. and a request for authorization to spend up to $600,000 to plan and design a renovation of the Health, Physical Education, and Recreation Complex, otherwise known as the Hyper Complex, at Montana Tech. This is a really a gain in efficiency of an existing facility where we're going to optimize the facility by converting a well underutilized pool area into a multi-purpose gym that would be used for general student and as well as athletics, student athletes. And it would also achieve a women's varsity locker room and expand ancillary support services for that locker room and others as well. This planning and design cost would be financed by private foundation dollars. Any questions on that?
Jim Buchanan.
Thank you. This question might be more appropriate for the campuses, but with all of the discussion in college athletics about these new ways to attract dollars, the conversations I find myself in are there's not a whole lot of new dollars coming in. So the question is then, where are those dollars coming from? So I guess I look at President Bodnar and President Cruzado. I mean, what is the temperature now? I mean, is it easier to raise money for athletic projects than academic projects? What is the temperature out there as we go try to fundraise for these types of projects?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think you're right. There aren't more dollars. There aren't net additional dollars out there. And what I think, we at the University of Montana, I know MSU is very similar. What we want is to make sure that we have, high quality, safe, healthy, effective athletics facilities for our student athletes. That our student athletes have the opportunities they need to compete effectively at at the level we're at a Division I athletics level. That is getting increasingly difficult. I think it's also important to note, the importance of the economic impact on Montana's community of our athletics programs. A Grizzly home football game generates $3 million of economic impact for the Western Montana region. It's probably similar for a Bobcat game. And so, a stadium that's filled with 26,000 people versus a stadium that is filled with 12,000 people because we're not competitive it is a significant economic consideration for the state of Montana. And so it is a balance of trying to maintain competitiveness in an increasingly competitive landscape, while also keeping front and center the academic mission of our institutions. And I think we're doing that. Our student athletes continue to just excel in the classroom. I'm really proud of that. And that's a continued emphasis for us. And I think the other thing I'd just note on athletics, given the economics of our universities of the state of Montana, we're not going to be places that are attracting students with $1 million NIL contracts. We're just not going to be. What we can do on both of our campuses is ensure that they have a great experience, they play in a great environment with a community that supports them, and a university that is focused on their development, not just as athletes, but more importantly, as future leaders for our community. One of the things I tell with our athletics department is an old quote we had to memorize at West Point of why cadets had to play athletics. And it was a quote from General Douglas MacArthur, who said, "Upon the fields of friendly strife are sown the seeds that upon other fields on other days will bear the fruits of victory." And so our athletics programs, we want to win. We want to win championships, but it's far more important that we are developing leaders of character for their communities. And I think students value that. So again, long answer to a short question, but do we have enough resources as the resources we'd like financially? Of course not. But are we going to be competitive? Absolutely, we're going to be, and we're going to do it on. We're going to invest, but we're also going to do other things to make sure that student athletes at the University of Montana and Montana State have a great experience and stay. And we have students that are passing up big NIL opportunities to stay at our universities. We're trying to compete for sure, but that's the way we're approaching it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you so much. I think President Butner has summarized the main thoughts in a very eloquent way. I will say that ever since back in 2010, when we first launched our first fundraising project, which was the End Zone for the Bobcat Athletics program, I wanted to ensure that we did not separate athletics from academics, but rather that we do those jointly. So, for example, on any given Saturday afternoon in the fall, if you go to the president's box, the people watching the game and enjoying Bobcat football, we are having conversations with them and with deans about future academic programs, future academic endeavors, the importance of research, how essential student retention is. So see, you use one as lever of the other. Perhaps one of my most unforgettable anecdotes was when we completed the End Zone. And I always thought, well, the game day experience could be used as a tool for enhancing student retention, right? Giving those students an opportunity for them to persist in school, because now they have an extended family, if you will. And a few months after we opened the End Zone, I was walking around during the tailgating area, and there are these wonderful students, male students. They're all bare-chested, and they said, "President Cruzado, can we have a selfie?" I said, "Absolutely." And one of them says, "President Cruzado, I have so much fun at Montana State. I never want to graduate." And I was like, "No, no, you need to graduate." The second part that it's important to remember is that contrary to other states, state law in Montana prevents state legislature dollars or taxpayers' dollars to be allocated to specific activities. Or, for example, we cannot use taxpayers' dollars to pay for parking services or dining halls or residence services, or residence halls, I should say. But we cannot use that also for athletics facilities, which puts that burden on the fundraising side of the university. And that is a huge burden, something that in the past, we didn't have to deal with the complexities of name, image, and likeness, which has just made that situation a little bit more difficult. So it is a monumental task looking at us in the eye. The last part is name, image, and likeness came in the horizon at the same time that the transfer portal. And that's why this has become even worse, right? Because it's a constant competition. Coaches are in constant recruitment mode. And so it is a very complicated landscape looking at us in the eye. But to reiterate what Seth just said, what it's important is for us to remember it's important to win, but winning cannot be at all costs. So let's find that niche, right, where we can use the incredible work of our student athletes to enhance the visibility and the importance of what is the core mission of the university, which is to educate the sons and daughters of the working families of America.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
All right. Madam Chair, that concludes the facilities-related authority items. Turn it back over to Director Lyons.
Thank you. One last item.
One last item, and we'll leave that to Director Lyons.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this item is a request for authorization to distribute timber sales revenue. This is kind of a unique item that you see every other year. The university system receives approximately $6 million annually for our trust lands, but statute, ironically, wants you all to make a decision on whether or not the campuses can use this one little sliver of timber sales for necessary purposes of deferred maintenance or fixed cost assets, even though this is only about a quarter, not even a quarter of the amount that we receive in our trust land amounts annually. So the request today is for the campuses moving forward for FY26 and FY27 to utilize their timber sales for deferred maintenance, repayment of debt, or if they have any negative fund balances. Madam Chair, with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you. I cannot believe we are done before noon, actually. Great work, good conversation, and I think, Chair Buchanan, we completed really great work of the Budget Committee in this legislative year, so thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. And again, members of the Budget Committee, staff at OCHE, campus leaders, big conversation there. Really appreciate it. Dean Erdman, I don't know if we can break early for lunch. He's probably checking to see if we can do that anyway. Commissioner Christian, anything on the agenda ahead of us that we want to prolong, or do we jump right into lunch, which is scheduled to start at 12:15? Yeah, we can come back a little early. That would make sense. We should try to go to lunch and come back early. Okay, perfect. Well, that break we forgave is back on the deck. All right, we'll take a quick recess for lunch. Board members, we are meeting in the library with student representatives at 12:15. Let's plan to regroup. Maybe we'll meet there in at noon and plan to regroup. Yep, I think that sounds great. And let's be back here at 1:15 to kick off the ARSA committee. All right, excellent. We'll take a quick recess. Thank you. Ask the microphone to the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee Chair, Chair Bao.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. We'll start off with our emeriti faculty. It's a particularly distinguished list this time around. We have 356 years of service to the system. We have some of the most familiar names you can see going through professors we've been talking about, hearing about for years, and also 3 of our longest serving, university administrators. Dean Karen Vanderveer, Chancellor Les Cook, and of course, President Juarez Cruzado. So it's, it's really a distinguished list. The system is different and better and improved as a result of the service of this list, and we would be, we're grateful for everyone and for their years of service and for the improvement. They've made us better, they've made the system better, and we're grateful. Now we have our tenure faculty list.
Mr. Chair, this is also a particularly lengthy and important list at this meeting. May is often when we see most of our faculty tenure items. So these are faculty who've proceeded through their campus's tenure and review process, have been reviewed by OGHR, and come to you with our recommendation for the award of tenure to the numerous faculty members on this list. Happy to answer if there are any questions.
Seeing no questions on the list, let's move right on to our action items. First, we have a request to plan proposals. And I would ask, we will start with Montana State University and Provost Bob Machbaugh.
Thank you, Chair Bao and Deputy Commissioner Teal. So the first, all 3 requested plans that I'll describe today originated in our College of Agriculture. The first one is a Bachelor's of Science in Agricultural Sciences. So students who complete this degree will be proficient in fundamental principles of ag economics and management, as well as the science of operations involving plants and animals. They'll be skilled in the utilization of agricultural products and marketing strategies. There's a variety of career paths our graduates will be eligible for, and these are all high demand in the state of Montana. This includes agricultural, civil service, technical and sales positions, county extension services, land management, ag or horticultural production oversight, and quality assurance. We have seen a significant interest from our students for this type of more broad field program, as well as interest in the state agricultural industry. The resources are minimal. We do not have to offer any additional courses. This program is truly more of a broad field program, so it will tap into courses from ag econ, plant sciences and plant pathology, land resources, and animal and range science. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, please continue.
Thank you. I would like to jump, if it's with your permission, a bit out of order and go to the Masters of Science in Agricultural Science, which is the third requested plan listed here. So this is also more of a generalist master's degree in agriculture. We throw it into our category of professional master's degrees. The degree program can be completed in 12 months, but it's also available to students who are not able to locate to Bozeman and are not able to take full course loads. So these might be practitioners, these may be county extension agents, and a variety of other industries that have indicated a need for this. Courses will be offered in a blended format, and again, it taps into our various specialty areas, but what we're finding more and more so is that sometimes students want a more generalist, advanced degree that has a research component, but no research requirements. So there's no thesis, there's no dissertation, but they're taking courses that have a lot of experimental components to them. And again, these will be courses in plant sciences and plant pathology, animal and range sciences, ag econ, rangeland management. We also see an interest from our international students that are coming to Montana seeking a non-thesis professional master's degree. And this will be our first professional master's degree in the College of Agriculture. Lastly, it provides an off-ramp for those students who start in one of our more science-rich programs and decide that that level of science and research is not where they see themselves going with their career. Any questions on that one?
Questions from the Regents?
Okay, thank you. Moving to the third, this is also a master's degree, and it will be a professional master's degree as well in the College of Agriculture. It combines two components, a curriculum academic component and then a hands-on practical component. The curriculum component can be taken at our MSU campus in Bozeman or online. So it's a hybrid type of curricular offering. The active hands-on component is the horsemanship program. And we have reached an arrangement with two different centers for the horsemanship component, the equitation. One is the Montana Center for Horsemanship in Dillon, Montana, and that is more of a practice of Western equitation. And then for English equitation, which is the other major category, we have an arrangement with a horsemanship program in Paris, France. It's the most well-known, popular equitation program in Europe. We're also been collaborating with University of Montana Western. They have a bachelor's degree in horsemanship, and so we're aligning the curriculum so that those students will have an opportunity to progress to a more advanced level of training and as well as skills in the research of horsemanship.
And just on behalf of the committee, I think maybe Provost Mockfar wasn't available on the committee meeting day, and I thought for sure I had Dean Shrikala Bajwa on the ropes with questions about horsemanship, and I have to say she crushed it. She answered all the questions. She was totally dialed in, and so I think that's please pass on my congratulations to her for. I tried to trip her up and I failed. But I would like to compliment, I mean, I think it's important at lots of levels for cooperation in the university system and sharing of resources. And so I think, the ability for UM Western MSU to come together on horsemanship, which is obviously a strength of Western, I mean, it's really great to see. So thank you, Provost Mockfar. Questions from the Regents? Okay.
Thank you.
We'll vote on these later on, obviously. Seeing none, we'll call up Montana Tech Provost Tim Elgren.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Regents. This is a request to extend, actually separate our two engineering programs that fit underneath our general engineering degree into mechanical engineering and civil engineering. This is really the recommendation of our Industrial Advisory Board, saying that this really reflects what industry is looking for, the named degrees, not the general degree. It's really very simple. So any questions? Happy to answer them.
Questions from the Regents now? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Provost Elgren. Moving on, we will have Provost Andrea Lawrence from U of M with an authorization to form College of Science.
Thank you, Chair Bao, Deputy Commissioner Teal, members of the Board of Regents. So I am really excited and delighted to present this level 2. I'll do a very brief recap of the November conversation, talk about our process a little bit, and let you know where we've landed and then what our proposed timeline is for rolling this out. So if you recall last November when we put forward the request to plan for a pretty significant reorganization in academic affairs. It included the creation of a College of Science. It also included moving geosciences and environmental studies from the College of Humanities and Sciences over to the Franke College of Forestry and Conservation to realize the recommendations in the Madsen report, which was put together in 2021, so we can really amplify our considerable expertise in the environment, conservation, and obviously forestry. And then the third part of that was to create a college that integrates academic units in education, humanities, and social sciences. We're very glad and grateful that the board voted to approve our request to plan. And we think that the restructure made sense for several reasons. One is administrative, so making sure that we can consider the similar cost structures together, and similarly sized colleges are a lot more manageable than one massive college and a number of smaller colleges. And then the strategic objectives that are outlined in the level 2 were very much top of mind for us. So it was to make sure that we have visibility on the sciences, all the STEM fields that we have on campus, but particularly focused on bench science with this new college, making sure that we can attract prospective students and faculty, making sure that we are seeding interdisciplinary work, so that includes both teaching and research, making sure that we can enhance collaboration between departments in the STEM fields. So we have a track record of doing this with the Division of Biological Sciences, which was created by merging a number of academic units together over 15 years ago. And they've been able to realize considerable teaching fluidity across specializations and be able to do a lot more research collaboration. And they've had really good, strong track record of recruiting and retaining excellent faculty. And then, making sure that there is administrative support and support in enrollment, marketing and communications, that kind of a thing that is much more targeted toward the College of Science. So last, College of Science, Humanities and Social Sciences, and then obviously the Franke College. So our process last fall, we created 3 separate task forces to attend to these. One was focused on the moves of geosciences and environmental studies to the Franke College. Another was created to develop the College of Science and produce the level 2 that's before you today. And the third was to create a college bringing together education, humanities, and social sciences. So the outcomes of these task forces were this. The Franke College Task Force successfully initiated the program moves of geosciences and environmental studies from the College of Humanities and Sciences to the Franke College. That was passed in the April Faculty Senate vote with flying colors. The College of Science Task Force created the level 2. That's before you today. So they've also created a new mission for the college, which is also in the level 2. And this college will bring together the Division of Biological Sciences, which is quite sizable as it is, as well as chemistry and biochemistry, computer science, mathematical sciences, and physics and astronomy. And then based on the feedback for the final task force, which included education, humanities, and social sciences, we decided to pivot and keep the College of Education as is and focus on crafting a new mission, name, and vision for the college that includes the humanities and social sciences. So as I noted in the April Faculty Senate meeting, Faculty Senate voted to recommend the program moves of geosciences and EVST. They also recommended the creation of the College of Science after a very lively discussion. It was standing room only. That explored a range of questions that included opportunities for greater visibility, impact on academic programs and research, and what outcomes might be for students. So about 2/3 of Faculty Senate, or 66%, voted in favor to recommend the creation of the College of Science. And then Faculty Senate recommended to postpone the retitling of the College of Humanities and the College of Humanities and Sciences until September. So since then, we have, I have met with the chairs and program directors in humanities and social sciences, and we have begun conversations about visioning, and we will continue that work over the summer and develop something that can inform the name of the college, which they will then take to faculty and staff in the fall when faculty are back on contract. It's been a very generative conversation so far. And then this spring, I also met with a number of our staff in the College of Humanities and Sciences, as well as the College of Education. So this includes staff in administrative associate roles, finance roles, and advising roles to, one, better understand the demands of their roles and their experiences in those roles, how we might adjust to improve their experiences, as well as realize efficiencies, and then what this could look like over the next few years across the academic affairs as a sector. So those conversations have been very fruitful. I have learned a ton from my colleagues, as you might imagine, and we will continue that work over the course of the summer. Finally, our timeline for leadership transition, what we're proposing pending the vote today, is looking at a comparable number of administrators to what we had initially planned last fall. So there's a reconfiguration of that to include, instead of 2 deans and 4 associate deans, it would be 3 deans and 3 probably part-time associate deans in the colleges. So that would include College of Science, College of Education, and the college that includes the Humanities and Social Sciences. So pending today's vote, we would like to hire interim deans for the College of Science and the college that includes Humanities and Social Sciences. So they would start in the new fiscal year, and then over the next academic year, we would hire permanent deans. So I'm happy to answer any questions y'all might have.
Questions? I'd just like to compliment Provost Lawrence. You anticipated a couple of my questions about additional expenses from the administrator's side. And I know this has been a long process outside of just the school, this particular school request of restructuring, at U of M. And it's hard oftentimes for lay people to understand the need for all that. But I just think I'd like to compliment you and your team that I think you've made a good case for it and addressed our concerns. And the committee's concerns. So we enthusiastically recommend these changes. Any questions from the Regents or any comments from, I see deputy commissioners leaning in to maybe correct me on something, but.
Unfortunately, Regent Bow, you stole my thunder. So
No, okay.
I was also going to compliment Provost Lawrence and Vice Provost John DeBoer. We had several opportunities through this process to review the work of the task forces, the materials provided to Faculty Senate. They were thorough. There's a lot of thought that went into this process. The process isn't fully complete yet, but I think that you organize an inclusive process among faculty and other stakeholders to make a challenging decision, one that I know forming a new college, changing how departments and units are organized and staffed, that can cause some reasonable anxiety. But I think you've done a good job of organizing faculty to think about how that could create some identity, efficiencies, mission that should have benefits. So it also comes with our recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much. And I have to give a huge amount of credit to our colleagues in Faculty Senate who took this up with a lot of grace and very close adherence to the timelines that we proposed. The questions that have been raised in our regular meetings have been very helpful in getting us to the point where we are today. So thank you.
Thank you, Provost Lawrence. So that concludes the action portion of the committee's recommendations, and we'll move on to the information. And I will ask Deputy Commissioner Teal to take it from here.
Thank you, Chair Bow. Our first item is a policy item. Last year, there were changes in Title IV student aid. All of your campuses participate in that aid program, and new requirements of Title IV meant that institutions had to stop the practice of withholding students' transcripts. Of course, it being a Title IV regulation, there were a lot of complexities to that. Your commissioner's office issued a commissioner's directive at that time and guidance so that we had some standardization in terms of how campuses were complying with that new federal requirement. What this information item does is it brings that commissioner's guidance and adopts it into your policy related to withholding transcripts for students who have debt. So this is just an information item at this point for your review, for campuses' further review. But this, by and large, is a practice that's already been instituted at the campus level. We're just making the policy correction to bring that commissioner's directive into your policy as a board. Happy to answer if there are any questions, but you should expect, pending your approval, to see this as an action item in July. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the academic review items. The first is our academic approval memo. You as a board have delegated some academic approval items, as well as the second stage of those request to plan items that you just heard in their approval to OCHI staff. We meet monthly with chief academic officers to review all those items and the information that's provided in terms of curriculum, resources, student demand, need, outcomes that our full academic process requires of campuses. And this is bringing forward to you notification of the items that OCHI has approved and will be launching at campuses. And I'm always happy to answer questions regarding this lengthy document. But anticipating none, I'll move on to what I think is maybe a little bit more of a broad item, and this is our degree approval tracking. Currently, and several of the members are in the room, we have an academic processes task force that's been looking at kind of the rubric that we have in policy on how we make decisions about academic programs, and thinking, is the information that we're gathering when we're approving new programs up to snuff? Is it gathering what we need to make those decisions well, and changing some of the policies that drive that new program approval of those degree definitions? I want to recognize Dr. Sue Balter-Reitz, who's leading that task force very capably. In the next year, we're really focusing on how that rubric applies to our overall academic inventory. So how do we use system data to assess what we are offering in terms of academic programs, how those are organized, what our offerings are across the state, and how those match with workforce supply and demand. And then also how we feed into a lot of the processes that we require of institutions to review their academic programs. What information are faculty engaging with when they're doing a review of an academic program? This is a really rough cut starting point to some of that, and it's just showing you that over the past decade, the new programs, new types of programs that have been stood up and stood down over that time. And the quick summary is that over that decade, we have a net increase of 12 academic programs, but some trends. We've seen increases in graduate degrees, increases in certificates offered, and declines in the number of bachelor's degrees that are offered across our institutions, and a lot of complexities therein. But my commitment to you is to come back in September with an update and some of the first policy recommendations from that task force, and then some of our report out and ideation of this rubric that we apply to make decisions about academic programs, and not just new programs, but our overall inventory. What are our analytics? How does that process work? And how are we trying to make sure that's improving over time?
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I think this is really something that I wanted to bring forward to the regents, because when we see 3 or 4 programs at a time at every meeting, it's very hard to understand what the overall pattern is in terms of the overall university system. Why are we looking at horsemanship this time, and how does that fit in with where we are with other programs? And so this really gives us 5 years of data, so you can see that there is a pretty comprehensive process that happens. No surprise, because we know Deputy Commissioner Teal does a great job. But I just thought I would give everyone some context about how we look at these programs, and there'll be more data forthcoming in the upcoming meetings. But that's really the purpose of this chart, is to help those of us who don't spend our full time looking at this, having a little bit more sense of where we're going with our programs and approvals.
If there aren't other questions, we'll enter kind of our strategic priority items as a committee. And one of these has to do with the subject of accreditation. So I'll invite our accreditation panelists up. I think similarly, all of you hear the term accreditation quite a lot at these meetings. It's a really important process for our campuses. One thing that I think want to improve on is how we bring some of the insights from that process to you as a board. It's a process where these teams, large campus teams and committees, gather data, conduct self-studies over a cycle, and have external review of those self-studies related to standards of our accreditor, Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. And so for us at OCHI, for you as a board, for our institutions, it's a process that can yield a lot of insights in terms of both where we're doing well and deserve some commendation, and where we perhaps have some space to focus and improve. And I promised Sue I would not steal further of her thunder, so Dr. Balter-Reitz, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal, and thank you very much, Chair Bao. Ange, I forgot to ask, will you switch slides for me? Thanks, you rock. All right, so my goal today is to give a very high level but not superficial overview of accreditation in approximately 7 minutes. So I'm hoping that you'll have some questions, and if not, we can always talk about it more. Next slide. So as you may know, every campus in the state is overseen by the Northwest Commission of Colleges and Universities. They are our regional accreditor, and I'll talk a little bit about this later, but as you heard from Tom, the idea of regional accreditation is changing, but for now we are all in NWCCU. NWCCU is required by Title 34 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 602, to apply certain standards to judge the quality of higher education programs and training. And so everything that we're about to talk about is mandated by the Code of Federal Regulations. And if you'll go to the next slide. Here's a very broad overview of the NWCCU standards. In 2020, the Commission went to a new set of standards. They're actually required every 10 years to review their standards, and they made some pretty significant changes in 2020. There are two standards. The first really has to do with institutional mission and how well students are learning and achieving the goals, and that's generally retention and completion. Standard 2 has to do with governance and resources. Essentially, what is the capacity of an institution to fulfill its mission? Would you go to the next slide? Every institution goes through what's called a voluntary accreditation cycle. This cycle is a 7-year iterative process. Every year, institutions file an annual report. In year 3 of the 7-year cycle, there is a visiting team of peer evaluators who come just to assess how well students are or how well institutions are doing on their mission and on their assessment of student learning. Year 6 is the policies, regulations, and financial review, where institutions provide a pretty substantial report that addresses all of the standard 2 questions. And then what you usually hear about is the year 7, or the evaluation of institutional effectiveness visit, which is where a large team of peer reviewers comes for 2.5 days, asks a lot of questions, probes on some hot spots generally that your campus may or may not be interested in learning about, and then writes a summative report which essentially makes the decision about whether your accreditation is going to be reaffirmed. So if you'll go to the next slide. I want to highlight a few of the commendations and recommendations that we are seeing as a system. Before I talk about these commendations, I just want to give you a little caveat. Everything I took for this report came from what's called the Institutional Action Letter. That is only given to an institution at the conclusion of the year 7. So if you are in a cycle and you've gotten another report, a mid-cycle, or sometimes there's an ad hoc, the action letter for your EIE or your year 7 is gone from the NWCCU website. So I wasn't able to capture the rich data of every institution, and that's going to be more important on the recommendations. The commendations you see here are for the 2-year colleges in our system, and commendations don't have to be tied to a standard. So these are things that the peer reviewers see that they think an institution's doing really well. And as you look at essentially the qualitative analysis of this, you really see a lot of things that are mission crucial for our 2-year colleges that really underscore the good work being done by campuses. If you'll go to our next slide, these are our 4-year, and excuse me for all the words. As a comm person, it's driving me crazy that there's so many words on these slides. So, but as you can see, our 4-year campuses still have that same focus on student success, experiential learning. I really love the focus on Native American students. And so there's a lot of great things happening on campus. But what we really are also thinking about, and one of the things that's crucial to the NWCCU mission, is continuous improvement. It's ensuring that higher education institutions are continuing to make sure that student learning, student achievement, and their own missions are being fulfilled. So that leads us to the recommendations. And what I've done is I've read everyone's recommendation, and I've collated the ones that we see most frequently. So if you'll go to the next slide, you'll remember that Standard 1B has to do with your strategic work. How well are you meeting your strategic goals? And Standard 1C has to do with assessment of student learning. We're going to see some trends here. So B1B2, 4 institutions in their year 7 had this as a recommendation. This really has to do with how well institutions are defining how well they're meeting their mission and how they're using data to answer that question. 1C has to do with student learning, and of course you'll see also 4 of our institutions had recommendations on that. And if you'll go to D, so Standard 1D has to do with student achievement, and NWCCU is really interested in the use of data and the use of peer and aspirants to understand how well you're achieving your goals in terms of student achievement of graduation, retention. It also drills down into disaggregated categories that are identified by the institution as important. So there is a list that is given to institutions, but institutions are asked to try to find the meaningful indicators for themselves. And I know, for example, it might be commuter students, it could be Pell-eligible students, could be older students, so it is really up to the institution to define what are meaningful disaggregated indicators for themselves. All right, I'll go to the next slide, and this is where the fun starts. So I'm going to ask my panel to introduce themselves as I ask them a couple of questions, and I'm going to start with John DeBoer. So John, would you introduce yourself, and you tell us where in the accreditation cycle UM is, and what is your campus doing as a result of where you are in the cycle?
Well, Chair Bao, Regents, thank you for allowing us to speak today. John DeBoer, Vice Provost for Academic Affairs, Professor of Theater. This is my 17th year at UM, so I've been through a few cycles at this point, and this is the first time that I get to speak to you about accreditation. We recently completed our Year 7 evaluation of institutional effectiveness. It was led by my heroic colleague, Claudine Sellier, who served as the accreditation liaison officer for the university during the final stretch of that cycle. And it was a successful visit. We were reaffirmed, and now the work continues. We're responding to our recommendations, leaning into our commendations. And in spring 2026, we'll host what's called an ad hoc visit with NWCCU, where we'll address the progress we've made on our recommendations. And I'd say this comes at a pivotal moment for UM. We've had stable leadership under President Bodnar since 2018, and we have a mature, mission-aligned strategic operating rhythm. So we did not get a recommendation about how we're meeting our strategic plan. Instead, we've been working to better integrate academic affairs more fully into that rhythm and to define clear institutional learning outcomes. Both were recommendations by NWCCU to improve our assessment practices. And this work is central to UM's culture of continuous improvement. But it's also vital to this board's 7-year program review cycle. At UM, we're ensuring that the program review and assessment processes are not just compliance exercises, but tools for improvement. We recently implemented what we call academic portfolio review. That's intended to augment your 7-year cycle, turning program review into an ongoing data-informed conversation about demand for programs, student achievement, quality of programs, and then we're also reframing our assessment practices to support faculty as teachers. Our goal is to help them reflect on student learning, refine their pedagogy, and enhance their impact in the classroom. So that's where things are standing at UM right now. Thanks, Sue.
Thanks. Dr. Dewar?
Just one quick comment, Vice Provost DeBoer. Thank you. That sounds like exactly the kind of questions I ask at our committee meetings, so I really congratulate you on that. You know, it's hard as a regent sometimes to understand the process of improving, you know, the curriculum and the pedagogy, and so I appreciate the hard work that you've put into that and sharing it with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Dewar.
Tracy Dewar, Vice Provost for Curriculum Assessment and Accreditation at Montana State University. Montana State University recently a year ago, I was vigorously working on writing the Standard 1 report. And in October, we had a site visit, a big site visit. So this is our year 7 visit. And then in March, we were reaffirmed for accreditation. But our work really started when we were writing that self-study report. That's when we started realizing some of our gaps and where we needed to begin working next. And that was reflected in our site visit that the review team saw that and gave us commendations for our academic program assessment that we had quickly stood up that from the previous review. And so they saw that good work going on, and so the recommendations came next that we needed to then take a look at that more holistically, and we heard that, and I appreciate from Chair Buchanan and the Commissioner the discussion on the importance of student success and especially advising. And so one of our recommendations was around encompassing advising assessment and our so to begin work on that, we have already had a faculty advising assessment task force formed, and they have already completed their work and stood up a process and a committee to continue that work, to sustain that work on that advising assessment and thinking about the holistic student. One of our other recommendations was around that other piece of assessing all of our programs, and that includes those student success programs. And my predecessor in my role moved over as the Vice President for Student Success, Steve Swinford. And so he was already versed in this, and so he is moving on that assessment in student success. Our third recommendation came around taking a look towards the outside, and as we are transitioning in our leadership, that's going to be very important. We have done very well in our strategic plan for the last, 7 years now. Looking forward in that, one of our recommendations was around looking out towards our peer comparators and tracking that record of how we're comparing ourselves to other institutions. And so that's the progress that we've been making.
Thank you so much. And then I'll turn it over to Kathleen Thatcher.
Thank you, Sue. Chair Buchanan, members of the board, and Commissioner Christian. My name is Kathleen Thatcher. I'm the Director of Assessment and Accreditation at Montana State University Billings. We are currently, we received our official feedback on the policies, regulations, and financial review, also known as the PERFR, the year 6, this past spring. I'm pleased to report that our final recommendation, we had 4 from our last cycle. We had 1 outstanding going into the PERFR, and that recommendation on stabilizing our leadership team, we're very pleased to report, has been fulfilled thanks to the stabilization of our leadership and the commitment to continue hiring tenure-track faculty. So we're very excited about that. We are currently in the throes of writing our Year 7 report, which is due in August, and we will host our visit in October. So while we currently do not have recommendations, we have been working pretty tirelessly over the last 7 years of the previous cycle to address the 4 that we were given at that time. I think that about summarizes where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is really whoever wants to answer, and I hope you all will. What would you like to amplify about your accreditation experience, especially as we think about accreditation as part of our system work? Kathleen?
Thank you, Sue. I've been giving this one some thought. I'll sort of just leave two comments here. Given that we recently wrote the PERFR the year 6, and now we're writing the year 7. I think members of the board, as you all continue to support the institutions in this way and in this for accreditation, having an awareness and knowing where the standards for the NWCCU intersect the policies that you all uphold that help support us in the work that we do, I think it would be, that's a really valuable component. Many of you are probably already aware of those policies, but I think maintaining that awareness and where the Northwest Commission asks us to report on those policies, I think is something I want to put out there for you all to consider. And then the last little bit I'll leave, because I think this is timely in the landscape currently, is that while occasionally you might hear us gripe about accreditation from time to time, the process is actually quite valuable and serves tremendous purpose. So, it's been called to question, I suppose, the value of it, but I think you heard it even in Dr. Dewar's comments that when you really take this process seriously and collaborate and put all the effort into it, it does jump off the page. It jumps right out at you where your gaps are and where you have areas to improve. And almost always, I think my colleagues would agree, the process validates that. We come out with recommendations, I think, pretty regularly that we would all nod our head in agreement and say, yep, that's where we need to focus our energy. So I want to lift up and highlight the tremendous value that accreditation brings to our institutions. When we take it seriously and put the work to it, we would never want to go without. So thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
I would say the lesson that I learned from this, and I keep being reminded of this, is reflection is an action. And so this program, this culture of assessment that we've built is incremental changes at the program level, but this 7-year cycle gives us that moment, that time to reflect on the larger picture for a university. And so taking that time helps us reset and set directions, much in the same way that our strategic plans do that as well. So that continuous improvement is for that larger picture, that's important. So it's been very helpful to us. And the peer review, call it a peer review process, because that's who we sat with. And it's universities helping each other to improve and lift each other up. So the panel was looking for ideas for their own universities as much as we were sharing what we were sharing, we're doing and learning from them as well. So, and I would mention as part of this process, the ALOs across, so those are the accreditation liaison officers who we are, and across the state of Montana have been meeting monthly to help each other through that process. And that comes from us coming together through OCHI. So, and I'm going to credit Estee Aiken for starting that.
Well, I would agree with everything my colleagues just said, especially thank you to Estee for getting us all together. It's nice to have a support group when your job is compliance and following the rules. To have somebody to look to and to lean on has been excellent. So it's been wonderful building this community of ALOs over the last year. I recently presented with Provost Lawrence to the Foundation Board of Trustees about accreditation, and I used some language that was used by the National Association of Schools of Theater during the COVID-19 crisis about the importance of accreditation and the importance of standards, and to use it as a way of communicating value. Are we who we say we are? Are students learning what we say they're learning? Are they successful once they do leave us? And most importantly, do these successes meet the needs of the state that we're serving? And so I guess that brings me to a small provocation to the board. And it's in support of Deputy Commissioner Teal's ambitions for how we continue to monitor the health of what we are doing as a state. Accreditation is about living up to our public promise. Ultimately, we need to move beyond just reporting enrollment and graduation rates and providing narrative summaries and reporting on assessment without resourcing the follow-through on what we've learned. We really need to lean into our real opportunities for improvement that present themselves through these processes. And so that's where I see the board playing a role, not necessarily by prescribing identical policy solutions across our very different campuses, but by supporting each institution's capacity to thrive within their own mission, to live out our mission with integrity. Because we all serve different populations across our campuses, and system solutions don't necessarily always work perfectly. They're not a perfect fit, but system support, smart policies, better alignment of data definitions, and the space to innovate within our unique place in our system, that ensures continuous improvement. That makes sure it's not just a standard, but it's a reality that we're living. So I really appreciate the chance that you have given to all of us to come and talk to you today about accreditation and why it's so important to what we're doing as a state in educating our population, the population across the country, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I kind of don't want to say anything, but I have to. I want to, Deputy Commissioner Teal, did you want to jump in now or wait until the last slide? All right, I have one more slide, but I think that Tom from SHIO probably covered quite a bit of it. And that is, where is accreditation in light of the April 23rd executive order, and then the follow-up Dear Colleague letter. At this point, there is no explicit destructuring of accreditation. There are some threats to particular accreditors who have standards that are aligned with DEI, but the primary thrust seems to be to allow institutions choice in their accreditors and to get rid of barriers for allowing institutions to move accreditors, and also for the beginning of new accreditors. So I don't think accreditation is going away. But the question is, how might it change? And I think that we have some hints, but ultimately, when we look at the NWCCU standards, there is language that could be interpreted as DEI. But by and large, most of the language has to do with student achievement. And that achievement is independent of those standards. I want to add one more thing before I open it up to Commissioner Teal. There are two places where the board is explicitly requested to be part of the accreditation process. In the PERFR, the Year 6 review, institutions have to talk about board policy and board review cycles. That is something that I think is really important for institutions to understand. During the EIE visit, there is a required visit with a member of the Board of Regents, and I know that Commissioner Christian often helps organize that. So I'm sure several of you in this room have had that opportunity and have your own reflections on that. Deputy Commissioner Teal, I know you have a couple of comments you want to make.
No, and just a final thank you, Sue, John, Tracy, Kathleen, for providing this overview and this input. I just wanted to kind of break down for you as Regents two things. First is, we do have a lot of input into this process as a system, as a state. I want to recognize President Chandler and Chancellor Hickswaw are both commissioners and inform the NWCCU standards, and thank you for your service in that role and representing kind of our suite of institutions and their needs and how they want to assess each other. The second piece is that this ALO group, this process, does surface places where we want to improve, and I'd highlight two from these themes. One is institutional learning outcomes, program learning outcomes, and our process and tools to assess those well. And that's been a focus of ours through the new LMS, is thinking about how are we licensing some of the tools that help institutions tackle what's a really complicated task of managing dozens of programs and having some idea of what benchmarks are we setting for our students and how are we measuring those benchmarks. And then the second is how we break down data to make decisions on student achievement beyond kind of the outcomes. And there, recently we've had a great gathering of institutional researchers and student affairs officers co-hosted by Complete College America, a group called DataKind, to start working and having some system resources to help campus teams plan on how can we do that piece better. And importantly, how do some of those tools inform our advising practices, and how are they informed by some of the work that we've done in Montana 10, Hilleman Scholars, and projects like that. So that's to say, this is a really important introspective process, and one that we're trying to use to inform what actions, where are we spending our time, where are we investing resources, so that campuses are taking these recommendations seriously and able to act on them. And happy to open up for questions and open the panel up for questions should Regents have any.
Thank you all. Really excellent presentation, and help put accreditation, which oftentimes can see like a check the box function, into much more real time and beneficial for the system. Regents, questions? Regent Dombrowski.
Really more of a statement than a question. Having grown up in healthcare, I'm so very familiar with accreditation and sort of the yin and yang of, is it worth it? What do we do with it? Check off the box kind of thing. So I would just say, John, to your comments in particular, I really think if we could have packaged that up a little bit, that really is the essence of why we choose voluntarily to be accredited, and then how we take what we learn to continually improve. I just think that's an important concept. I think, you know, Joe, you've talked about that as well, and I would just reiterate that that is what it's about. It isn't checking a box, but it is getting better and measuring ourselves as we go. So thank you.
Sorry, Regent Ware.
No, I wanted to express my thanks. Like Regent Dombrowski, I spend a lot of my time in accreditation for public education. And it is, it's quite the task, but when you use it to focus on areas of strength and areas of needs, and you're getting better for the learners that are a future of Montana, you're doing it right. So thank you for digging in and doing the hard work. It's appreciated.
Yes, President Cruzado.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and I know these individuals well, and they work very hard. And accreditation is a lot of work, a lot of work. And I just want to take this opportunity also to say thank you, Tracy Duggar, for, I mean, it was a laborious process, because when you do it right, it's not about just having Tracy doing it by herself. It's about involving others, making sure that faculty and students and staff are aware of the process. That is the only way in which true institutional transformation takes place. And to John's comments, right, about are we who we really say we are, right? That's the fundamental question. That's the measure of institutional integrity. And that is very hard to do. So kudos to these wonderful colleagues, and to Tracy. Thanks to her work, Montana State University in this last round, we didn't need to have a review visit, an ad hoc review. I mean, that is all thanks to Tracy monumental work. This lady did not sleep well for months. And I just want for her to know that I am very appreciative, and thanks to her, we looked very, very good. Thank you, Tracy.
Usually unwise to follow President Cruzado, so I think we might just leave it there.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, panelists.
And I will say Sue is not completely excused, and we'll invite John Thunstrom up as well.
John is on a phone call with Bozeman.
We will, Sue is not excused. Last legislative session, one of our main initiatives was our Seamless System Initiative. And this, at the start of that, we had 5 contracts for 3 different learning management tools around the university system. We proposed to unify those, and this is to some degree a mission accomplished presentation, but it's also recognizing the pretty enormous efforts of the teams who did that and some of the benefits that we think are arising already and on the horizon because we undertook that work. Sue and John Thunstrom, who you know, led that effort from the system office, but there's a cast of maybe not quite thousands, but pretty close who participated. Sue.
Thank you. And I have to, I'm hoping that John's call will end quickly, but I don't think it will. He is actually on a call with one of our vendors right now. I am making up for all the words. This slide has no words, well, very few words. So this is a very quick presentation. I wanted to tell you where we are, where we're going, and then probably most importantly, to give you a big thank you. So I'll start with our first slide. So the big news is next Monday, the very last of our schools will start on Canvas. So it has been an amazing ride. As of Monday, just last Monday, Bozeman and Great Falls joined the Canvas family, which is very exciting. I just wanted to quickly take you back. We issued this RFP in early 23. So we're talking about 2 years to go from just a very fragmented system to a unified learning management system where every student in higher education in the MUS and our 3 community colleges are now going to be using the same learning management system. The campuses have all migrated now, and we have also moved over 32,000 courses for faculty with our partner K16. This means that faculty didn't start from scratch. They're still doing some work, and we have to give a big shout out to the faculty who have put a lot of time into making sure that their courses look as good as they can. We've also had several schools invest in, well, every school has invested in an archiving solution to be compliant with federal record keeping. So some schools are using K16, others have built their own system so that if there are questions with student progression, if we need to find student work for programmatic accreditation, we can retrieve student records and student work, and that was a lot of work on our teams. We have 2 RFPs that we have completed to have software that's going to benefit the system. The first is UJA. UJA is an accessibility package that ensures that we're compliant with the new rules of accessibility. And even though those might be under question, most of our I'm going to say every one of our campuses believes strongly in student access to information, and every single one of our campuses has opted into UJA. eLumen is a programmatic assessment tool. That is one that will help every institution with NWCCU regional accreditation as well as programmatic accreditation. All of the contracts that we are currently working on are opt-in contracts, outside of Canvas, of course, where institutions can decide if they want to be a part of it based on their resources and needs. I'll go to the next slide. So the next question is, what's next? And this is really where life gets super fun and interesting. As you know, we are part of the Montana University Course Exchange. That is growing. We have just introduced MSU Billings to the Course Exchange. And now when a student is on the Course Exchange, as they move from campus to campus, they are going to be in the same learning management system. We have a dream. I don't know how soon it's going to happen. It's a technical issue that John is working through right now, that a student will be able to log into their home campus and see any course they're enrolled in across the MUS through the back-end trust relationships. We are hoping to have that ready to go for spring of 26. We are also using the Canvas Commons to share materials. We're hoping to launch this for things like our faculty learning groups. We're using it for ways that within the MUS, faculty can share resources. We've built what's called a Montana University System Commons, which means that anyone in that commons can share with each other so that we can do system types of resources together. Let me go to the next. I want to spend just a couple of minutes on what Thriving Together. This is the hard work of Dr. Christine Miller, J.C. Hacker, and Amber Spring. This course, built in Canvas, will replace the Vector required student compliance training. And one of the things that makes it extraordinarily powerful is each campus is modifying it to meet their own campus needs. And I mean, I cannot overstate the incredible work that went into this, as well as the potential, not just as a cost saving for the university system, but also as a way for campuses to really come together to think about how to best help their students understand the compliance topics. This course, I think, is going to serve as a model for not just student courses, but perhaps employee courses as well, so that we can work together within the system and share out courses. So this is the first proof of concept of how having the single LMS can benefit us all. And then this is my favorite slide. These are just a few of the faces. These are the distance education teams from across the state. You can see my friends at the Teaching and Learning Technology Centers were busily getting ready to launch Canvas, so they couldn't get me together for a team photo. So these are our distance education teams, but they represent CIOs, registrars, student affairs, faculty, DSS offices. I mean, this project touched just about every person on every campus. And I wanted to take this moment just to appreciate, I mean, it's extraordinary that this project is done in less than 2 years, but it's even more extraordinary just how cohesive the teams were as we got to this point. And I'd be open to any questions.
Thanks, Sue. And I just want to emphasize that this is probably the second most central piece of IT, apart from our student information systems, to the operations of our campuses, and it's the one that most directly impacts student learning. The incredible efforts of this team and faculty updating the system, getting to having a modern, unified, single learning management system across the MUS is a massive undertaking and a great accomplishment. And Sue and John both deserve a lot of kudos for their support of these teams and their careful work to ensure that that happened on time and as advertised. So thank you, Sue. Any other questions from members of the board? I think just a celebration and I think good news on the horizon in terms of, hey, now that we have a unified system, how we use it to good effect for students in the state. Thank you, Sue. Last but not least, I'd like to invite up our vice presidents for research from MSU and UM to give you all an update on where MUS research sits currently. We've had a decade of really historic growth in our university system research enterprise. There have been a lot of changes, as there often are, between administrations this spring, things that these folks and their teams have been working on and working through. Want to give you some sense of what that looks like currently, what's new in research on campuses, and how those changes impact some of our strategy around the research enterprise moving forward. To start, it's just useful to recognize where we're at currently. And for no particular reason, I want to point out that I started at OCHI in 2018. The university system has done really well in terms of building up the scientific enterprise on our campuses. And this is just showing you in terms of absolute dollars, more than doubling our enterprise over that time. What you should also know is that this is true if you look comparatively. So research expenditures from the federal government have grown during this time, but we have outperformed other states in terms of competing against other institutions of higher education for those dollars. In the last data, we ranked 5th in the nation for the growth of its research enterprise. We have ranked in the top 10 for each year since 2018 for the growth in our research enterprise in those annual reports. And that growth has a lot of impacts. It has impacts on communities in terms of spin out businesses, in terms of vendors and companies who support the research enterprise. It has a lot of impacts on campuses in terms of faculty and staff. More than 1,400 now who are funded through these grants and scholarship programs. More than 900 students, about 50-50 between graduate and undergraduate, who are supported through grants. And again, a lot of that coming from competitive federal grants, 62% last year. So that brings us to this spring, where there's been a lot of federal discussion in terms of what's the federal government's priorities in terms of funding research and development at universities. So early this spring, a few federal actions to know, which you heard about from Tom Harnish. The federal funding pause in January, which was rescinded but had some immediate follow-on impacts for campuses' kind of cash flow in their research enterprises. And then 2 executive orders that different agencies have interpreted differently that impact what work can be done on federal research grants. And I think some very capable staff in our sponsored programs offices helping to track the guidance issued by departments and agencies that manage grants to help faculty understand what they need to do or need to not do. And a summary of where we stand right now. Most grants that were paused or subject to stop work orders have resumed. In some cases, components of those grants have been stopped because of compliance with the executive orders. As of last week, 40 grants totaling about $11 million in unspent funds have been canceled, so substantial, but not overwhelming considering the size of our research enterprises currently. And a lot of diversity in terms of where those grants are coming from and what they support. Who are the federal agencies, what are the types of faculty and outreach activities that are supported on those grants. A second arm of impact is on indirect costs of research. So since the 70s and 80s, there's been a methodology for how institutions of higher education support all of the other things that are needed for a research enterprise. That's everything from the budget and accounting staff, to the lawn outside, to the library space, to the IT infrastructure, to major equipment that are shared across research projects. Basically everything that's not the immediate direct costs of that research project. And those are rates that have been negotiated, typically with the National Institutes of Health, that apply across most federal grants. And for our institutions, those indirect cost recovery rates are typically between 40 and 50% when it comes to university-based research. This spring, there's been a series of caps announced and then litigated and then placed on pause by different federal funding agencies. First with the National Institutes of Health, about a month ago with the Department of Energy, start of May with the National Science Foundation, and end of last week with the Department of Defense. All of these cap announcements have looked a little bit different. Some apply to past awards. That's been true for the NIH and the Department of Energy. The NSF is just for future awards. The Department of Defense is a little bit unclear if it's just for future awards or also for past awards. What you ought to know is that that could have a substantial impact on research. It kind of depends on the timeline in which it's instituted and the arrangements that institutions come to with those different federal funding partners on what's counted as direct cost and indirect cost of a research project. If a full-on 15% cap were instituted today, it would cut kind of the core operations and support operations of our research enterprise in about half. It'd be a drop of $28 million. But we don't expect that it's going to happen as a sudden stop. We expect that it's going to continue being litigated, that as institutions come up to renegotiate those rates, that they might end up being lower or there might be a different process. And then there's a lot of discussion right now between kind of research advocacy organizations, APLU, American Council on Education, to think about, okay, how can we take seriously some of the criticisms of federal scientific agencies in terms of indirect costs, and what is perhaps a way of accounting that keeps these really important enterprises running, but perhaps accounts for those indirect costs of research differently. Some of that might be incorporating some of those indirect costs more into the explicit direct costs of a research grant or program. And all this kind of brings me to a sense of, where are we at now and where do we think that we're going? So where we're at right now, these are some of our leading indicators of MUS research activity. How many proposals are faculty submitting? How many new awards are we receiving? What do our expenditures look like? What are those indirect costs that fund the central research operations look like? And I'd say my summary is that it's a mixed bag currently. We're still conducting research. Our central operations haven't seen substantial drops in their indirect costs. In fact, they're currently up slightly. But we also see that we've had fewer proposals submitted. And so I think just keeping a weather eye on what are these fiscal risks to research in the MUS, and how do we assess our strategy to mitigate them and plan. And some of that is connected to the budget outlook for scientific R&D. And I'll again refer back to Tom Harnish's presentation. Spring 2025 continuing resolution meant that our scientific agencies' budgets are still at kind of a record high level, but that there are some impacts in terms of congressionally directed funding, earmarks on our campus operations. Those are important, but they aren't substantial. Looking forward is the fiscal year 2026 budget, where President Trump has proposed pretty substantial cuts to scientific R&D. What I'd warn is that pretty substantial cuts have been proposed before, and Congress has the discretion to decide to do something different. And so we expect that cuts to federal scientific R&D might come down the line, but they might not be as substantial as what you see on the screen in terms of what the president has proposed. So with that foreground, I want to invite Vice President Harmon, Vice President Wittenberg, our Vice Presidents for Research at MSU and UM, respectively, to talk a little bit about what's new in their operations, how their teams have supported faculty this spring, and kind of this strategic landscape looking forward of how we kind of prioritize to continue doing the work that we do in a changing environment. So Allison, I'll invite you to start.
Now it's on. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about our research enterprise and some of the impacts and some of our planning and strategic thinking around this. It's been a roller coaster of a spring, and Joe shared the data, and I think when we had a situation where we thought funding was going to freeze for a while, we took stock of what does this mean for us. And snapshot in February of this year was that we had 1,400 active grants worth about $750 million, about $350 million unspent. So that means we have a line of credit, to these agencies for about $350 million. So having had about 20 grants canceled at MSU, those were worth $7.5 million. It puts it into perspective that this hasn't been a disaster for us this spring, even if we may have expected it to be early on. In spite of that, the other numbers that Joe shared about IDCs moving forward and numbers of proposals submitted, funded, and the amounts of those proposals really decreasing substantially. Looking forward, those give us pause. So what we've done is think about, first of all, what do we need to do for research? And immediately we did some pausing of hiring, a pausing of non-essential travel. We encouraged PIs to conserve what they had. And as we got more confident that certain grants would not be interrupted or disrupted, we allowed normal processes to continue. When it comes to our budget of indirect costs, that's a different story, because those are dollars that become state dollars and they roll over from year to year. And so if we can conserve those in order to be able to address emergencies or shortfalls or over expenses because things were canceled and before we knew they would be canceled, that means that we need to keep conserving those. And so once again, non-essential travel, not really encouraged. Hires on indirect costs also carefully scrutinized to ensure that they were really essential for our operations. Planning ahead for those indirect costs, it's important that you know how we spend those at MSU. If you think about a pyramid and the costs on the bottom being kind of the least discretionary and the biggest, for us those are building costs. Those are overhead costs, leases, debt service, and improvements to buildings that are essential. Above that, we have operations across our research enterprise. So in research development, in the Office of Sponsored Programs, and compliance, a lot of those expenses are paid by IDCs. On top of that, we have staffing and instrument service needs for our core facilities. And core facilities, those are our shared resources across campus. They serve a lot of different purposes, a lot of different researchers. It's really high priority for us to maintain those almost fully taken care of by IDC. So that's why we have those, is that they can be used to support research going forward. Above that, we have our research centers, which require IDCs for operations. Now, they essentially fund themselves because they are getting these grants, but they do have operational needs that wouldn't be covered by grant dollars. And then we have colleges that have research investment needs, and on top of that, probably what I would consider the most discretionary costs are those for individual researchers. Incentives for employing students on grants, startup dollars, bridge funding, other kinds of project-related supports that we can provide individuals. So unfortunately, we've had to pause a lot of the top of the pyramid for this coming year. We weren't able to provide dollars for startup packages. And in some cases, that was very difficult for departments to make hires of new faculty. All of those investments are the reason why you see that growth that Joe showed over time. I mean, you have to make investments in order to grow research at an institution, and that's exactly what we've done. So that's where I think it's probably going to hurt a little bit more. Just thinking strategically about how we move forward, I think we need to reframe some of our research agenda so that it's aligned, right, with current priorities. We're going to lean into those areas that we know are going to be priorities. We're going to diversify our funding sources, which for many researchers, that's going to mean, how do we partner better with industry? How do we do more industry-sponsored research? Or how do we raise philanthropic dollars for research? We're going to make sure every dollar is really working for us. We're going to try to market our core facilities so that external users find them useful as well, and pay the higher costs so that they can subsidize our researchers' use of those. And then we'll just take the opportunity to refine our internal processes. Perhaps we're going to have to monetize some of the services that we've provided with indirect costs so that they can get reimbursed in a different way. And we've made a lot of advancements in undergraduate research, in research security, in economic development, and we want to be able to sustain those. So as we articulate our strategic research initiatives moving forward, we've been meeting with different stakeholder groups on campus to think about what are the areas we're going to lean into and really be able to show that we're focusing on that are going to serve the nation and so therefore worthy of being a priority. So here are some of the examples of what we've come up with. National security, for sure. You all approved a Institute for National Security Research and Education last fall, and we appreciate that. We have an applied research lab on our innovation campus, and recently got an inspection by the Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency and got a superior rating. That's the highest rating you can get for a cleared facility. Puts us in the top 2% in the nation. And so very proud of that. We think that's going to probably attract some more attention from users of cleared facilities. Critical resources, particularly minerals. We have some new hires in earth sciences who are anxious to get a center started related to critical minerals research. Quantum materials. You all toured Engine Works building last fall, and it was pretty dusty then. It's all shiny and beautiful now. Our quantum core has moved into that building. By August, there'll be 2 different kinds of quantum computers available for the public to see. There'll be an open house in August, so yeah, we hope that you'll visit again and see what it looks like now. Smart photonic sensors, we know that's part of our tech hub that was funded this past year. Extreme environments, sub-zero and thermal. You know, we're discovering new life forms in Yellowstone. This is part of where we are and who we are at MSU. Engineered living materials, it's our Center for Biofilm's 35th year in existence, and we're very proud of that center and the work that it's done and how it's going to evolve over the future. Precision agriculture, of course, is going to be a big strategic initiative for us moving forward, as well as water monitoring, and this is a collaborative area with U of M and MSU, conservation, drought mitigation. And then finally, rural communities. Education, health, well-being of rural people is a very high priority for MSU, and we certainly hope that that continues to be a priority for the U.S. I'll stop there.
Well, between Joe and Allison, I'm going to know what's left to say, because a lot of the ways we're approaching it is very similar between the two. I'll start off in a positive sense. I might go dark for a little bit because there's some details that Joe did not put in there that I think impact perhaps the University of Montana differently than the rest of the state. On the positive sense related to the Tech Hub, we've been told by the EDA that those funds are coming for sure. I don't know if you've followed it, but there was supposedly a second tier of EDA Tech Hubs, and those have all been rescinded, and now they have to be recompeted. But the one that Montana has actually been guaranteed that is going to be funded, so we feel good about that. We have a very large proposal in that some of you know that's in the NSF Engine program. Ours is in Forest and Rangeland Technology Hub for Economic Resilience, or FARTHER, so hopefully you'll hear a lot about FARTHER in the future. That one is still under review at NSF. That one, if funded, is $160 million over 10 years, and it's about moving from a restrictive economy into a restorative economy in areas that I think that are important to the state. And so we feel good about the chances for that. We're actually moving forward on that whole thing, and the assumption is not going to be funded. And so we have 57 partners already in that program, both state partners, federal partners, all the right partners in it, there are businesses and industries that are a piece of it. So we'll feel positive about where that's going to end up. If I go dark for just a second on all of this, an area that was looking very positive for us was in our, there are 3 ways the federal government sends money to the institution. One is the earmark process. That was just restarted a couple of years ago. They're calling it the community support funding. We historically have not participated, but we have 3 projects in there, and one of them is our #1 priority is for funds for the forest and science building. The other areas in which the federal government can send money for research and for our creative activities is through congressionally directed funding. It's actually slightly different than earmarking in that you have to have a federal agency as a partner in that, and it's a project that's of interest to both. And so our last year's projects, we had 5 projects that were funded, and they are done differently than an earmark because they are plus-ups. They have to be lines that are in the existing budget. And we had 5 of them funded. They go through the regular review process. It has to be agreed onto by both the House and the Senate. It is appropriation. And so we have $40 million of federal appropriation for 5 projects. 3 of those are of interest to the military. The other 2 are definitely of interest to the state. One is the Fire Center at the University of Montana. That receives $3 million of base funding for the Fire Center. That's in that federally directed funding, congressionally directed funding. The other one is our Defense Critical Language and Culture program. That's $12 million. That trains active warfighters who are about to be sent overseas to learn the language and the culture of the place they're being sent to, which is extremely critical to their success. The FY25 ask that was appropriated has been zeroed out. We're receiving 0 of those dollars through the current process. The 3 projects and the Fire Center will be just fine through that. I hate to say it that way, because the Fire Center has other ways in which it receives funds. But DCLCP is not going to happen this year. We are not going to train a bunch of active warfighters this year because of that zeroing out of that budget. And it wasn't just us. It was most universities around the country also had theirs zeroed out. So that's a thing that's painful for us. The other part, Joe talked about a little bit. In a normal year, I'd actually be up here smiling a lot more, even though those that know me know I actually never smile. I try to be the curmudgeon, and that's the role I play. But our award volume is up it's up $30 million over last year. This year we will do $170 million worth of award volume. There are very few companies, I suspect, in the state of Montana that do $170 million a year and have a $30 million growth on top of that. Most of that is in personnel. And so I was expecting a really good year next year. And like I tell people on campus, we've got a check from the federal government for $170 million, and it's signed. And next year we're going to try to cash it. And we'll see if we try to cash it, what's going to happen. So all that's happened in terms of the IDC rate, the FNA rate that was discussed, cancellation of grants and contracts, how is that going to impact us? We had 27 grants and contracts that were either terminated or suspended. Not too painful. Good support from, actually, I hate to give Clay credit or the commissioner credit, but good support from the commissioner's office and from our congressional delegation. They put me in contact with someone at the White House, who then put me in touch with somebody at the Office of Management and Budget. And we explained to them why some of these things didn't make sense in relation to the executive orders. So we saved a high number of those grants and contracts from being eliminated. So instead of a $12 million cut, we've got a $5.3 million cut. So, but what does that portend for next year in terms of what would be expected to be a really large growth in the research per enterprise at the university? And the last thing I'll say, going a little bit on the positive side in all of this, is there's all expectation at the national level that if any of these models are the ones that are going to happen in terms of the cap on FNA rates, it's the one from the National Science Foundation that's only on future awards, because there are legal problems for the federal government to try to go back on existing awards. Most of our grants and contracts at both institutions are multi-year grants and contracts. And so if they actually put a cap on future awards, we have several years of runway at the higher FNA rates that are out there. And so that gives us a chance to strategically address what we're going to do. I know on our campus, we met last week with my inner core, not to spread too, well, I was just about to say what we came up with. I was almost going to ruin what we come up with. But there are a lot of things that we do that are paid off of recovered FNA that we can now charge to direct costs. And that's going to impact the amount of actual research that's being done, because the funds that would have gone to research projects that would have funded students and faculty, that's now going to go to funding things that indirect costs currently cover. And that's just the future that we see. That's what's coming in all this. But it's the necessary outcome. And I guess the last positive I would say from the university's perspective is that the IDC rates, well, there's 2 things. One is people will tell you that our rate is 47%. And they will point in the media and say, well, look, these other schools are 68%. Oh, that's a terrible number. Our effective rate on our campus is only 18%. Nationwide, it's 21% for institutions, because our FNA rate is only on MTDC, modified total direct costs. There are certain categories, which are big categories, that we cannot charge FNA on: equipment, tuition, participant support, and so on. So when people tell you those university FNA rates are extremely high, it's not true. Ours is 18%, de minimis rate that everybody else charges of 15%. Well, you might think, well, 18 to 15 is not going to be impactful to university. I calculated what the FY24 amount of recovered F&A would be with and without the 15% cap. Without what we collected last year was $21 million in F&A. With the cap, it would be cut by $10 million. And so that puts us pretty close to funding only the bare necessities within the research office. And so we're doing a lot of what Allison has talked about. We have dynamic F&A. Ours is distributed automatically as their expenditures hit to the centers, institutes, deans, departments, and so on. They will all feel the effect of the cut. It will automatically hit every unit on campus as the F&A rate is lowered. And so we have to, on my side, figure out what we're going to do within my offices. I guess the deans will figure out what's going to happen on their side. So I think there's positive news out there that we have time to plan for this, and I think we can plan for it. And the last thing, one last thing I'll say is there's only been one period in the history of the United States in which the amount of federal funding for research has declined, and that was 2011 to 2015. And so like Joe said, it's been proposed before to cut the amount of funding for research. Perhaps it won't happen again. I have hope. We'll see where we end up. So, but thank you all for the opportunity.
Thanks, Scott and Allison.
Thank you both. I'm sure it's been an extraordinarily topsy-turvy past 6 months, and you probably felt more like therapists than vice presidents of research. So we applaud your efforts, and we applaud your ability to give us a really coherent framework of how we're moving forward without having the information. I think from my perspective, the value engineering process of looking at all the grants and finding out where there might be opportunities to, is still valuable, because I don't think we've seen the end of this conversation at the federal level. So I think we should look at this as a good preview to be prepared. And we thank you both for the new role of therapists to get all of us through this, because it is really, as you mentioned, very unprecedented. Questions from the regents, specifically to the... Yes, Chair Buchanan.
Chair Bell, thank you, and to you both, thank you. I couldn't agree more. I mean, the sense that we get reading journals is chaos, skies falling, and I guess I want to ask that on a relative perspective to your peers, other land grant, R1, I know we're small population-wise. Is it a fairly similar report, and are campuses taking other strategies to try to shore up their approach towards future research applications?
Well, I'll start, and maybe Scott will have some other insight. The colleagues that I've talked to at other R1 universities have had a much harder spring than we have. So I'm grateful for advocacy that's been done on our behalf. I'm grateful that perhaps part of our research portfolio is safer than maybe at other universities, but yeah, I think the story's been pretty different at different places. Depends.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%, because there's, as you may have read, that there's, I don't want to call it an attack, it's too strong of a word, but on some of the elite universities because of the way that they've reacted to the federal government. The universities that are in primarily red states have been sort of protected in some sense, but we still feel the cuts that others feel. The other thing that's going on, I don't know how much has made the news, there's another group called the JAG, and it's the heads of the various agencies that or associations that support research, APLU, AAU, and so on. They have a committee that's been formed that's led by Kevin Drogmeyer, who actually was President Trump's initial science policy advisor, and they are working to present a proposal to Congress to provide a different mechanism, something different from directs and indirects on how do you actually compensate the universities for our costs in doing the research. And so there's some level of hope that they can come up with a document, something that Congress can support. We do have support from our congressional delegation, a lot of these things that we're going through, and I think that gives us a lot of comfort as well.
Quick follow-up. With the disruption on the national scale, I mean, are we trying to be opportunistic in attracting talent here? I mean, do we become the last best place for research and in this disruption if we've got such a sound approach towards managing this disruption?
Certainly, we've hired new faculty to start in the fall, and yeah, I have high hopes for those faculty. I think the numbers are probably lower than normal. I think some faculty have declined offers because they're not getting what they considered the startup that matches their ability or reputation. You know, I'm optimistic eternally, so that's just me. But I think we're going to do the best we can with what we have, and yes, we'll be opportunistic for sure.
We did not pause our hires because the same thing like you're saying. At least two of the candidates, I interview a lot of the candidates that are for faculty positions around campus, and at least two of those actually had offers from other institutions that were pulled, and now are candidates at our institution. We've got one hire that's coming from that was at MIT and so on. So we're seeing faculty coming from elite institutions that are now interested in our institutions, and I think we're seeing the same thing in terms of the students. We see a big opportunity in NIH and their COBRE. We do not have a Center for Biomedical Research Excellence, and so we're going after a COBRE 1. So we have targeted hires to try to put in a good COBRE proposal because those are often $20 million grants. So we're using this as an opportunity in most of our cases.
Thank you.
A final comment, I did not mishear it. A jump of $30 million in research expenditures is fantastic. Congratulations, Scott, on that. It's fantastic to be representing a state with such a proud investment in research. So thank you both for all you're doing. Thanks, Regent Bao.
Thank you. Given time considerations, I think unless there's an urgent question, we will move on to the two-year committee. Again, sorry. Both vice presidents, thank you so much. Really, you know, it was one of the big topics. I'm sure it'll be a big topic at a future board meeting about how this is proceeding. But I thought your analysis and update was comforting, which was a surprise given the headlines we read. Thank you very much. And I'm turning over to the two-year committee.
Excellent. Thank you, Regent Bao. Good work, too. Your efficiency is acknowledged. Thank you. Regent Southworth, thank you for taking the lead on our two-year committee, college committee. Look forward to your committee's work this afternoon. The microphone's yours, Chairman Southworth.
Absolutely. Thanks, Chair Buchanan. Last but not least, we have the two-year and community college committee. Our agenda's short. We've got just three items, all interesting and impactful. There she is, Ange, if you can come up. Ange King is going to give us an update on our sprint degrees, and then she will stay at the podium for a transfer report. And then Education Design Labs are giving a one-year report. We'll have a panel moderated by our own Dr. Angela McLean. We'll have several members here from Great Falls College, and then a local sophisticated large employer, ADF International, on some testimonial. Did Superintendent Hedlund leave? Because maybe she did. Regent Hoyer, for you on this Education Design Labs piece, we're going to be hearing, this panel is going to be, how this, the relationship that's been built with Education Design Labs, the funding that's been secured with additional funding in this last session. Essentially, experts in creating pathway, and we're going to hear the pathways from this specific employer, who I'm sure you're familiar with, to Great Falls College here. But one thing that I would like for you and I to be able to communicate to Superintendent Hedlund, and something maybe I just appreciate you just helping me think about, is with all of the charter applications that have been granted over the past 2 years in Montana, really, really low-lying fruit. Like, this is on the ground. Like, don't step on it. Just pick it up fruit. That to use the same entity from the private sector to the MUS to help all of the charter schools in CTE be able to scale, instead of, this school having 3, you have 13, they have whatever. So we're not recreating the wheels. Education Design Labs is becoming an expert in, the higher ed curriculum programs, work-based learning, dual credit, all of that kind of good stuff. So EDL is easy to champion here on the back end, but very accessible to use on the front end as well. There's probably some things to work out, but excited about this specific relationship, how basically they can anchor our state from all directions. And with that, Deputy Commissioner Teal, I'll turn it over to you.
And I'll turn it over to Ange King. We're hoping to talk through two programs and two projects that Ange has very capably led, and one important one is our Sprint degree program. Ange.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Chair Southworth. Regents, good afternoon. I'm trying to quickly reorient my brain from the research presentation over to Sprint degrees. Forgive me here, and this is the kind of thing that makes Joe nervous, but I'm going to flip to my almost last slide. Bear with me. I'm going to come back and go in order. But as I was thinking about this presentation, I just think kind of starting with the last slide and kind of rounding out will be a little bit maybe better. So bear with me here. Oh, and Jared, can you hit the refresh button? I think I had an incorrect link at the bottom, and I want to make sure that we have that corrected. Thank you. Appreciate you. It's still there. That's okay. Okay. Ultimately, what as I'm constantly thinking about Sprint, there are a couple of things that come to my mind about this project. And I'm going to start in kind of a philosophical way, so just bear with me on some national level data. As of about 2009, about 70% of high school students went immediately on to college after graduation. In 2023, that number now is about 62%. So our national capture rate for high school students has gone down. There's a lot of very real reasons for why that's happened. I think the pandemic is a big part of that. Affordability continues to be an issue for families and students, inflationary costs, et cetera. But we're also seeing a shift in how students want a college experience and what they want that college experience to mean. And that shift, I think, is placing more importance, or value might be a different word, on the connection between college and career, connection between college and job, the value that students are placing on short-term trainings, as Regent Southworth mentioned, and that my colleague is going to talk about here in just a minute, all the exciting work and how that relates to our Access mission and how that's looking to address some of these new student needs. But I just want to point out that there's a critical importance from our young people and for people looking to return, that college is infused with college and job in a way that maybe we haven't seen historically. And I'm not going to start this suggesting that Sprint degrees are the way to address all of that. But one thing that I have found throughout this project is it does provide, I think it's allowed me to think about how we can infuse things in a more intentional way to make college a higher placement of value for students and families, lower the amount of risk that they might feel about that. And so I bring that as we kick off this conversation. When we started this project, we really had 4 major characteristics, and that were things that were accelerated, high need, partnership driven, and lowering costs to students. Those kind of 4 main tenets or platforms remain for Sprint degrees as we see them, as we move them forward. But there's been some other characteristics that have also developed out of that. I want to talk about accelerated timeline. And if you're thinking, I know it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ange, but accelerated timeline is sort of exactly what Sprint is. And it is. But I want to build on that a little bit, because if you Google accelerated programs, oftentimes in the Google sphere of our higher education conversation, accelerated simply refers to removing credit. So it's lowering the full credits to a bachelor's degree. It might be lowering that for other degree types. It might be requiring students bring in a lot of previous workload or dual enrollment credit or other things. And really our programs are different in that accelerated language, and that is just a restructure of the way that we do academic design. And in many cases, that for most of our programs is a summer session. It's thinking about how can we design a college program, a college degree program, in a consecutive semester model. And I also when I think about accelerated timeline, one of the things that comes up often with students, in either students that I interact with or the student surveys that we conduct each year for programs in this project, students really want the accelerated model. They want to be able to get done fast, but they still want a full college course experience. So they don't want courses removed from their academic portfolio. They want to make sure that those classes and that course leads them to a degree in licensure. They still want the complete sort of package. They just want it in a faster way. And that leads me to my last point about acceleration, is that a lot of our students, it's not as if they don't want a college degree or they don't see value in the college degree, but they can't necessarily substitute college for what they have otherwise going on in their life. And that might be caring for a family, that might be having a different job for other reasons, et cetera. And so this allows them, it removes sort of, in my hope, it removes the reason for choice around for students, right? Like they are able to do a both and rather than you can only do this or one or the other. Hub and spoke delivery models, I think are, I think about our paramedic program, our education project here in Great Falls. These are great examples of that. Being able to deliver content or a full degree plan where it is most needed to meet industry demands has been a successful characteristic of these programs. Whether that is migrating a program to an online delivery with ways to come back to campus, or thinking about, can we fully integrate a program into a whole different area. It won't come as a shock to anybody in this room, but a lot of our high need areas and areas of interest within industry aren't located where we have campuses. And so how do we create these full programs out into different parts of Montana? Large employer partners or industry associations, we've talked about this briefly. But when I think about our employer partners that, where I see a lot of opportunity for sustainability, you know, it is large industry associations, it is state agencies, it's other public entities where we know that need isn't going away, and so the ability to have that be part of a sustainability conversation is certainly there. And last, these programs tend to have a very student-centered cohort design. And I think, you know, I was going to point to Dr. Miller. She's been sitting right there. You know, from our earliest conversations, it was our goals to sort of infuse what we knew was working in other areas, things like Montana 10, as best as we could within these sprint programs to help them be successful for students. So entering a cohort design, entering all these projects, really have a single point person for students through advising, managing degree requirements, et cetera, and that is certainly something that I would want us to hold on to. With characteristics come pros and cons, in particular for, well, not in particular, but students and for campuses. Financial savings for students are a big one. I think I mentioned at the November meeting, the project at Missoula College ran a financial savings number as part of their project. Moving a timeline up by 6 months or a single semester can save students around $50,000. That's a lot of time and that's a lot of money. That goes to the time savings pro. There's a streamlined path to completion. Again, I think students really have enjoyed knowing from day one exactly what their map looks like until they're done. It lets them know what's expected of them, but it also lets them prepare for maybe campus semesters that are going to be extra rigorous than others. And it allows for us to be really innovative again about the linkage, the direct intentional linkage between college career, college job. On the con side, and these are really important factors to take into consideration, there are additional academic challenges placed upon students. If you're going to accelerate a timeline, there's additionally, we're talking about students who may take an extra class this semester versus the cohort or their matched cohort that maybe wouldn't. And it's something just to think about as we think about supports. It does require that students pick something and sort of stay on that track early on. So a student's opportunity to maybe pick a double major or pick a minor or even change plans does put them off the sprint track, and given that we don't do this in every program, it is a conversation to have. And there are more upfront costs, especially when you're running a pilot. We chose to run these alongside a traditional track. that adds expenses for campuses. And it also, because of the rigor of these programs, because of their connection to industry and the ways we want them to stay on track, it's really important that, again, we have sort of a program director for these cohorts that also operates as their advisor or the person that they're connected to, especially if they're away from their campus, that is their liaison between their home base and their program. And I will say, shout out to the program advisors that we have. They are fabulous people and incredible advocates for their students. Some other things, this slide we showed in November, this still very much holds true. I want to point to the next steps, really. Number one, we will kick off 3 new programs this fall that I'm really excited about. We have a diesel tech program at Northern that accelerates at AAS to a 1-year timeline. We'll have an ASN at Missoula College, which will really help bring just additional nursing graduates in a sphere where we need additional folks. And Helena College will launch an OTA program, which is the first of its kind in the state, and again is a path to licensure that is required across the state, which right now we don't have. And I also just want to mention, along with that project, is Sprint is able to help fund the upfront early costs of hiring and helping to make industry connections, which I hope for Helena College has been a very valuable piece of this project. We also knew that there's going to be some need for ongoing sustainability. They applied for an additional Montana Healthcare Foundation grant, and I'm stealing their thunder, but I want to give them a congratulations that was accepted and awarded. And I think, if I think about the requirements of that separate grant, it's creative and homegrown solutions to critical healthcare challenges in Montana. And again, I think we are looking at a hub and spoke model to be able to provide this sort of training across the state in a way that we haven't been able to do before. And I'll pause there.
Ange, maybe if I can just add one more story on the next steps front, and that is relevant for being in Great Falls. In November, we had the core school here. And the core school's currently serving 15, is admitting a new cohort of a similar size, is a sustainable model to train teachers more quickly, coming from a background that typically wouldn't have an easy training model in the state of Montana. I think some of our approach moving forward is Sprint seems to have worked well in some program areas and less well in others. And there's approaches or changes needed to make it sustainable and work effectively for campuses. We're trying to lean in and find funding in our next seeds for those areas that work particularly well. And the core school is one of those, and we've been able to partner with the Office of Public Instruction to direct residency funding that support the 3rd year of that program that the Office of Public Instruction funds, to have innovation grants for campuses to think about perhaps extending that in new locations in new ways. We're waiting on the governor's decision on House Bill 499, which supports grow your own educator models, which the core school certainly is, and would provide some funding for Western or other campuses to try similar models in other communities. And then we partnered with the Department of Labor and Industry on an educator apprenticeship grant, which we're waiting to hear the results of, that similarly could be a support for Great Falls or other communities to think about a partnership that came out of, I think Sprint and the University of Montana Western leaning into trying something different and trying something new that has worked out and I think has a lot of capacity to scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Chair Southworth, Ange, thank you for your hard work on the sprints. Can you talk to us a little bit about the more specific numbers? Like, we started MSU Billings, healthcare. How many cohorts do we have? How many students? What's the retention rate? Are we growing?
These are all great questions. Thank you, Regent Bao. And I wish I had my full laptop with me that I don't have. Yes, so we, fall of 2023, started with 3 programs. Paramedic Human Services at the Billings location, surgical technology, which is still at Billings, what was a partnership here with Great Falls College. And we did Surge Tech on the western side of the state through Missoula College. All of those but Great Falls had a second cohort go through, some of which will be wrapping up this summer. If I'm doing my mental math right, some will be wrapping up this year. Then last year we launched the Western Project. That, as Joe mentioned, has a cohort of 15 right now. They are prepared to take on another 12 for this upcoming year. Then we will add these other 3 starting in this fall, which we typically will see around cohorts of 10, just to make sure it's working in the way that we want it to. And then the other program that we're looking to stand up alongside the Department of Corrections is essentially a correctional it's in behavioral health, but it is meant to certainly serve as a behavioral health pathway for MUS students, but also as a developmental track progression for Department of Corrections professional staff. So a way to career ladder them in an accelerated format. So I'm not answering your question in terms of total enrollments. I think if I'm remembering correctly, we've had 57 graduates at this point. But as those programs, some of those, I mean, we won't see graduates out of the Great Falls College.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well,
for a bit.
And so as we think, I mean, as we get to our first graduates, do we have happy customers, right? So can we then use them for marketing purposes and to keep the enthusiasm going, to prove that it works, right? I mean, if as we talked about with the accreditation, we have to remind ourselves, are we doing what we promised? And that's the same with this program. So I do think that that's something we should consider, is making, some marketing available once we have some graduates who have, the success stories of getting their 4-year degree and a job in 2.5 years. 1 and 2, you mentioned that there's an issue with retention of corporate partners. I look forward to the opportunity to getting an email from you or Ochi saying, there's a corporate partner that needs their arm twisted. And, we can bring the resources to that. So, I think the state of Montana has been very clear about saying, okay, corporates, if you have things you want, you have to participate. And so I guess I just want to make sure that we're clear that, if Ochi needs help twisting corporate arms, that, you should be reaching out proactively to all of us, but probably particular to me.
I'm going to respond to that in a couple of ways. One, when we think about graduates, I do think we have a ton of graduates who'd be super excited to be part of a marketing campaign. I think the other thing that I don't want to lose sight of, and I failed to mention, is that many of these programs do have a licensure requirement exam at the end. And I know one of the things that faculty and good stewards and advocates for students were worried about was, if we accelerate this too much, what is the pass rate for that going to look like? Because we don't want to put students through a program that then they're not passing what that final crossing the finish line looks like. And we've had great success with that. I can't be like 92% at the moment, but the majority of our students have passed that. And I think that's a testament to certainly them as students, but also our faculty and the experience they had through the program. And I also, I'm glad that you're being such a strong advocate for helping connect industry with our campuses. I also think that happens outside of Sprint too, and I'm only reporting on a couple of small programs that are led from a workforce initiative standpoint. And I just want to say I think our campuses do a good job of making sure that they're trying to make those contacts as well.
But you specifically mentioned, a concern with retention of corporate partners. So can you give me a specific example where we need to get involved? Or
Regent Bow,
Joe's leaning.
I do look forward to your assistance on that front. I think that it's one of the challenges of models in other states that Montana has small businesses, more so than a lot of states. And so in some of these areas, finding the anchor employer can be a challenge. But it's something where we look forward to your help and the board's help as we, find those areas where there's a need and an opportunity, and making sure that, we're delivering a good value statement for the employers through Sprint. So they pretty quickly see, hey, this is something worth investing in. And same, I think on the marketing front, that's something that we look forward to as we're thinking about what's the sustainable part of Sprint. Part of it is telling this story that we have accelerated programs that have this connection to good jobs and to industry. And that's going to be a big part of the focus in this next generation.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Regent Bowden. Good points. And I do think it's maybe worth just one more beat on the drum in a little bit different way, but perhaps even like a maybe not now, but a strategy on really identifying this to some key corporate partners. While it's very familiar to us, this is relatively new, and this is probably still somewhat of a blind spot across the state, but do appreciate all the work, and it's got legs under it. It sounds like we've got a good start. Now it's refine it and grow it. Ange, did you have anything else on Sprint? Any questions, comments, Regents? You want to roll right into the transfer? Awesome.
Yes, I do. Thank you. We're going to roll right into transfer. Okay. Pivot my brain. I am super excited to talk about transfer this afternoon. Before I launch into my little data slides, there's a couple of things I want to frame for this conversation. And one is sort of just the title itself, starting with the word Montana. And you'll notice it's not the MUS transfer project. This is a Montana transfer project. We see students certainly who are included in that population that are outside of our MUS campuses, who are certainly a part of our community college campuses, that are part of our tribal colleges, and our other partners in the state. And as you'll see later, we have a lot of out-of-state students that fit this population as well, that want to come here to finish their educational goals. The other word is transfer, and I brought this up at our committee call. Because of the way that students are engaging with higher education now, whether that be increases in AP, whether that's more students in dual enrollment, the word transfer sort of serves a lot of different purposes in a way that maybe it didn't in the past. And I just want to say, for the purposes of this kind of presentation and this project, we're really talking about the word transfer as a student group and thinking about students who have taken courses at a post-secondary institution outside of high school, and what their success looks like, or what their experience looks like upon moving from a different institution. And I also just want to say that a couple of things. Regent Folkford brought up in our committee call, are we talking about students who start at a 2-year and go to a 4-year, which is an excellent question. And in Montana, as we mentioned on the call, we see students that start at a 2-year and go to a different 2-year. We see students that start at a 2-year, go to a 4-year. We see students start at a 4-year, go to a different. I mean, there are a lot of different options here that students move. And it's my hope that we create a system, and as we're thinking about the tools and the processes that are needed for those different types, that we devise a system that supports all of those different types of student movement. And the last thing is, transfer is a challenging topic. And I don't say that in a negative way. I think that's just a realistic statement. But it is a challenge, not just to Montana. And I think that that's important to remember. This is a national-based conversation, and I'm just really excited that our state is focusing on it. Oh, there we go, clicker. So as we just kind of kick this off, you've probably many people in this room have seen a slide that looks very similar to this. The Community College Research Center, alongside the Aspen Institute, alongside the National Student Clearinghouse, puts together a package of data, usually about every 4 to 5 years, around tracking transfer. One of the main slides that comes out of that presentation is what you see in front of you. What hasn't really changed is the top number. I will say from this iteration came out in 2024. Prior to that, those numbers were a little higher, so we're seeing some improvement. But ultimately, the frame of this this figure is that we have a lot of students that are starting at two-year institutions that want to get a bachelor's degree, and for a myriad of reasons, haven't done so at this time. This will give you that same sort of information kind of over time, right? So if we start back in 2007, we see a transfer out rate of around 33%, a cohort completion rate of a bachelor's degree at about 14%, and you see how that moves across time. I bring this up because, again, it's not a problem that's unique to Montana. I was talking to Sherry this morning. It's like, wow, if one state had suddenly solved transfer, we would just all be really stealing that stuff and implementing it. And it also suggests to me that this is an ongoing issue that we need to continue to pay attention to. It is something that requires kind of constant vigilance and review in order to support these students. Regent Fulford, your question to me at the committee call really made me think. I wanted to look a little further into how students are migrating, certainly in our campuses, but also nationally. And this colorful pie chart really shows, to your point, we see very few students follow the 2+2 pattern. And we see that here in the state. Our greatest transfer population is 4 to 4. But it sort of points to, and same with the slide on the right, or the figure on the right, is that we need increased levels of support and tools to support this population. And the figure on the right shows the blue circles are where they start, the green circles are where they finish. So this is a multi-campus conversation, and certainly one that is prime for a system conversation. I placed this slide up here for folks who are looking for further data. Part of the CCRC Aspen Clearinghouse package is a breakdown of student level data for each state. And the link is on there. It's more of a go out and explore. And this last data slide is in response to Provost Makwa, who asked yesterday, do you have one of those spaghetti slides that shows where all the students go? And luckily Eric Meredith is not in the room. He would know exactly what this type of slide is called. Thank you, John Thunstrom. But this is an actual map of our students who are labeled as transfer students in the system starting this fall, where they come from and where they go to. And if you go to our dashboard, you can really click on each one of those little spaghetti strands, see what that percentage looks like as the total population as a whole. If we take a dive a little bit closer to home, when we talk about transfer within the MUS, there's a couple of key things I want to talk about before we talk about the listening tour. And top data points here. 1 in 6 students in the MUS will transfer at some point. And that might mean that they took a class and they moved. It might mean that they took 2 years and moved. It might mean that they took 3 years and moved. But we have students that are moving across the system. 1 out of 5 students currently have prior coursework. With the rise of dual enrollment, I think this is only going to continue to grow. And finally, 1 in 3 transfers currently happen to be between our 4-year campuses. So again, it's not just a system where we need to think about how are we talking to 2-year students who are migrating to a 4-year campus. We have students that are moving across. The bottom 2 points I wanna really highlight. One of the privileges I get is to sit in a lot of national conversations around transfer. And one of the topics that frequently comes up that our state gets to brag about that we have that other people don't is Common Core numbering. And colleagues in Minnesota right now have reached out, and in Pennsylvania are like, how do we get this done? How on earth did Montana get this done? And I bring that up because while transfer can sometimes feel heavy, like, oh my gosh, there's a lot we've got to do, we're on a good foundation. And we're in a fortunate spot to be there. And it allows, those building blocks allow us to kind of take this to the next level. Same with policy support. We have a lot of policies if you're scrolling through to think about how gen ed cores, how associate degrees are brought in for students in a way that they can rely on, that come across with confidence. So all of this to kind of lead up to what I've been doing this year, and some of my time, is conducting this transfer listening tour. And this started about 9 months ago. MSUB so generously hosted me as the first campus on the listening tour. My goals for the tour were really to meet with all MUS campuses and all of our Montana community colleges to engage in transfer conversations. Each of those visits includes a meeting with students, a meeting with staff, and a meeting with faculty. And the way I just laid it out to them was, I want to meet to know what you're doing. I'd like to understand the processes at each individual campus. I'd like to know where you could use more support. What do you feel like we could improve upon? What's not working the way that we want it to? And it was really meant to be a listening tour. I tried really hard to not talk too much and let them talk at me. And so the next slides are a compilation of what I gathered upon that tour. It is in no way everything that I heard. And if you were somebody in the room who was at one of the meetings and your item isn't on here, don't take that the wrong way. There's just only so much room on a slide. But these are some of the common themes. First, kind of overarching, and then I'll break it into different groups. Thumbs up. People like the concept of CCN. They're thankful to have a common course numbering system. They're thankful to have a database that's relatively user-friendly. They can log in. They can see where things are meant to go. I put an asterisk there because people want to make sure it's maintained. They want to make sure that there is constant oversight of that process, constant oversight of the faculty portion of that process that's required. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a minute. People like transmittal as a concept. And if you are new to this conversation, when I came to Montana and somebody was like, well, have they done the transmittal form? I'm like, this is a word in higher ed I don't know yet. So transmittal in Montana is a process by which our students can indicate to their home campus before they're transferring, I'm planning to move to a different campus. And our campuses package up all their stuff and help move a lot of their student information for them. There's a lot of ease for that in students, and I think they enjoy that concept as a whole. Students really are thankful for the myriad of academic programs. I didn't meet a student who was like, man, I'm gonna have to leave Montana because I don't have my program. That was a thumbs up. And overwhelmingly, students feel supported. And I think that's important to highlight. I asked them certainly to meet with me over pizza and donuts, so to try to have an honest conversation, but also all of them conducted a survey, and many of them wrote even outside the margin of the survey question, like, I feel like I can ask a question of my home institution to anybody who works here. And so that feeling of support was very much there. On the right are what I call areas for improvement, things that we can, again, build upon. The transmittal and application process for transfer students, how do we just kind of bring that into, how do we modernize that a little bit? How can we improve upon transfer scholarships? How can we improve upon transcript sharing? So if it's not going through transmittal, is there another way that we can share transcripts with confidence and protections? Identifying help. This was probably our students' #1 question was, I just wish there was a central point of contact that I could go to for help. Credit transfer with confidence, like I mentioned with the CCN asterisks, is again, we need to update the flock processes. I'll go into what that means here in a minute. But also the continuation of transfer pathways and 2+2 support for campuses who are looking to engage in that space. So just going a little bit more to the trees out of the forest. Student issues. They want to make sure that their credits transfer. They don't want to have to worry about that. And when I think bigger, there's not a student who thinks, I'm going to take this class and hope it doesn't transfer. Right? They want their credits to transfer. They want to be able to do that with confidence. I put up financial aid inequities. Really, that is, there was a lot of concern around a lack of transfer scholarships in the system. Program modality is one. I was mentioning to the CAOs yesterday, I met a student who didn't realize their program wasn't online until kind of the last minute. And the last thing there on the student side is we often hear about transfer shock as a national conversation, and that refers to students who migrate from one campus to the next who maybe do less well academically just due to the adjustment. We don't currently see that in Montana. Our students who transfer tend to do very well, but a lot of them mention operational shock, like changes to advising structures, LMS, which I think now will get better, and centralized places for support. Campus challenges, no surprise, but staff capacity was a big topic that continued to come up. Transfer students have a lot of stuff that they take with them, whether that's dual enrollment work, maybe one campus coursework, maybe it's 2 campuses. It takes time to process that and communicate that out in a way that students understand. That takes time. We cannot treat them all as exactly the same. We have to treat them all uniquely. Ability to recruit and communicate with students. Transfer students they're good shoppers, and they're good DIYers, and so being able to communicate with them how processes are going when they might want to know the information immediately was a challenge that came up. On the faculty conversation side, faculty mentioned that they really wanted connections with other faculty. I'm so glad that Sue brought up Canvas Commons earlier. We're seeing that as a great place to leverage that in some capacities. Centralized degree resources. So if a 2-year instructor is trying to mirror their program to be successful for students upon transfer, they want to know what that 4-year institution's degree plan looks like, but also if it adjusts a little bit, and how do we maintain that for faculty. And then continual faculty engagement on CCN. And I put this last because when I came to Great Falls College earlier this spring, late fall, at some point, I had a great faculty meeting, and I sort of got called out by a faculty member saying, I wish my grouping of faculty was meeting more regularly, and I'm worried about our learning outcomes, and I want to make sure they're in alignment because my students go on to other campuses, and I want to make sure that's working, and can you do something about it? And Roger Peffer is the faculty member, and I'm so grateful that he made that push, and I'm so grateful he brought that up. We started convening biology faculty again this spring, and those have been really helpful conversations, and what that has reiterated to me is that faculty need to be able to converse about how their programs are working and shared on a more regular basis.
Let's switch.
Oh, it's lit up, Garrett. Sorry, everyone. Better? And advisor challenges. I just want to make a statement about advisor challenges before I sort of break this down. Our advisors do really important and challenging work at both receiving and sending institutions. Sometimes I think about their job is almost impossible to understand. Just how many different options there are for students, how we expect them to know what those options are and then communicate that well to students. I think their jobs are really challenging, and they're often a place where we assume that a lot of things can get fixed. Like, we'll just add it into advising. We'll talk to about it in advising. And I think advisors are more than happy to have those additional hats put on them. But I think they should be recognized for that work. And I also think that I'm interested in exploring what are some tools and processes that we can add as a system that make their lives a little bit easier. When we talk about home-based challenges, our advisors have very close connections with students. That's sort of the goal, and I think that part is working really well, and so much so that I met with a lot of advisors who are like, oh, I'm just so worried about the student leaving. So sort of handoff concerns, because they may not have an exact point person on the other campus that a student is going to, not for the fault of any campus, but it's just not how transfer has been designed. They're huge advocates for their students. They just want more information about how, where to send students for more information, because many of them feel like, I just don't feel comfortable answering questions on a different campus because that's not who I work for. It's not what my knowledge base is in. On the right-hand side, on the receiving side, again, is like thinking about how do we best yield these students? How can we communicate their degrees, their program requirements in a way that students feel welcomed to the campus, that they feel like all the information has been up front. And staff onboarding was a topic that came up. Was, wow, I wish we just had sort of a playbook or a toolkit that we could give to new advisors that might be starting at campuses so that they understood those policies that we have across the system, and made that easier for them to communicate with students. So this is kind of the map of how things have organized in my mind, but transfer is really about people and processes to make this work. We've got our faculty, our staff, our enrollment folks, our student support offices, and students really relying on processes and information, whether that's credit evaluations, hold, CCN, and how we kind of bridge those together to make this work for students. Watching my time. We will keep track of how tracking transfer and other kind of national organizations are thinking about transfer, certainly. These are the most recent recommendations that have come out of the Tracking Transfer Playbook, as well as some of NASH's recommendations to help, again, support this population of student. And our next steps at the system level, at the OCHI level, are to form a transfer advisory council. This council will be representative of all of Montana schools to bring campus-based teams so that as we think about making adjustments or improvements on some of these tools or processes, campuses are very much at the forefront of those discussions. And that'll include policy review, it'll include how students are onboarded, how applications are transferred, how transcripts are transferred. And lastly, we will continue and kind of re-up our recycles of faculty learning council review and transfer pathway discussions so that, again, we're linking the faculty back to this very critical and what I would consider really important conversation. And last, before I go to questions, I just, on the mic, want to say thank you to all the campuses that allowed me to come to their campus, sometimes for a full day, and that's a lot of staff time and faculty time and student time, and it has been incredibly informative. And I have felt like a huge infusion of energy to make this, to make this work for students, and that was incredibly refreshing. So I'll pause, Joe. Thank you.
Thanks, Ange. Questions, comments from the Regents? Regent Dombrowski.
This is a really macro question, but it feels like are transfers maybe not a good thing? I can't think of a way to put it that doesn't sound so negative. So is there a way to sort of get at this work of, well, we'd rather have Jeff transfer than Jeff quit, for example? So is there a way to sort of look at a transfer in a positive light, in an encouragement light, rather than sort of all of the, I mean, I get it, it's not easy, and we'd like Jeff to finish in 4 years and never transfer, right? That'd be the efficient, effective model, but we'd rather have him maybe find a career or a path that works better for him. So just sort of that approach, does that change anything if we can think about the event differently?
Regent Dombrowski, Chair Southworth, I'm going to do my best to fully answer your question while there's a lot of things going on in my brain right now. I think fundamentally we want students to get to their career or educational goals. I think one of my personal questions around that early first slide we saw is that oftentimes that question of what is your educational goal comes at like a first time meeting with your advisor. So maybe at that time you did want to get a bachelor's degree. Maybe throughout your early process that has changed. But it's how do we embed some of those conversations regularly with students to make sure that if they do decide they only want to get a 2-year education because they want to, there's employment in that they're very interested in, that we are thinking about pivoting that educational pathway. but it's also very much for students who decide, oh, I didn't realize my campus didn't have this program. I'm really interested in it, that we've created systems that allow them to take what they have with confidence to a different institution, and to also kind of trail with them what that pathway is looking like, so that students aren't having to retell their story over and over. Does that?
Yes, that's sort of a broader answer. Kind of makes me pivot to advising, and we had that conversation about advising today, and I'm like, those two are just, at least in my brain, really hand in hand. So yeah, thank you.
And just to pile on, you know, we do want our students to finish, right? We want them to like not add to no college, no degree. How do we help them kind of realize that?
Any other questions, comments? See none. And thank you very much. We will welcome Dr. McLean up to the podium, and with her will be panelists Quincy Jones from Great Falls College, Leonard Hilton from Great Falls College and ADF, Brian Tucker here from Great Falls College, and Tucker Florsinger, or Trevor Florsinger, sorry, Trevor, if I said that wrong, also from ADF International. Welcome.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to present today, and I want to thank each of our esteemed panelists for joining us this afternoon. Several of them left their place of employment several miles out of town to be here with us for this. And for our folks here at Great Falls College, we appreciate you leaving your offices early to join us for the sharing of your very important work. So we appreciate everybody for the opportunity to be here today to present this exciting project that we've been working on for 19 months. And I personally would like to signal to Deputy Commissioner Teal my humble appreciation for the opportunity to lead this innovative project that is Education Design Labs. What I'd like to do this afternoon is give you a quick overview of where we're at with Education Design Labs Phase 1, where we'd like to go with Phase 2, and then move into the stars of the show and have each of the panelists introduce themselves. I have some questions prepared for them, and then we'll open it up to you folks to ask any questions that you might have of our panelists. But first, I'd like to just give you a quick overview about what the project is. 19 months ago, on a Groppoli Day at Montana Tech, we launched the Education Design Labs initiative. In conjunction with our partners at the national level, Education Design Labs, we set out at that time to create at least 12 micro pathways that were employer-driven. The EDL project is one that encompasses so much of the work that we are already doing in the Montana University system, and it encompasses so many of the items mentioned earlier today, including intentional advising that you started the day off with, Regent Buchanan, dual enrollment pathways to workforce credentials, grow your own pathways to workforce credentials. Nothing gets more grow your own than the work we've been doing. Industry partnerships, employer partnerships that I heard Regent Bao drill down on a few moments ago. Charter schools and the opportunity for us to connect in an intentional way with each of our charter schools at the high school level and provide workforce-ready credentials for our high school students before they get out of high school. Partnerships with other agencies like the Department of Health and Human Services, community connections, the President's focus on the skilled trades, which is something that you heard from Tom this morning when he gave the SHIO presentation, along with countless other Montana University system initiatives, including Sprint, that you just heard from my dear friend Ange about, Future at Work, now currently being led by my good colleague, Dr. Lacey. Additionally, I think it encompasses the part of the conversation that you had so effectively today around how do we get that 40% to think of us as a place and as institutions that have value and meaning to them. I recall coming to this board when I was operating as the director of Bitterroot College, and I had just completed a whirlwind tour of the Bitterroot area high schools, and I remember those kids had the Google Chromebooks, And so many of them, as they were supposed to be applying to the Apply Montana portal, had their Google Chromebooks closed. And I asked them, why aren't you applying to Apply Montana? You can go to any one of our 16 campuses and you can apply for free. Your colleges don't have what I'm looking for. I'm looking to be a lineman, one of them said. We have you. One of them said, I'm looking to be a welder. I said, we have you. And so how do we get that 40%? I think we have some opportunities. And then finally, I heard Regent Dombrowski just talk about the transfer and how do we make sure that if students have taken credits, the transfer can happen seamlessly and successfully. And I would offer that with each of our micro pathways that we have developed so successfully over the last 19 months, that there's opportunities for those to stack into other credentials. And there's also opportunities for our students to pack them up and take them with them wherever they might go. That might be to the workforce, or that might mean, unfortunately, to another state. And so the EDL conversation should not be a standalone one. It is something that is part of the fiber of everything we are doing in our Montana University system right now. We've had a very successful phase one, 19 months of good, solid, hard work. We accomplished our goals, including designing 12 employer-driven micro pathways. We also accomplished all of these things here. We became the first state in the country to have a college that was a tribal college at the table. And then one of the pieces that I think is tucked into this work that is so incredibly valuable and will add value to you as regents as we go forward is that fourth dot on this slide, and that is the taxonomy guide. And what that will do is serve us well to provide policy definitions and guidance as you might consider future workforce development policies down the road. Before I move into where we're headed with phase two of the work, I'd like to point you to Allied Steel and the esteemed Regent Southworth and his quote on this slide, which is also online if you don't get a chance to read it. But I would also like to signal my deep appreciation to our campus leads who are watching perhaps from their campuses or who are in the room, to our campus CEOs and deans who supported and got behind this initiative, and to our employer partners for making this such an incredible success over the last 19 months. We're right now in the evaluation process, which is being funded by the Murdoch Foundation. We now look to phase two of the project, and we're going to focus on behavioral health, and with that, there is hopefully an appropriation on the way that will go to DPHHS and then to us that will fund the development of micro pathways in behavioral health. We want to continue our focus on the design of early childhood micro pathways and the trades. And as we speak, right now a micro pathway is being developed between Dawson Community College and Education Design Labs in a very needed area, which is special ed tech. So some great work happening right as we talk. And as we go into phase two, the work of that next phase will ensure thoughtful alignment between micro pathway development and programs like SNAP ENT, which is something you heard about on the SHIO call, as well as WIOA funds. Now, as we consider phase one and phase two, where we want to get with this work, what I'd like to do is turn the conversation over to our panelists who will introduce themselves and then answer a few questions from me before turning it back to you for your questions and your comments, because I think this is truly where we understand not only the nuts and bolts of what we've done over the last 19 months, but truly the impact of what we've done from the lens of our campus personnel, from our industry, employer partners, which are so very important to this conversation, and from our students. And I hope that you leave here today with the most powerful takeaways from this conversation being the takeaways from this panel, because they're smart and they're significant, and I think they're going to drive this next phase of our work. And so with that, I would look to our employer partner to begin the introductions, and we'll end up back here with Ms. Jones telling us a little bit about the project here at Great Falls, and then we'll start the questions.
Trevor Florshinger with ADF International.
I'm Brian Tucker. I'm a career coach here at Great Falls College and an industrial, or the structural welding instructor.
I'm Leonard Hilton. I was a student for one of the cohorts for the welding, and now I'm a fitter, Class C, up at ADF.
And my name is Quincy Jones. I'm Executive Director of Career and Technical Education here at Great Falls College. Thank you for this opportunity to present. There are some wonderful initiatives going on with the state, and at Great Falls College and at many colleges, one of the missions, right, is to provide access and opportunity. And this Ed Design Lab was one of the ways that we're able to provide access and opportunity to industry and to students and to those who might be sometimes not necessarily targeted for employment options. So for example, we work very closely with the Great Falls pre-release and with vocational rehab. In fact, over 75% of our students in this program are filtered from one of those, if not both, pathways. So what we were able to do with this Year to Career initiative through Ed Design Labs was to work with industry by meeting with them to see what their needs were. And what was really cool about this particular opportunity is that on our advisory board here for our welding program, we had already sat down with industry partners such as Allied Steel and ADF to discuss what are the needs in addition to our 1- and 2-year programs to help meet workforce. And so with the help of ADF and Allied Steel, we also worked very closely with the Department of Labor and Industry. I find it very important to have everybody at the table to talk about how we're going to make sure that we recruit these students, have employment opportunities with them, and then also with the decrease of funding options for non-credit programs, since they're not financial aid eligible. It's programs like Ed Design Lab and Job Service and Opportunities Inc. and these kinds of things, and Voc Rehab, that allow these students to get these trainings. And so what we did with the welding program was we created a 7-week, 125-hour program, and ADF led the charge with the curriculum development. What we included with this was not only the technical skills required for structural welding, we also addressed several of the needs that we hear from workforce all the time. Things such as financial literacy, conflict resolution. How do you take and receive feedback? How do you how do you do an interview? How do you write a resume? What's phone etiquette? What's plan B if I can't make it to work, or I have to, what's the thinking process of how I do that? And so the first part of every class, they are doing career readiness training and discussions and interactions. We also bring industry in to create mock opportunities and simulations for them to practice these skills. And then we offered the program from 5 o'clock to 9:30 p.m. Monday through Thursday nights. And the reason we did this is because specifically with our pre-release, they have to work. And so in order for them to be able to attend this program, they have to work during the day, and then they can come do the training with us at night. As we developed this program, we were able to then create an internship opportunity, a paid internship with ADF. So students that are accepted into this welding program then have the opportunity to apply for a paid internship with ADF. So then they go to work for ADF during the day, they have a break in the afternoon, and then they come back to class at night. This is an opportunity for the students to see if this is something they're interested in. Is this welding in this particular structural welding manufacturing environment what they want? And then it's also an opportunity for the employer to say, develop that relationship and then help us fill those gaps if we need to. And so far, we have served over 58 students in this. And you remember, these are fairly high-risk individuals as far as they're not always meeting, they don't have a lot of their basic needs met as far as their home life, their foods, and whatnot. And we've had an 86% completion rate. And of those 86%, over 55% of them are employed right now. Some of them also left and came from out of town, and so they are working, they're just not working in welding. But I'm very proud of the team that we've had. And what I want to talk to you about the Ed Design Lab program is, in addition to providing this funding opportunity and this opportunity to work with industry, is it opened up the opportunity to to learn from one another across the state with the programs. We were able to travel to Denver and participate in a convening with Ed Design Lab. And so who went with this was we had representatives from Western Montana College, Salish Kootenai College, University of Montana, Missoula College, Bitterroot College, Colorado Community College System. And so what we get to do here is we get to learn about best practices, we get use cases to adopt, and a network of support. And so important, let me just say that. It's so important to have these networks, and I wanna take a moment to say thank you for the opportunity to promote another pathway for students, right? So what Ed Design Lab did is we focused on ways to provide on-ramps and off-ramps for students. For several students, getting a short-term credential is the first thing in their lives that they have successfully completed. We have a graduation for every single one of our cohorts, and their families flock into this place. There are tears, they're proud, they've finished this. And so not only are we affecting the lives of the students in our cohort, we are affecting generations of families because they're making different choices and they're deciding that they can be successful. Some of these students then also choose to move on and go into further training, whether they sign up for our 1 or 2 year program, or they decide maybe I want to go in and get a business degree to help me with this maybe side job as a welder as well.
Thank you so much, Quincy, for that introduction to the welding project that is taking place here at Great Falls College and being delivered so successfully. And one of the things that I just want to point to is that day in Denver, we were there with other states, and your teams from the Montana University system and from Salish Kootenai College worked so well together that we got the first part of our projects done that day, and they said, well, do you want to start taking a crack at the taxonomy? And we weren't supposed to have that done yet for you, but we got it done this year. And so that's pretty doggone exciting and speaks well, again, to the caliber of folks doing this work at the campus level. And now for a conversation about the impact of a program like this on students, I'd like to ask a question of Leonard, who's a student completer. And we prepared these questions and shared these questions in advance, but I will read it out loud for all of you. Can you share your story with us? How did the Great Falls College MSU welding program help you to reestablish yourself in the workforce, and why was that so important?
Okay, well, start off, I'd gotten myself in some trouble, and I went and served some time in Deer Lodge, and at the federal level also. So I'd came back and I was at the Great Falls pre-release, and I'd gotten a job already at a fencing company in town that I'd worked for before, and I'd studied some welding in prison because they have a welding course in prison too, and I had done some welding at the fencing company. So when I heard that they were having a structural welding course at ADF, because I wanted to get my foot in at ADF, and I thought that this would be the great way to learn what they do at ADF and meet some of the main players up there. So I went to the job service, and they actually paid for the course through one of their programs. And it's funny you say Volk Rehab, because I went through Volk Rehab also, and they helped me get some of my gear that I needed, clothing and whatnot. And so I started to do the course up here, and I met Brian, and I met Missy, and a couple people that work at ADF, and I enjoyed it. You know, they want you to not be on your phone, act like it's a job, basically. Show up on time, you know, and not miss any of it, which isn't really that hard if you're used to working. But some of the younger people have a hard time with it. So I learned a lot. I'd never welded with gas before, so that was, it was informational, and a lot of the stuff they had added for the course was just for ADF, because they've had people go up there and then you fill out a little survey and say what might have been good to add into the course or whatever, you know, something that you had a hard time with once you got to ADF. So they had someone come and do a mock interview, and she loved me, and I didn't do the internship because I was making more money at the fencing job. So, and the internship was only like 28 hours, 30 hours a week, and I was getting 40 hours. So I just stuck with my job. And ADF offered me a job with a sign-on bonus, and I've been working there ever since. I think the college class or the cohort showed me what to expect when I got there, and taught me a few skills that I didn't know, like blueprint reading. We went over that. And some of the stuff at the beginning of the classes was good information, like the resume writing and how to do the interviews and financial literacy. But it was a really good course to get my foot in the door with ADF, because I had applied at ADF before, right when they opened, and I didn't get an interview then. So.
And as sure as you sit here today, you are a gainfully ADF employed man.
Yeah, it's been about a year and a month maybe I've been there, so.
Congratulations, and thank you for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so for Trevor, my question for you is, as an employer, why are programs like this so important in creating opportunities for continuous improvement and second chances?
Well, I think first of all, there's a very good example sitting right here. One part that Leonard did leave out is, since he's been with ADF, he's been able to get off probation and is currently completely on his own. So we talk often in communities about reintroduction into society and things like that, but without opportunity, without the right opportunity, without somebody or a system or a program that stands behind those individuals, really those opportunities are spoken and not followed through with. So really one of the items that I'm extremely grateful for is the collaboration. And why is it important? How does it work? But the collaboration with Great Falls College has been, I know it might be an overused word, but phenomenal. We can talk about programs and processes all day long, but if the right people are not part of that process, it doesn't matter. You can create whatever you want on paper, make it look good. If you don't have the players that Dr. Erdman and Quincy have been, I can tell you firsthand from experience, it doesn't work. Why is it important? It's all over the national news right now. Every time you pull something up, you hear about the labor shortage, skills shortage, soft skills, struggles with soft skills. The list goes on and on and on. So, I mean, at some point you got to get tired of reading and listening and complaining about the same thing and step up and do something. And you can't do it by yourself. So having the ability to work and collaborate together to create something that brings these opportunities to individuals who may not have that opportunity on their own, or maybe they don't know how to utilize the resources or find those pathways, or maybe they're involved in somewhere that hasn't learned yet to help those individuals find those pathways. They're struggling. They come in, and before this program, before our partnership with Great Falls College, individuals, no matter where they came from, no matter what program they came from, we saw the same retention rate, and it was low. High expectation company, pushing production at a national level, large-scale projects. And we need people to show up to work. We need people to show up to work with a skill set that fits within a production process that meets the demands of our clients. We weren't finding that, and we had to figure out a solution to that. Part of that solution was the homegrown avenue, but then trying to do the homegrown approach on your own as a single entity didn't work. You know, we created quasi small training programs within our shop, pushed hard on anywhere we could push to try to promote building what we needed. And it was just a very big struggle, but as soon as it came together, I'm just extremely grateful for Dr. Erdman and Quincy. So if I embarrass them or overspeak about them, I'm unapologetic about it. It's just that level of gratitude. They listened, they came together, and they actively are engaged in the struggles. The work ethic is matches the need, and for that, it's been an easy partnership. And we've tried over the 11 years that ADF has been in Great Falls to really establish strong partnerships like that. As soon as that active listening from industry to the education partner came into play, it was instant. The weld program, Quincy and I talked on July 2nd, and the 7-week weld cohort kicked off on August 1st. I mean, that was the reactive part that Great Falls College brought to the table. And from then, initially we've seen, we struggled. We would hire individuals out of the cohort, and we don't hire everybody. They'd come in and maybe still have some struggles. Quincy sits down with our team, reevaluates after every cohort. Quincy and Brian sit down with our team and reevaluate it. What are we doing? What can we strengthen? How can we make this better? We went from an initial struggle in that first cohort. We hired 3 individuals out of that first cohort, none of which are currently employed at ADF. However, our retention rate since then has increased to 80%. We have an 80% retention rate of the individuals coming out of the cohort that stay with ADF and continue employment past a year, past 6 months. Not to mention that in collaboration with the Great Falls Welding program, the full-time program that they have, we've seen an increase in retention coming out of that program, increase in internships and an increase in retention. So that partnership has kind of blossomed out of that cohort into the full-time welding program here at Great Falls College and increased our ability to find retainable employees, retainable and employable employees. Because the relevant information that is being delivered matters, and individuals are being set up to come in the door and find levels of success. And without that, again, things don't work. We can talk a lot, create a whole bunch of different things, but without the follow through, it's fruitless. So that's what we need. That's why these micro programs are so important. And I could go on and on. I'll wait for questions.
Thank you. Dr. McLean, may I ask a question? Jason, thank you so much. Give us a sense of scale, like how many have you hired, not worrying so much about retention, but just how many have you hired to give us a sense of scale? And then, if we could provide more, could you grow your business? I mean, what's your restriction on growing your business here in Great Falls?
Yes, if more could be provided, we could continue to grow. We're currently in an expansion mode right now, so we're going to grow structurally and operationally, regardless of what we have today, because we believe that we will find the solutions in some manner, such as these, to find those employees and build those employees. But yes, the short answer to that is yes, we could continue to grow. The first part of your question, could you
just how many of you hired, in total through this program, whether or not they've been retained, just to give us a sense of scale of how many opportunities you're giving students?
Quincy's going to save me.
I know
on
the
this.
number. 25.
25. Right.
Sorry, I had a long flight this morning.
I'm sure you did. And are there, outside of the welding, like, are there other opportunities at ADF, to partner at different levels, within your business?
Yes. So at ADF, we employ project managers, we hire engineers, we hire recruiters, we have an administrative side, we have leadership sides. We have a lot of opportunities. This is step one. This is stage one. I did hear some conversation earlier that I asked to be introduced to, because some of those roles may be a good fit, the transfer conversation and things like that. individuals that transfer and then find a way to graduate, solve problems, are the type of people that we look to employ. That's one of the hardest things to find right now is individuals who can come in job ready, want to and have the ability to solve problems, take on challenges. That's what we do in our industry. So it's been an exciting couple hours. But yes, we have multiple, and we're going to look to expand and create, again, micro pathways, partnerships that help fill those other roles as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Those were excellent questions. And I do want to give Brian, the coach here, a few minutes to talk about the flexibility and employer-driven nature of the program and how you use those pieces to assist in your guidance and support of students.
So, can you ask one more time?
You bet.
I heard
How did the flexibility and employer-driven nature of the program assist you in your role here at Great Falls College?
So, with our employer-driven nature of the role is, it's being able to talk to Trevor, up to Missy and all that. I get to find out what's going on in the companies and what they need to know. So we have each different process, or all our process is flux core arc welding, but we're able to actually teach these students how to be driven, how to get, what is it called, work ethic, and actually treat them like they're an employee. So if they're not working, we sit down, we talk to them, and we take points away from them if they need, if they're not continually working or asking us questions. We have 5 different, for our participation, we have 2 points per subject, and they have to meet these criteria, and we make sure that they are learning how to be employable or being able to be a good employee, right? And then flexibility, I'm able to add things in or take it out. So we were doing air arcing and decided that being able to show them and actually not qualify them on it, that they'd be able to go up to the business and work on it at the business would be a better way of getting more welding underneath their belts. We added in 3/8 qualification. We had 1 inch at the beginning, and then we decided that we needed to have 2 qualifications, which would be 3/8 limited and then 1 inch unlimited. So being able to kind of move with the companies, with our students, kind of helped out to push our curriculum farther and everything. And then working with Missy, going up there, finding out what they need, just it's helped out to expand it, maybe they went from 6 weeks at the beginning and we're running 7 weeks now. We're toying with the idea of going into 8 weeks just to get more training under their belt. We start off with students that can't even run a bead, They sit there, they're starting off at the bottom of the plate, ending up at the very top instead of having a straight line. And then by the end of that, we have these students passing bend tests. Their confidence levels go from very bottom to very top. That's what we want, is to teach these students that they need confidence to succeed in their job. Okay? If they don't have that confidence, they're just going to stagnate. And we want them to get as much pay as they can, and be the best person they can. With our soft skills, we're able to get them or teach them how to get a job and how to keep a job. Because as a career coach, I'm in part with a bunch of different companies. With one of the advisory boards, and one of the biggest things is getting these soft skills, that students aren't staying off their phones, that their work ethic is low, their soft skills they're needed. And so that's one of the biggest things that we work on, is for a half hour we do like resume building, we do cover letters. I'm trying to think of that one, but that's
great.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for that time and that great response to that. And we appreciate your great work and your counsel of these students. And what I want the Regents to know is that teams like this employer-driven, campus-connected, student-involved, coach-involved teams are existing all across the Montana University system. Thanks to this initiative, thanks to your support, remarkable things are happening around relevant, bite-sized, portable, stackable, meaningful credentials that truly make a difference in the lives of the students that we're serving. And so if any of you might have questions for any of the panelists or for me, I would be happy to answer those, and I'm sure these folks would be happy to as well.
Any questions, comments from the Regents? That was awesome. Yeah, Quincy, Leonard, Brian, Trevor, thank you very much. That was, thanks for sharing the testimonial, the story, and kudos for, in CTE. It's just, I love to see employers innovate to a level to help themselves and utilize the MUS. You're pioneering this, and your story will help other employers across the state in totally different types of businesses. So thank you. Dr. McLean, as always, thank you very much. With that concludes the 2-year in community college.
Chairman Southworth and 2-year committee, thank you so much. And I echo the thanks to the panel. Thanks so much for spending your time and making the commitments to make this such a success story. Feels like it's been a packed agenda. Guys, good work today. Good job, everybody. It is a lot. Which we are now wrapping up the formal agenda. We've got quite a bit of formality to wrap up the meeting, which will start with public comment. Prior to doing that, any other action items for the good of the order from any members of the board that we may have not covered in committee meetings today? Okay, seeing none. All right, so since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. And to allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you are in the audience and preparing to make public comment, I'd ask that you make your way to a line in front of the podium. Is there any public comment in the room? Thank you for coming. Please state your first name and we'll start the 3-minute clock upon commencement. Thank you.
As you know, MUSA is an essential entity for encompassing staff representation for all colleges and universities throughout the Montana University system. MUSA exists to broaden the communications and enrich the staff experiences across the Montana University system. We wanted to just take a quick minute to introduce who we are and provide updates on some of the action items that MUSA has been working on. The first was hiring committees. MUSA wanted to focus on requiring that staff representation and all shared governance are represented on hiring committees for all top-level administrator position hirings. It was brought to MUSA's attention that there is a 2016 memo from Commissioner Christian concerning the hiring committee constructions. We'd like to work with you in redrafting this memo that would reinforce that all shared governance, including staff, should be represented on these high-level hiring committees. We also, a community engagement time benefit. MUSA has offered support for the community engagement time benefit resolution that was passed by the University of Montana's Staff Senate. It is the support of a potential benefit amongst all campuses. Employment engagement survey. In April, we distributed a system-wide survey aimed at collecting data on the staff experiences across the MUS. The survey collection has just ended. We will be analyzing the data and will hope to share the full report to all campuses during the upcoming academic year. I would like to share some initial takeaways from that survey. We received over 800 responses across the entire MUS system. One of the key items that we surveyed was retention issues, key driving forces for staff decision to remain employed, by their MUS institution. Number 1 was health insurance and retirement, 2, flexibility, and 3, supervisor support. We also asked what issues would persuade someone to leave their position: low financial compensation, lack of opportunities for advancement, and high workload due to understaffing. Other responses that were of note: changes in the remote work policy, parking, both the cost and the availability, instability of grant funding, and then hostile workplace and bullying. The one theme that the survey highlighted that was alarming was the last one, the mentioning of hostile workplace environment and bullying. A quick survey amongst the MUSA members showed that there was very limited or no bullying policies on effect on campuses, and if there were a policy on campus, staff members were unaware of these policies. This coming year, MUSA plans to take on this draft of the system-wide anti-bullying policy. We understand this will be a heavy lift, and we look forward to your help in supporting and drafting this policy going forward. I know I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Magnuson. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Lenny, the president of the Associated Students of Montana State University, and I want to talk to you briefly about why I'm in support of the proposed tuition increase. As you heard earlier today, funding for higher education is split relatively evenly between state appropriations and tuition. If we expect state appropriations to increase moderately to address inflation and other costs, keeping tuition steady will likely create a gap in our budget. That gap would require us to either find additional revenue or cut programming while still covering fixed expenses like debt service on our buildings. I believe an increase in tuition will put us in a strong position to avoid this gap and continue offering a high-quality education to the students of the Montana University system. Additionally, not all campuses are alike. MSU and the U of M enroll large numbers of out-of-state students, while most other MUS institutions serve a much higher percentage of in-state students. While applying a tuition increase proportional to the difference between in-state and out-of-state tuition could serve our flagship institutions well, it would likely underserve our other institutions. The current proposed increase, which applies a balanced increase on tuition between in-state and out-of-state students, avoids this risk. Demographics are shifting too. As you heard in an earlier presentation, high school graduation rates are expected to decline over the next few years, decreasing the pool of potential future university students. This will increase the competition between other universities who are also facing many fixed expenses to attract students. To remain competitive in attracting out-of-state students who already pay significantly higher tuition than in-state students, we must be intentional about any additional increases we apply to out-of-state tuition. I believe the proposed tuition increase puts us in a better place to remain competitive than one that includes a greater increase for out-of-state students. The rigor that has gone into recommending this proposed tuition increase is apparent when I consider the range of concerns it satisfies, and I'm confident that it will effectively serve both the students of my school, Montana State University, and those of the rest of the colleges and universities in the Montana University system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any further in-person comment?
Hi, good afternoon. Terry Least. I'm the Vice President for Administration and Finance at Montana State University. First of all, I'd like to thank the Governor's Office for their support with all of the funding for this past year, and the legislative members of the legislature for supporting that. I believe I'm probably the senior statesman on any executive team. I know I am on our campus and probably the entire system at this point. And so it was a phenomenal year. So I just want to say thank you publicly for that. Also, as someone who has been by President Cruzado's side for almost her entire tenure at MSU, I just wanted to say, personally and on behalf of our executive team and everybody at MSU, it has been a pleasure and an honor, and we love you, and we appreciate you, and we are going to miss you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Least. Any other public comment in the room? Any other public comment? Jasmine, do we have any online public comment? One final call for any final public comment. Okay, seeing none, we will close the public comment session. As has been forecasted for today's change, consolidating into one day, we're going to go back into committees and run through voting on all of the items. Due to the breadth of the Budget and Administration Audit Committee, we're going to lump together a few items, and I'll single those out as we do that. So as we move forward, individually we'll start with action items in the Budget, Administration, and Audit Committee agenda. Start with item A, call to a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. So thank you very much, Commissioner. First of all, the consent item. We will lump together the consent items. Are there any items any member wishes to move from the consent agenda item to consider individually? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve consent items A through F.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. Any discussion from members of the board on these items? Any discussion from campus leadership, campuses? Any public comment specific to these items? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same. Ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you. Again, we will lump a few of these items together, but we will take action item A. I will entertain a motion to approve action item A on the Budget Committee.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Southworth. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment as it relates to action item A? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. Motion passes. Ayes have it. Thank you. Items B and C we will consider together. Any member of the board wish to remove one of those for individual consideration? Seeing none, I would accept a motion for action items B and C.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Hoyer. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment related to action items B and C in the budget? Seeing none, we will call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same. Action items B and C pass. Thank you very much. We'll entertain the following three individually. Action item D. I would entertain a motion to approve action item D on the budget agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Any discussion from board members? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on action item D? Seeing none, I would call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Action item D passes. Moving to Miles Community College, action item E. I would entertain a motion to approve action item E.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Southworth. Any discussion from board members? Any discussion from campuses on item E? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same motion. Action item E passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to Flathead Valley Community College, action item F. I would entertain a motion to approve action item F from the board.
So moved.
Regent Dombrowski, thank you. Any discussion from the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment as it relates to action item F? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action item F passes. Thank you. Action item G would entertain a motion for consideration on action item.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on action item G? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same. Ayes have it. Action item G passes. Moving to action item H, I would entertain a motion for action item H.
So moved.
Regent Dombrowski, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? How about discussion from campuses? Any public comment on action item H? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor to approve action item H, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same motion. Excellent. Action item H passes. Thank you. We'll call this the Dan Stevenson effect as he flooded the zone with items for review. Try to break them into separate OCHI, MSU side of the house, U of M side of the house. So action item I, we will entertain individually. I would accept a motion for action item I on the budget agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Is that Regent Hoyer? Appreciate that. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on action item I? See none, call for the vote. All of those in favor of passing action item I, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The naysayers the same. Action item I passes. We'll entertain items J through N as a group. Does any member of the board wish to pull any one of these items for individual consideration?
Chairman Buchanan, I would like item N to be pulled for separate consideration.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Thank you, Regent Bao. So if we entertained items J through M, any other consideration to remove those? We'll consider them as a group. Would accept a motion to consider action items J through M.
So moved.
Regent Folkvord, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on items J through M? Seeing none, we'll take a vote, call for the vote. All in favor of passing action items J, K, L, and M as a group, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. I would accept a motion motion passes, J through M. Moving to item M, I would call for the motion to consider action item N on the agenda.
So moved.
Regent Dombrowski, thank you.
And just a point of order, I recused myself from the original item a couple years ago, so I will remain and abstain from this.
Appreciate that, Regent Bao. Thank you. For the remaining board members participating, any discussion among this group? How about members of the campus communities? Any public comment on action item N? Seeing none, I call for the vote. All in favor of moving forward with action item N, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose the same. Action item N passes. Thank you. We will lump together action items O through Q. I would accept a motion to consider action items O. Would any member of the board like to remove one of those for individual consideration? Seeing none, would accept a motion to consider action items O, P, and Q on the budget agenda.
So moved.
Regent Southworth, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? How about campus discussion? Any public comment on action items O, P, or Q on the budget agenda? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor of approving action items O, P, and Q, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action items O, P, and Q pass. Thank you. For consideration on the budget agenda, final item R, I would accept a motion to approve action item R.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Folkvord. Any discussion among board members? How about campus community? Any public comment on action item R? Seeing none, call for the vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, we have approved all of the action items on the Budget Committee. Thank you very much for the hard work there. Moving on to the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, do again want to acknowledge the emeriti faculty and tenure faculty whose skills and years of dedication have contributed immensely to the success and culture of our system. Thank you all for that. So with that, I would call for the motion considering the consent item A. Gotta go 2 pages here. Actually, A through T. Would any board member request we pull any one of those items out to be considered individually? Okay, seeing none, I would accept a motion to move forward approving action items A through T on the ARSA committee.
So moved.
Regent Mortensen, thank you so much. Any discussion from members of the committee? Campus leadership, any communication or conversations? Public comment on the consent agenda from academic research, student affairs. Seeing none, we would call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Motion to accept all items on the academic research and student affairs agenda have passed. We have 2 action items falling under action on the ARSA committee. I would entertain a motion for action item A, the request to plan proposals.
So moved.
Regent Folkford, thank you. Any discussion among board members? I should say any further discussion among campus leaders? Any further discussion or public comment on this item? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to call the vote. Pardon me, I would call for the vote. Those in favor of action item A, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action item A passes. Action item B would entertain a motion for consideration. Action item B on the ARSA. Yep.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. Any discussion from board members? Campus leadership, campus communities? Any public comment on action item B? Okay, seeing none, let's call for the vote. All in favor of supporting action item B, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action item B passes. Thank you for bearing with us on that long list of action items. There were no activities to vote on in the 2-year community college committee. That said, we do have an appeal to consider. You have received the commissioner's decision and the written appeal with supporting documents submitted by the campus and the appellant. The issue before the board for the appeal is whether to consider the appeal at a later meeting. Our appeal policy does not require us to accept an appeal if we are satisfied with the commissioner's review and decision. The sole question is whether any regent believes the issues addressed in the commissioner's decision need further review by the board. If you do not wish to hear the appeal at the board level, it is not necessary to make a motion. A lack of action on our part will signify our decision not to hear the case. This appeal is confidential. The board will not address the individual involved by name, identify the campus involved, or discuss the facts or specific issues. Are there any general questions as to this procedure? I will entertain a motion to hear the appeal before the board. If you wish to move the appeal, please do not name the appellant. There being no motion to hear any of the appeals, the appellant's request that we entertain these appeals are denied. The commissioner's decision in each of the appeals is upheld. Wow, feels like we're just hammering through this. Good job, everyone. Our final agenda item before a couple of housekeeping items to wrap up our meeting is the election of officers. And for that, I will once again turn the meeting over to Commissioner Christian.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Phew, good job.
Yeah, good job.
We rolled through some items there. Very well done. All right, Article 4 of our bylaws calls for the election of an individual to serve as chair and another to serve as vice chair for the Montana Board of Regents as soon as practicable after May 1, and to serve in this capacity for the next year. We've passed May 1, and we're here now. So at this time, I would open the floor for nominations for an individual to serve for the next year as chair of the Montana Board of Regents.
Commissioner Christian, I'd like to nominate Chair Buchanan to remain as Chair Buchanan.
Thank you, Regent Southburn. Are there any more nominations? Seeing none, I would close the nominations for chair. So members of the board, you have a nomination before you for Regent Buchanan to serve as chair for the upcoming year. Is there any discussion around the motion? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Regent Buchanan serving as chair for the next year signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Congratulations and thank you for your service. Having elected a chair, I'll now open up the floor for nominations for an individual to serve as vice chair for the Board of Regents.
I would like to nominate Regent Bao for vice chair.
Nomination for Regent Bao. Are there any additional nominations? Seeing none, I will close the nominations for vice chair. You have a nomination before you for Regent Bao to serve as vice chair for the upcoming year. Is there any discussion around this nomination? Any public comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Regent Bao serving as vice chair for the next year, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. Congratulations and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Regent Mortensen, for the nomination. I appreciate it.
Thank you both for your service over the last year and your anticipated continued service. Believe it or not, it is a fairly significant ask of these individuals. We meet frequently and lots of questions and lots of time. So thank you for your continued professionalism and service to the board. Mr. Chair, before I hand it back, I would just take a moment. We're at the end, but this meeting can't conclude without acknowledgement of a few amongst us that this will in fact be their last board meeting, and they've had consequential contributions to higher education in Montana and will be well missed. Starting with Regent Mortensen. Regent Mortensen, thank you for your service on the board. You know, the student position, a vital link between the governing body and students across our institution. I think you've done a fantastic job bringing that voice to the table and participating over the last year. We really, truly, I've been impressed day in and day out. I'm always surprised at what it takes for a student regent to manage the duties of this appointment, along with trying to oftentimes complete your senior year, which is what you exactly did. And I know that's a balance, and I know it required lots of extra time and attention, and we just thank you very much for your service to the board.
Thank you.
Also amongst us, Chancellor Cook. Chancellor Cook, thank you for your many years of service now and your consistent and dynamic leadership at Montana Tech. Under your watch, Tech has grown leaps and bounds, and I think you've continued to build on the reputation of an excellent STEM-focused institution in its own bucket under your leadership, really focused on what it is to be Montana Tech and how you can move that effort forward. Your enthusiasm and advocacy for Tech throughout has been well noted and well demonstrated, and again, just want to take a minute to thank you for your service and all that you've done for the MUS.
If I can, I just want to say thank you. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be in this role. And my parents really believed in education. My mom was a school teacher. My dad was a leathery old cowboy. And they said, if you want to have a good life, you need to follow the path of education. And I've had an incredible life, and I feel incredibly blessed. One time when I was at the University of Utah, I came back to my office, and students had posted a sign that said, orientation, it's not just a job, it's an obsession. And I feel like my higher ed experience has been that, and so thank you.
Thank you. For those of you that don't know, Chancellor Cook's retirement party was at the depot in Butte last week, and I really want to commend the campus for the postcard said it's time to take Chancellor Cook to the train station. A little shout out to Yellowstone I thought was very appropriate. So well done, and thanks again for your service. And third on this list of unbelievable accomplishments and benchmarks, I guess, President Cruzado, thank you for your service to Montana State and to the state of Montana and to the Montana University system. This board, this state is very fortunate to have bumped into you 15 years ago, and I've had the pleasure to have a front row seat to your stewardship all those years, and it's just been absolutely incredible to watch. The system is truly better for you having been a part of it. I said at the commencement last week, it's a testament to leave a place better than you found it, and you've certainly done that. And just can't thank you enough for the dedication that you've shown. I think your colleague, Vice President Lease, probably said it best. We'll miss you we appreciate you, we love you, and we wish you well. And I'm confident that Montana and the MUS will continue to benefit from your service as you work on the national scene at APLU. And so look forward to our interactions on that front as well. But thank you for all you've done, and unbelievable service. Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, before Madam President speaks, I would like, and if you might remember, in November there were some wonderful and appropriate comments about my fellow president, and she noted at the end. She said, "Well, Seth, I didn't see you at that podium," and I said, "Well, just wait till May." And you know, I perhaps know better than anyone in this room what these jobs entail. And it has been a privilege for me to watch and to learn from what Ed Cruzado for the past 7.5 years that I've been here. You know, many of you know, like many families across the state of Montana, the Bodner family is a house divided. My wife is a proud MSU graduate. My kids are the 6th generation in their family to grow up here. When you dig through the photo library of the Bodner family, you will see pictures of our kids wearing Bobcat gear. And look, I like what Ed, we both want to win on the football field, on the basketball court, on the tennis court, you name it. We want to win in those competitions. But the success of Montana State University matters to me. It matters to my family. It matters to this state. And you know, we live in a time of a lot of disagreement in this country, and of course in this state about a lot of things. But I think there's one thing that I would bet a paycheck on that everyone in this state would agree upon, and that is what Ed Cruzado has had a tremendously positive and lasting impact on Montana State University. And Montanans today and for generations to come will benefit from your passionate and your tireless leadership. You know, I recall my very first kind of in-person board meeting was March of 2018 in Dillon, Montana. And those first few months in the role of president are exhausting. And I remember it was at a community breakfast, walking over to get a cup of coffee. Ed probably doesn't remember this, but I was kind of tired. Early morning. It was a long day, and I think she said something to the effect of, "Well, there's no rest in this job, so get used to it." And I'll tell you, Ed never rested. You know, she was a fearless and tireless advocate for her institution. You know, I know Ed's a baseball fan, and every graduation at UM, we go through a pretty rigorous rehearsal because we want to get it right. And I tell our team the same story every year. It's become a bit of tradition. And I tell a story about Joe DiMaggio. And Joe DiMaggio was always noted for how hard he played every single day, 162 games a year. And somebody said to him once, you know, how do you sustain that level of energy? How do you play so hard every single day? And he said, you know, I know that these games might seem routine to me, but I know that in the stands at every game I'm playing, there's at least one person, and maybe it's a kid, for whom this will be the only game they ever see in their life. And I play for that kid. And I think what Ed Cruzado embodies that spirit of Joe DiMaggio. Doesn't matter if it's 9-0. Doesn't matter if it's a game in April or the World Series. She's going to be playing hard, and she's going to be playing to win. And I am so excited that you're headed to a job at APLU where you will be an advocate and a champion for all of us. And I am really happy to be on the same team as her and have her advocating for public universities moving forward. And we have a gift for you, a print that we hope you can have in your office that will help remind you of this great state and the impact you've had here. And also, I know that you know, as you go to a new job, you need a new wardrobe, and there's, you know, been a color that you haven't been able to wear. So you might have a blazer that is of a color that I think you'd look good in, and you can wear in Washington, D.C. But it's been an honor, and it's been a privilege, and we wish you the very, very best.
Thank you so much. That's very nice. Now, what to say that I haven't said before? The most important message is it's me who needs to say thank you. Honestly, to the Regents, to the Commissioner, to the people of the state of Montana for affording me this opportunity. To my incredible executive team, who every day have put up with me. The wonderful deans, the faculty of Montana State, the students of our wonderful university, and the most educated staff. One person doesn't make a difference, right? Leadership is a relationship. That's how we get things done. And I got very lucky to come to a place with great people who work so hard, who love this state, and who believe in the promise of higher education. So it is me. I'll take with me the best memories. And in spite of the long hours and the times when you say, wow, this is a lot, it is very rewarding when you say, you know what, I would do it all over again. It was truly amazing. I've been thinking these days, well, maybe I need to share a word of caution, right, about the state of higher education in America. But that's not true. I just want to share a word of hope and to remind the Regents and our colleagues, you hold in your hands the most precious treasure that this nation has ever conceived. The promise of higher education. The promise and the premise that this nation will always be stronger when we open the doors of access to the sons and daughters of the working families of America. You make that possible every day. And if we were able to come together as a nation in the middle of a civil war to envision a better and brighter future based on this premise, we can do it again. And time again. I do believe, very honestly, that land-grant universities and that public higher educations are the answer to the skepticism that surrounds some of our colleges and universities. So keep doing this wonderful job that you do every day. Come back to the office energized. Let's get to our classroom and our labs, and let's continue to knock it out of the park, as you have done since 1893. So I live with a heart full of gratitude, and I look forward to seeing you again. Whether here or in DC, you have a home there. You just need to call and let me know that you're going to be stopping by, and there will always be a cup of coffee for you, and we'll sit down and have great conversations. Thank you for everything you have done for me and my family. I love you. And with that, go Cats, go.
Mr. Chair, I have nothing else to say.
I don't think there's much else left. Thank you. Very appropriate. Les, Reina, and Dr. Cruzado, thank you. We all wish you the very best, and know great things are ahead of you, and we feel lucky to have worked with you. Dr. Pearson, Dr. Chandler, Superintendent Hedlund, thanks for joining us today. We look forward to continued work together. Unless any other member of the board has anything to add to what I consider probably the deepest, at least the steepest task of action items I've seen at a board meeting. Anything else we've got to cover? I guess we get to adjourn. Everybody traveled. Dean Erdman, thank you so much for hosting. Any final comments from you as we partner?
Thank you for letting us trial the one-day meeting here at Great Falls College. I hope we met all of your expectations. If there are snacks outside, be sure to fill up your briefcase, your backpack for your road trip home, and drive safely. Thank you.
To everyone who joined us, travel safely going home. As President Cruzado sent us with the charge of optimism, let's get back to work and champion higher education in the state of Montana. Our meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder on the appeal.
Yeah,
I assumed I deal like with the students.
Exactly,
behavior
yeah.
issues, so.
I didn't